data, no, that's the thing. Nobody knows about it. Data is resource. It's more valuable than food, than water, than gold, than platinum, than anything. And I have more data than any person. That is the opinion of the Economist magazine. Well, I mean, that is the leader in financial discussion. And if they say that in 2018, data has overtaken oil as the most important and most valuable, com- I'm talking crude. Crude oil. No, I'm not talking olive oil. Olive oil is a different commodity. I'm talking crude oil, petroleum, Texas tea. God, you can't look at it. It's both. It's both. World peace. Eventually, give myself a platform to be able to discuss world peace. I know. I discuss world peace every single day. I discuss it every single day. So I'm not too worried. They discuss it. Dog, why don't you create a secondary um, account and then just rejoin and just see how it goes after a while? All right. You didn't. I came in and dog, I'm sitting here. You're like my tertiary focus. My primary focus is myself. My secondary focus is my streams. No, it doesn't. I'll show you right now. It doesn't. Fuck that shit.
at the border to stop anything from coming over and to take on these cartels. If Trump wins, maybe he'll do it. But the Biden administration bent over for the cartels, bent over for Obrador up until a few months ago because their re-election chances depend on doing something to tamp down the border. But it's one of the worst policies you'll ever see in your life, these border policies. It's done nobody any good. And he, just on the border alone, Biden elements smoked and drink in the election. Not to mention the ridiculous inflation, which was created by an excess of federal spending. It's just, you know, I wouldn't call it incompetence because I think they intended to leave the border wide open. You know, we've had Mark Krikorian on many times from the Center for Immigration Studies. He said, no, that's the philosophy that the White House crowd believes in. They're far left wing. They don't believe in the legitimacy of the United States. They think we're an illegitimate, capitalistic nation built on racism and blah, blah, blah. I've heard it 1,000 times. And that our whole system needs to be disrupted. And we should give all the poor people of the world a slice of our empire. And they truly believe that, and the policy reflects it. A lot of people waste time criticizing the Biden administration as being incompetent. No, it's not. It's actually quite competent. It's pushing a philosophy that they absolutely believe in, like a religion. More coming up. Deborah Mark live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Federal officials are raiding rapper Diddy's homes, including the one in Holmby Hills. For the first time, Dodger star Shohei Ohtani is expected to publicly address theft and gambling allegations against his former interpreter. He is expected to talk any minute now. Former President Trump says he will pay cash to secure a bond now that an appeals court lowered the amount as he appeals the civil fraud trial in New York. The court lowered the bond from $454 million to $175 million today and gave him 10 days to make the payment. All right, we're going to go live now to Shohei Ohtani.
Ime Mizuhara was fired during the team's trip to South Korea.
まず皆さん、来ていただいてありがとうございます。僕も話したかったので、嬉しく思ってますし、チームの関係者の皆さん、僕自身もそうですけど、ファンの皆さんもここ1週間ぐらいですかね、厳しい。1週間だと思うんですけども、メディアの皆さんも含めて、我慢と、ご理解をしていただいたのはすごくありがたいなと、思っています。まず、僕自身も信頼していた方の、過ちというのを、悲しくというか、ショックですし、今はそういうふうに、感じています。
Well, first of all, thank you very much for coming. I wanted to be here today to be able to talk. I'm sure it was very tough. It's been a tough week for fans and team officials, and I'm very grateful that the media has been patient in this process. Just on a personal note, I'm very saddened and shocked that someone who I'm trusted has done this.
現在進行中の調査もありますので、今日話せることにまず限りがあるというのをご理解いただきたいなということと、また今日ここに、詳細をまとめた分かりやすく皆さんにお伝えするためにまとめた、メモがありますので、そちらの方に従って、何があったのかというのをまず、説明させていただきたいなと思います。
So obviously today there's things that I'm limited in being able to talk about. I hope you understand. I do have a document in front of me that I will refer to that will detail what has happened.
まずはじめに、僕自身は、何かにかけたりとか、誰かに代わって、そのスポーツイベントにかけたりとか、それをまた頼んだり、っていうことはないですし、僕の口座からブックメーカーに対して、誰かに送金を依頼したことももちろん全く、ありません。
So I never bet on baseball, any other sports, or never have asked somebody to do it on my behalf. And I have never went through a bookmaker to bet on sports.
本当に数日前まで、彼が、そういうことをしていたっていうのも、全く知りませんでした。
Up until a couple days ago, I didn't know that this was happening.
結論から言うと、彼が僕の、口座からお金を、盗んで、なおかつ、みんな、僕の周りもそうですね、みんなに、嘘をついていたっていうのが、結論から言うとそういうことだと思います。
Just to kind of just go over the result, in conclusion, Ipe has been stealing money from my account and has told lies.
まず初めに言うと先週末、韓国ですね、僕の代理人に対してメディアの、方から、私が、僕のですね、日本のブックメーカーから、僕が、関与しているのではないかというスポーツバクチに賭博について、関与しているのではないかという打診が連絡がありました。
Last weekend in Korea, media has reached out to a representative in my camp, inquiring about my potential involvement in this sports betting.
で、一平さんは僕にこういった取材の依頼があるということをまず、僕には話していなかったし、僕の方にそういう連絡がまず来ていなかったということと、まず初めに代理人には、一平さんは僕と話して分かったのは、一平さんにではなく、某友人の借金の肩代わりとして、支払ったというふうに、僕の代理人も含めてみんなに話していました。
So Ipe never revealed to me that there was this media inquiry, and to the representatives in my camp, Ipe told to the media and to my representatives that I, on behalf of a friend, paid off debt.
で、その翌日にさらに尋問で一平さんは、僕たちの代理人に対して、借金は自分のもの、つまり一平さん自身が作ったものだということを、説明しました。
Upon further questioning, it was revealed that it was actually, in fact, Ipe who was in debt.
で、それを僕が、肩代わりしたという話を、その時に代理人に話します。
And told my representatives that I was paying off those debts.
そしてこれらは全く、全てが嘘だったということです。
And all of this has been a complete lie.
一平さんは取材依頼のことも僕にはもちろん、その時伝えていなかったですし、代理人の人たちに対しても、僕はすでに彼と話して、コミュニケーションを取っていたということを、嘘をついてました。
So Ipe obviously lied about, basically didn't tell me about the media inquiry.
僕、そして代表、チームもそうですね。チームも、代理の人たちに対しても、つまり僕とコミュニケーションを取っていたっていうふうに嘘をついてました。
So Ipe has been telling everybody around that Ipe has been communicating with Shohei on all of this account to my representative, to the team, and that hasn't been true.
そして僕がこのギャンブルに関しての問題を初めて知ったのは、韓国での第一戦が終わった後に行われたチームミーティング、試合の後のチームミーティングの時です。
The first time I knew about this gambling, Ipe's gambling, was during after the first game when we had team meeting in the clubhouse.
そのミーティングで彼は全部英語で話していたので、僕に通訳もちろんその時ついていなくて、全て英語で話していたので、完全には理解できていなくて、なんとなくこういう内容だろうなっていうのは、おそらくは、理解はできていましたけど、なんとなく違和感をその時は感じてました。
So during the team meeting, obviously, Ipe was speaking in English, and I didn't have a translator on my side. But even with that, I kind of understood what was going on and started to feel that there was something amiss.
で、その時彼は僕に対してホテルに帰った後で、2人で、より詳しいことを、2人で話したいので今は待ってくれというふうに言っていたので、僕はまずその時はホテルまで待つことにしてました。
Just prior to the meeting, I was told by Ipe, hey, let's talk one-to-one in the hotel after the meeting. So I waited until then.
で、僕は一平さんがその時にギャンブル、ミーティングの時にギャンブルの依存症だっていうのは僕はもちろん知らなかったですし、彼が借金をしていることもそのミーティングの時はもちろん知りませんでした。
So up until that team meeting, I didn't know that Ipe had a gambling addiction and was in debt.
で、僕は彼の借金返済にももちろんその時も同意してませんし、物件に対して彼に送金をしてくれと頼んだことももちろん許可したことももちろんないです。
And obviously at that point, I never agreed to pay off the debt or make Keenan City bookmaker.
で、その後試合後、ホテルに、戻って一平さんと初めてそこで話をして、彼に巨額の借金があることをその時知りました。
And finally, when we went back to the hotel and talked one-to-one, that was when I found out that he had a massive debt.
で、彼はその時私に、僕の口座に勝手にアクセスして、ブックメーカーに送金していたということを僕に伝えました。
And it was revealed to me during that meeting that Ipe admitted that he was sending money using my account to the bookmaker.
僕はやっぱりこれはおかしいなと思って、代理人にと話したいということで、代理人たちを呼んで、そこで話し合いました。
And at that moment, obviously, it was an absurd thing that was happening, and I contacted my representatives at that point.
でも話があってこれを聞いて、僕の代理人もやっぱり彼に嘘をつかれていたということを、初めて知って、すぐにドジャースの皆さんと、弁護士の人たちにその時に連絡しました。
So when I was finally able to talk to my representatives, that's when my representatives found out that Ipe has been lying the whole time, and that's when I started contacting the Dodgers and my lawyers.
で、そのドジャースの皆さんも、代理の人たちも、彼らもその時に初めてまた自分たちも嘘をつかれていたということをその時に知りました。
And the Dodgers and the lawyers at that moment found out also as well that they had been lied to.
そして僕が弁護士の人たちは、これは窃盗と詐欺のことなので、これを警察の当局に引き渡すという報告を、その時にしました。
And my lawyers recommended that, since this is theft and fraud, that we have the proper authorities handle this matter.
これがそこまでの流れなので、僕はもちろんスポーツ賭博にはもちろん関与していないですし、ブックメーカーにさっき言いましたけど送金をしていたという事実は全く、ありません。
So, in conclusion, I do want to make it clear that I never betted on sports or have willfully sent money to the bookmaker.
正直ショックという、言葉が正しいとは思わないですし、それ以上のうまく言葉では表せないような、感覚でこの1週間ぐらいはずっと過ごしてきたので、今それをうまく言葉にするのは、難しいなと思っています。
And to summarize how I'm feeling right now, I'm just beyond shocked. It's really hard to verbalize how I am feeling at this point.
ただ、もうシーズンも本格的にスタートするので、ここからは弁護士の、方々にもお任せしますし、僕自身も、警察当局の、協力に全面的に協力したいなと思っています。
And the season's going to start, so I'm going to obviously let my lawyers handle matters from here on out, and I am completely assisting in all investigations that are taking place right now.
なので気持ちを切り替えるのは難しいですけども、シーズンに向けて、またスタートしたいですし、今日まずお話できてよかったなと思っているので、今日は質疑応答は、これが今お話しできるすべてなので質疑応答はしませんが、これから、さらに進んでいくと思います。
I'm looking forward to focusing on the season. I'm glad that we had this opportunity to talk, and I'm sure there will be continuing investigations moving forward.
以上です。
ありがとうございます。Thank you very much.
We will have more on all of this.
Okay, you just heard Shohei Ohtani and his interpreter, and he claims he had no knowledge at all about his interpreter's gambling, and he had nothing to do with paying off the gambling debts. The only question not addressed by Ohtani is how does his interpreter get access to his bank account for $4.5 million and possibly 9 wire transfers? That's what ESPN had, 9 wire transfers of about $500,000 each. How do you do that over a period of months and Ohtani doesn't know about it, and nobody's in Ohtani's legal or financial or management circle know about it? I don't think he addressed that, did he? No. No, that's what I'm.
And to clarify, the translator during that press conference was Will Earton. He's been a member of the Dodgers organization for the last 8 years. He was hired when Kenta Maeda signed with the Dodgers and immediately took over once Ibe Mizuhara was fired by the Dodgers. So he's been with the organization for a few years.
We will have more on this. We're also going to get Steve Gregory back to talk about the huge federal raid on the rap star. He's a producer, music executive, P. Diddy, Puff Daddy, Sean Combs. He had his home raided in Holby Hills. Deborah's going to have more details. So will Steve, and we'll get into it at length after the news. Deborah Mark live in the KFI 24-hour news center.
What the hell is going on? Well, we're about to tell you.
KSI.
And KOST HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Shohei Ohtani speaks out. I'm Deborah Mark, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. As you just heard live on KFI, Dodger Shohei Ohtani says his former interpreter has been stealing money from his account and has told lies. During that news conference, he said he has never bet on baseball or any other sports, nor has he ever asked anyone to do it on his behalf. He says he's very saddened and shocked that someone he trusted has done this. Ohtani's interpreter was fired last week following reports of his alleged involvement in a gambling ring. 2 law enforcement officials have told the Associated Press 2 properties belonging to rapper Diddy in LA and Miami have been searched by federal Homeland Security investigations agents and other law enforcement as part of an ongoing sex trafficking investigation. A teenage girl has fatally shot herself with a deputy's gun in the city of Industry.
The girl knocked on a sheriff's station lobby door before allegedly lunging for the gun of one of the deputies who answered. LA County Sheriff's Lieutenant Art Spencer says deputies struggled with the girl, who ended up shooting herself.
The deputies are okay. It's an unfortunate situation for everyone involved.
Deputies say they responded to the girl's home before the shooting last night on reports she was having a mental health crisis. The girl had left before deputies arrived. Blake Trolley, KFI News.
911 calls in Orange County are being routed differently. OC Healthcare Agency Director Dr. Veronica Kelly says dispatchers now ask callers screening questions to determine whether police or a mobile crisis team is the best response.
The whole point is to get the individual in crisis to a safe place where they can receive care, and also to allow law enforcement to do their job of protecting and serving and addressing criminal activity.
Kelly says 911 callers are asked if the person is in immediate danger to themselves or if they're committing a crime or safety hazard. She says OC Healthcare started the screening process this month in partnership with the OC Sheriff's Department. 4 homes in the Hollywood Hills have been red tagged because of a landslide.
One home had a hole in its side where boulders and dirt rammed through the house, breaking glass in the kitchen and caving in walls. This man has lived in the area for 5 years and says these people may be wealthy, but these are still homes they've poured their lives into.
Some people might have been here for 20, 30 years and the area has changed around them. And they might not be in the same situation as somebody else that came in a year ago or so.
More storms hit Southern California over the weekend, adding more rain to already saturated land. One neighbor said firefighters were called to the area yesterday where he watched the mud seep into the back of the homes. In the Hollywood Hills, Chris Adler, KFI News.
Burglars have taken $150,000 worth of high-end antiques from a store in Pasadena. Pasadena Police Lieutenant Tim Bundy says they're looking for the burglars.
At this point, it's early on. It appears to be possibly at least 2.
The thieves busted 2 display cases at Global Liquidation last week. Store employees say the burglars took statues and high-end crystal art pieces. Former Dodger and California Senate candidate Steve Garvey says he is working on resolving his tax debt ahead of the November election. Garvey's February financial disclosure statement shows he owes at least $350,000 and up to $750,000 in back taxes. From 2011, he also owes 8% interest on the balance. Garvey says he is taking it very seriously. And just to recap our top story, Dodger Shohei Ohtani held a news conference just a few minutes ago. You heard it live right here on KFI. And he says his former interpreter has been stealing money from his account, and he has told lies. He said he has never bet on baseball or any other sport. The KFI Financial Update is sponsored by Quantum ePay. The Dow closed down 162, S&P 500 down 16, NASDAQ down 44.
Brought to you by Quantum ePay. Merchants who make the switch to Quantum ePay save an average of 53% on payment processing. Call today to see how much you can save. Just dial pound 250 on your cell and say keyword Quantum.
Southland weather from KFI. Sunny tomorrow. Highs around 70 for Metro LA. Mid 60s to low 70s in the valleys. Mid 50s to mid 60s in the high desert. Mid 60s to around 70 for the beaches, Inland OC, and the IE. Right now, 63 in Dana Point, it's 64 in Anaheim, 63 in Diamond Bar, and 64 in Simi Valley. It's slow on the 210 in Pasadena.
Quick eastbound delays are backing up all the way from Lincoln, and it's a tough drive ahead all the way to Citrus. Beyond, you're a little crowded from the 57 to Foothill Boulevard. Michael Bryant's checking out Fullerton, KFI in the sky.
Yeah, we had a big mess this afternoon on the 57. This is the 57 southbound and just about, well, looks like closer to York on Lincoln Boulevard where they just cleared out of lanes, but it was here for hours. Bumper to bumper, still in recovery out of the Brea Pass back before Lambert. Northbound side of the fence, a little looking and losing off the 91, and then once again, pretty much from the Imperial Highway up to Diamond Bar. Just getting over a big problem in the industry area. Looks like still cooking here. This is the 60 eastbound transition to the South 605. That looks like that's remaining out because of an overturned big rig. Very tough through Montebello, way back to the 710. Mike O'Brien, KFI in the sky.
Laguna Hills on the 5 southbound. Delays are stopping up at Lake Forest Drive. You're on the brakes ahead. Looking better by Oso Parkway. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Angel Martinez.
Spring is in full bloom, and that same yellow pollen that cakes cars also clings to your clothes. Now you got your washing machine working overtime, and it needs some help. Enter a Fresh Appliance Care, the one and only washing machine cleaner made by the people who made your appliance. A Fresh Appliance Care powers away stubborn residue to help revive appliance performance. And right now, a Fresh products are on sale. Shop now for a Fresh Appliance Care on Amazon.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
This is a radio ad for Dupixent, dupilumab, a prescription medicine for people 6 months and up with moderate to severe eczema that is not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of Dupixent. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from within. But you can see how Dupixent can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results may vary. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Get help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, and throat. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems, such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist about Dupixent. Visit Dupixent.com or call 1-844-DUPIXENT.
John Cookman Show can't find AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Several things going on all at once, and the biggest today is what's been going on in West LA in the Holmby Hills neighborhood. We're calling him Diddy, I understand, because he has so many names. The rap star, record executive, music producer, Diddy, formerly known as P. Diddy, formerly known as Puff Daddy, formerly known as Sean Combs. Anyway, massive investigation and raid, Homeland Security and other agencies over perhaps sex trafficking. Steve Gregory got the tip last week. He whispered it to me in secret. He knew there was a big raid coming, didn't know who it was. And he got the first call, and he had the exclusive news story that he broke for the whole world earlier this afternoon on our show. And Steve is now back. Steve, a lot of people tuning in for the first time. Explain what this is about.
Sure. Well, first of all, apologies. Just so you just kind of paint the picture here, we're at the 200 block of Mapleton Drive in what's known as Holmby Hills. This is where the Playboy Mansion is, where Michael Jackson's former home was. And earlier this afternoon, around 1 o'clock, major SWAT vehicles that have federal agents on board came into this area. They pulled up to front of Combs' house, and immediately agents decked out in tactical gear and in ballistic uniform went into the home. And inside the home were a number of young men, and two of whom had been identified as Combs' sons, Justin and King. I'm not sure if anyone's been actually booked, but they were handcuffed as a precaution. That's standard protocol in something like this. And they were sitting outside of the house. Now, while this raid was going on, simultaneously there was a raid going on at Combs' compound in Miami. In fact, some agents rolled up in a boat coming in on his dock in this private marina, and they were doing the same thing there that agents are doing here, and that is going through the house looking for any evidence pertaining, that we are told, to possibly multiple lawsuits alleging that Combs is involved in some sort of sex trafficking organization or sex trafficking ring involving underage kids. Now, Combs has denied all these allegations because this is not the first time these allegations have popped up, but this is certainly being exacerbated, if you will, by the fact that they're raiding multiple compounds simultaneously, and it's escalated to Homeland Security Investigations, which is known as the agency that investigates all of these sex trafficking and human trafficking operations. So that's the latest right now. It's kind of calming down, but one of the reasons why we're having a tough time getting a signal out of here, we're kind of in a little tiny canyon, and all the paparazzi have arrived, all the entertainment TV shows, international media are on scene now. It's turning into complete chaos. It reminds me of the day Michael Jackson died, and we were camped out on Havenhurst in front of the family compound there. This is starting to quickly grow into that kind of a scene.
Well, there's no question he's one of the biggest stars in rap music circles, and he has been for the last 25 years. That's quite a neighborhood, huh? Hugh Hefner, Michael Jackson, and now Diddy. There's a lot of weird sex parties that have been going on there for decades.
Well, I will tell you that I just interviewed a young man a few moments ago. I'll be sending that audio in momentarily, but he described when he would come here to visit friends, and they all live down here in the same neighborhood, that they would notice like the big Escalades, black Escalades, and the big black limos, and scantily clad young women coming out at all hours of the night, 2 or 3 in the morning. Like when he would be leaving to go home, he would see these girls, and sometimes coming in the morning to go jogging with his friend, he'd see the girls coming out of the house, at 6 or 7 in the morning. So he said, I always knew there were parties and stuff going on there, but I didn't really think much about it. And then when he was asked about knowing the allegations, and now he says now it all makes sense. So he was a little shocked to learn that was going on, or allegedly going on around this area.
Is there any word what specific criminal charges could be filed here?
Well, I mean, this is kind of a long way down the road. That's why they're collecting as much evidence as possible, because if they find the evidence that corroborates the allegations, then you're looking at a potential host of charges, including and including sex trafficking. Now, if there's any evidence that minors were involved, that puts it in a whole new category. Now, one of the lawsuits that was filed, I believe in February this year, alleges that a young man, he was 17 years old, and he said he was molested by Combs, and that he was actually handed around to other friends of Combs's. And it was those kinds of allegations that have been coming out in the most recent lawsuit in February. There was another one in December, which was a young woman who says she was also underage when she was sort of passed around, flown around on a private jet, all Jeffrey Epstein style. So again, those are all allegations alleged in lawsuits, but when Homeland Security Investigations gets involved, when a federal agency at this level gets involved, they're not going to do it unless they have a reason to do it.
Do you know if they have Combs in custody, if they have found him?
there was some confusion about that in the beginning because initial sources had told me that they had eyes on him. And now let's go back. When I first tipped you up on it about a week or so ago, they were already surveilling members of Combs and his family, and they were actually keeping an eye on him to track him to see what was going on because they knew this day was coming. Well, they were anticipating that he would be here at his house when they came calling. But sometime over the weekend, he got on a private jet and flew back east. We were initially told it was New York, but then we found out it could be New Jersey. But he was down in Miami where the other race happened, so it's probably New Jersey or New York. The New York Office of Homeland Security Investigations is leading this investigation in this case. So it's based in New York, so presumably Holmes had some sort of connection there. Somebody had told me that he probably also has a home in upstate New York, and so it's possible he might have been up there. There was information in the beginning that he had been detained and taken into custody, but not booked. And then I was asking whether or not that they even made contact with him. Then a second source said that they hadn't even made contact with him, so he wasn't even aware that his properties were being raided.
So we don't know if he fled back east because he got tipped off about the raid here.
Well, I inquired the very same thing, and they said no, there was no way he knew what was coming because, when it comes to the feds, think about this. My sources are usually very solid, and I didn't know until literally 90 seconds before this raid happened where the house and the address was, and I had to look it up on my own, and then I corroborated, and then we realized it was Sean Combs. So that's how close to the best they keep all of this stuff. When it's the feds, they don't talk.
So,
go ahead. No, go ahead, Fish.
No, if Combs was in the LA mansion where you're at right now, they would have detained him, maybe handcuffed him, but not necessarily charged him today because they're still gathering evidence?
Yeah, exactly. If they're in the evidence gathering phase, that means they're building a case. And once they build a case, then they're going to be able to determine if any charges are appropriate based on the collection of that evidence. Then he's looking at possibly being detained and booked. But they wouldn't detain him anyway. That is standard procedure. Anybody that's in the house when a search warrant is being executed usually is escorted outside. If they feel any reason to believe that there could be hostilities or anything like that, they're going to handcuff them. And so when all these young men were in this house, agents opted to go ahead and put them in handcuffs outside. It doesn't mean they're under arrest. It just means they're being detained while they can determine who these individuals are and what role, if any, they're playing.
So his two sons, Justin and King, being handcuffed does not mean that they're being charged or being suspended necessarily.
Absolutely not. No, absolutely not. And like I said, they're in the evidence gathering phase right now. And then this, again, from this and the way the feds operate, we may not hear anything about this for another year. That's how the feds always play it in the long game. They're not in a hurry to run to indict. They're not in a hurry to run to charge. A federal case very seldom ever loses in court because they're so well prepared. And that means they've got time on their side.
All right, so this is not the end of the investigation. This could be in the early stages still.
This is in the very early stages because presumably they're gathering electronic evidence. Now that electronic evidence will have to go through an electronic forensics team. They'll have to comb through it to see if there's any evidence of connection to any information they've been given by either this lawsuit or the lawsuits or the individuals that claim to be victims in that lawsuit or lawsuits. So if there's any evidence that corroborates any allegations, then they have to go a step further. And then they have to make sure they have the forensics evidence to tie Combs to these charges.
All right, well, looks like the circus is back in town, Steve. It's been a while since we had one of these.
Exactly. I was just thinking about it today. All of the veterans around here were all laughing. We were literally laughing, going, boy, when's the last time we were all together with all the paparazzi and everybody else? I was thinking, well, the death of Michael Jackson, and then Michael Jackson's doctor's trial, and then we're trying to think about the last time the circus was in town. You're right. It's definitely a circus.
All right, Steve, if you get anything else before 4 o'clock, let us know. We'll put you right on.
You got it, John. Take care, buddy.
All right, Steve Gregory, KFI News, and he did have the worldwide exclusive on this. about Diddy, Sean Combs' massive raid at not only his LA mansion in Holby Hills in West LA, but also in Miami and also in either New York or New Jersey. And here in LA, Steve was at the scene from early on. He got a tip last week, and he had said to me that he'd gotten a tip, and it was indicated some kind of big celebrity was going to get raided. And it turned out to be true, and it could be major sex trafficking charges, among other things. So we'll have more when Steve tells us. Deborah Mark live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Dodger Shohei Ohtani says his former interpreter has been stealing money from his account and has told lies. Striking hotel workers in LA have announced tentative contract agreements with 34 hotels. Former President Trump's hush money trial in New York will start April 15th. We will check your drive on the 5, and we'll also check in with the KFI in the Sky next.
Goldco, they have a special offer for you. So pay attention here. You want to invest in gold and silver to diversify your savings, your retirement monies. And I use the #1 rated company, that's Goldco. Didn't want to be overweighted in just stocks or have all the net worth tied up in a home. You spread it out, you diversify, you use gold and silver as a hedge. Goldco will walk you through the process and make sure you have all the information. They're a 7-time Inc. 5000 winner, and they've helped people like you and me place over $2 billion in gold and silver. It's a good idea to do this. And they're offering my listeners up to $10,000 in bonus silver while supplies last. Just call them at 855-GOLD-IRA, 855-GOLD-IRA. Tell them I sent you. Tell them John Cobell sent you. See if you qualify for up to $10,000 in bonus silver, 855-GOLD-IRA, 855-GOLD-IRA.
Southland weather from KFI, sunny tomorrow, high 60s to low 70s. This report brought to you by Allstate. We're going to a stall on the 5 in Commerce.
This weather's a lull into the southbound side coming up on Washington. That is where the stall has just been cleared to the right shoulder, so at least it's out of lanes, but delays are stacked up all the way out of Griffith Park, leaving the 134. Industry with Mike O'Brien, KFI in the Sky.
Angel, a big mess here on the 60. This is the 60 eastbound at the 605. We have no return big right there, and it's going to be a while. It's still on its side. Now, the 2 right lanes of the main line are blocked. It is bumper to bumper through Montebello, back to the 710. Even the South 605 transition to the East 60, that remains out. Not much in the way of slowing there. But also affected here is the 60 westbound at Hacienda Heights over to the 605. It's definitely affected. Mike O'Brien, KFI in the Sky.
KFI in the Sky helps get you there faster. I'm Angel Martinez.
Some college hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives you access to all, every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. iHeartMedia is your access company. Go to iHeartResults.com for more.
Hey guys, it is Ryan. I'm not sure if you know this about me, but I'm a bit of a fun fanatic when I can. I like to work, but I like fun too. It's a thing. And now the truth is out there. I can tell you about my favorite place to have fun, Chumba Casino. They have hundreds of social casino-style games to choose from, with new games released each week. You can play for free anytime, anywhere, and each day brings a new chance to collect daily bonuses. So join me in the fun. Sign up now at ChumbaCasino.com.
Have you heard the game before? Do you know how we play it?
I have. I got my medium shirt. I was gonna take a picture because it looked like a chorizo.
I would love to see it.
Do you want to see me in my medium shirt?
Yes, medium. All tight as it can be.
Mo Kelly,
Woo!
live 7 to 10 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
John Football Show, KFI AM 640 live. Everywhere on the iHeartRadio app, and Ron from 1 until 4, and then after 4 o'clock, John Corbett Show on demand. It's the podcast version on the iHeart app as well. Karen Bass is getting a lot of coverage. The New York Times did a story on her, and it was a bit of a tongue bath. The headline: the mayor of Los Angeles wants to prove homelessness can be solved. We're 16 months into Karen Bass's term here, and I don't know anybody who's got this feeling that homelessness is even a tiny bit solved. There are a few encampments that have been cleaned up, some on the west side, and that's got more to do with Tracy Park, the city council person. But there's still plenty of them all over the place. And when they clean them up, they pop back shortly thereafter. And I'm reading this story, and it's really frustrating because they keep circling back to what the homeless people want. And I don't know about you, I resent all this. I resent that we have to constantly worry about what they want and need instead of them making decisions in life like the rest of us. Because I read these stories about what her programs are trying to do for people. And you got to help them do this, and you got to help them do that, and you got to help them with everything but tie their shoes and brush their teeth. And so how long is it going to go on? Because none of these people are going to become independent anytime soon. They're incapable of it. So and her Inside Safe program, and I do not believe her numbers. They claim they got 21,000 people off the streets. I flat out don't believe it. And they can't prove that. And notice they don't try to prove that. Of course, no one asks them besides us. But this Inside Safe program costs way too much money. Basically, they're renting a lot of motel rooms and dilapidated motels. And now the city is got huge budget deficits, and the homeless spending is just sucking the city dry. And we gave them billions. They can't come with tax increases. She was worried that this homeless situation is going to cause a terrible backlash. She said it reminded her of the 90s when drug addicts led to soaring crime rates, and that led to new laws to incarcerate them. Yeah, so the idea of incarcerating criminals it's fascinating to read what progressive journalists write and how they frame the story and how people like Karen Bass talk about it. When you incarcerate criminals, it makes life easy for us. And we did that up until a few years ago. And life was pleasant. And then they stopped incarcerating criminals. And we've got all kinds of tension and mayhem and discomfort and fear. And every time you raise your hand and say, how about incarcerating again? Oh, no. Is that what you said? You said incarceration? Oh, how dare you! Well, here it is. It recaps Bass's road to becoming mayor. She won the mayor's race over Caruso. Caruso is running on moving people off the streets by arrest if necessary. By arrest if necessary. And relocating them to large emergency tents. So, and then they describe how they used to, you know what the process was before? When outreach workers would offer shelter to a homeless person, they would put those people on a list and prioritize them by how likely they were to die on the street. So if you weren't in danger of imminent death on the street,
it would take months to find a bed. Not an apartment, just a bed. That's how bad the system was under Garcetti. And now they have a system where caseworkers decide much more quickly what aid they might qualify for and then where they might go. They put them in a motel, but nobody knows what to do with them after the motel. They've only permanently housed maybe 400 people. So out of all this time, there's only 400 people who have an address, which I'm sure we're paying for. When word spread about which encampments were going to get the motel treatment, other homeless people showed up. They thought they would just start hanging out and maybe they'd get a motel room too. We're going to have to take a break. But when we come back, I want to tell you about a specific homeless person, Karen Jones, because to me in this story, she's an emblem of the insanity of this situation. And I also want to play a clip because she went on KTLA, Karen Bass, and explained the real motivation for cleaning up the homelessness. It has something to do with the World Cup and the Olympics. Like, they're not cleaning it up because it's the right thing to do to make the streets livable for us taxpayers and residents. No, it's all about the international community, but they're not affected, which is really cool. That'll come up next. John Cobell Show, Denver Mark 5 in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Dodger Shohei Ohtani says he had no idea his interpreter was stealing from him to pay off gambling debts.
And Ohtani said in a crowded press room that he's never bet on baseball or any other sport. He said while in Korea last weekend, media reached out asking if Ohtani was involved in the transfer of $4.5 million from his account to an illegal bookmaker. And Ohtani said Mudahara spoke to the media knowing he didn't understand what was being said, but he felt something was off. He said that's when he confronted Mudahara, who confessed that he had a major gambling debt. Ohtani says he notified police and the Dodgers who realized that he had been lied to. Ohtani says he never willfully transferred money to cover the debt and says he's shocked that someone he trusted so deeply could betray him like this. But he says he's looking forward to the season and will let the authorities take it from here. Live at Dodger Stadium, Chris Adler, KFI News.
Federal officials are searching rapper Diddy's mansion in Holmby Hills. Video from the scene shows several people being detained at the property. His home in Miami is also being searched by federal agents. Officials say the searches are part of an ongoing sex trafficking investigation in New York. The news is brought to you by Service Champions. Striking workers have agreed to new tentative contracts at 34 hotels in the LA area.
Hotel workers represented by Unite Here Local 11 celebrated outside the Intercontinental Hotel in downtown LA. Union co-president Kirk Peterson says the deal is worth $1 billion over nearly 4 years.
We have won a life-changing contract that transforms hotel jobs.
The deal includes $10 an hour pay raises, healthcare and pension gains, and the return of daily room cleaning. Labor disputes are ongoing at 27 area hotels. Michael Monks, KFI News.
Florida Governor Ron DeSantis has signed a bill banning social media accounts for kids younger than 14. Critics argued it violates the First Amendment, but Florida's Speaker of the House, Paul Renner, says the age ban doesn't target speech.
You will not find a line in this bill that addresses good speech or bad speech because that will violate the First Amendment. What we have addressed is the addictive features that are at the heart of why children stay on these platforms for hours and hours on end.
Renner says these platforms harm kids' mental health. The law would also require parental permission for 15 and 16-year-olds. It takes effect January 1st, 2025. We're going to head over to the 10 next.
Over the last 20 years, the attorneys at Sweet James have helped enough accident victims to fill an entire sports arena. They play a major role in their injured clients' recovery, and they produce the best results. Here's a story. One of their clients, their world changed after a reckless drunk driver hit his vehicle, left him with severe injuries, and he couldn't get the insurance company to help him at all. Finally, in frustration, he called Sweet James, and the Sweet James attorneys stepped in to make sure he got all the medical treatment he needed, and they kept going until they delivered a massive $7 million victory for him. And in these situations, it's caring and winning. They go hand in hand. It means medical care, maximum compensation, and justice. That is Sweet James. If you're ever hurt in an accident, results matter. Call the attorneys at Sweet James, and don't wait, because waiting can hurt your case. Call 800-9-million, 800-9-million, 800-9-000-000, sweetjames.com.
Southland weather from KFI. Sunny tomorrow. Highs around 70 for Metro LA. Mid 60s to low 70s for the valleys. Mid 50s to mid 60s in the high desert. Mid 60s to around 70 at the beaches, Inland OC, and the IE. Right now, 63 in Villa Park. It's 64 in Westminster. We're going to install on the 10 in Alhambra.
But this one is really adding to a very slow drive along that 10 freeway, making your way eastbound at Fremont. Two middle lanes are blocked, and delays are pushing back almost from the 5. Beyond the stall, that drive is kind of tough anyway as you continue all the way to Rosemead. We've got Mike O'Brien, KFI in the sky.
Angel just over Pasadena, and a tough drive on the 210. 210 westbound, that was up just into Pasadena. They're starting at about San Gabriel Boulevard. A little closer to Rosemead now. But it will be heavy into downtown to about Fair Oaks, and then 210 eastbound. That's tougher, of course. That loads up away from the Arroyo there from the Rose Bowl, most of the way out to Citrus, and it does loosen up a bit. We'll be back on pretty much through that upland Cucamonga stretch. Looks like from Mountain over to Day Creek now towards 15. Now, if you're heading up to the 15 northbound, you get some tough stuff now from Kenwood up to the 138. That's southbound 15. Rockport's coming back from the low desert, the high desert, I should say. That is loading up now from Ranchero down through Claymore Fire Road. Mike O'Brien, KFI in the sky.
And staying on that southbound side of the 15 into Ontario, delays from just about the 10 freeway all the way to 6th Street in Norco. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Angel Martinez.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
When you use Bounce dryer sheets and your clothes look amazing, it's the sheets. Less static in your life? Yeah, it's the sheets. Smelling fresher than ever? It's the sheets. Oh, so soft fabric? Ooh la la. It's the sheet. Less wrinkles on your clothes? You know it's the sheet. Bounce dryer sheets. More freshness, more softness. Less static, less wrinkles. It's the sheet.
In this week's Marketers Report, Angela Zepeda, CMO Hyundai Motor America, talks about audio storytelling.
People scratch their heads and say, why would you put your brand on a channel that doesn't show the sheet metal? But for us, it's about storytelling. That's driving a lot of brand awareness, but we can also drive a lot of intent.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to the influencers, audiences, and data you need to grow. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com.
With Lucky Land Slots, you can get lucky just about anywhere.
Dearly beloved, we are gathered here today to... Has anyone seen the bride and groom?
Sorry, we're here. We were getting lucky in the limo and we lost track of time.
No, Lucky Land Casino. Cash prizes that add up quicker than a guest registry.
In that case, I pronounce you lucky.
Play for free at LuckyLandSlots.com. Daily bonuses are waiting. No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited by law. 18+. Terms and conditions apply. See website for details.
KFI AM 640. Chuck Cobell Show, KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeart Radio app. It's been a jam-packed afternoon. It's Steve Gregory at
I hope you're feeling better, period.
in Holmby
Check out
Hills,
this
where they have
YouTube link when you
massive
can
federal raid.
to see
And
my more than 10
police
simultaneous streams.
Diddy is up to his neck in sex trafficking charges, although he has not been arrested to the best of our knowledge, and is not here in LA. So there's a lot more to come in that story. You got Shohei Ohtani did a a press briefing. He didn't take questions, but he had a new interpreter who's been with the Dodgers for a number of years explain his side of that the gambling story. And he claims he knows nothing, knew nothing, didn't make any bets, didn't know that Mizahara, the other interpreter, was making bets. But at the same time, doesn't explain how did Mizahara get access to $4.5 billion of his money. I don't know. If I had $4.5 billion in an account and somebody had spent it on gambling, I'd notice. You'd notice, right? I mean, oh, he's got tens of millions of dollars, but still, geez, read a bank statement. Check the app once in a while. And then finally, Trump got a bit of a reprieve today. He doesn't have to cough up over $500 million to put up a bond for those in that civil case. An appeals court panel of appeals court judges knocked it down to $175 million, and he said he could make that. I think Trump would notice if $4.5 billion was sucked out of his account. All right, back to Karen Bass getting the tongue bath treatment from the New York Times. They proposed in the headline that the mayor of Los Angeles wants to prove homelessness can be solved. And eventually they get to this Karen Jones. And these are the parts of homeless stories that make me crazy. She became homeless in 2016 after the deaths of her parents. She lived in Compton. So at this time, she's at least 36 years old. And I always have to question that by the age of 36, shouldn't you be on your own and you've got a steady job, even if your apartment is tiny or you're just renting a room? 36? Shouldn't you have that part figured out? I mean, if she's got some kind of terrible disability, then the New York Times ought to explain it. But she becomes homeless. She finds herself moving in and out of shelters where she often felt unsafe. You know, you do have to plan for the future. Like me, I've always had a fear of, I really do, I have a fear of ending up in one of those dreadful nursing homes where they warehouse people and everybody sits in a common room and just stares at a wall, making weird noises. I've seen this happen to my parents and in-laws where, eventually they had to end up in these kind of places. And they were reasonably good condition, but you'd go to certain rooms and it's like, oh my God, I can't. And you make decisions accordingly. And just now she's 44. So she found herself moving in and out of shelters, and she found that living outside was most tolerable in Echo Park, described as a gentrified neighborhood north of downtown. Oh, that's funny. Progressives always demonize gentrified neighborhoods. That's a fancy word for an upgraded neighborhood. That people who work for a living bought and renovated homes and made the neighborhood nicer. Oh, that's bad. Gentrification. Oh, they brought in coffee shops. Oh, that's jobs. Oh. Well, that's the thing. She thought it was best to live there because you want to live around people who work. They tend to own homes. They keep their lawns nice. They're more civilized in their behavior. They don't have all-night ditty parties. She spent her days walking and walking. Well, why don't you walk into an employment center? I mean, if you're going to walk, why not have a destination that leads to income? Eventually, when the rains hit last winter, she connected with Inside Safe because her tent was leaking. Ended up at the Hotel Silver Lake, which is built on a hillside. Now she has sweeping views of Hollywood. This is too good to be true, she said. By December, she was working in a job in a warehouse twice a week. Twice a week. She visited her son and grandchild across town. Oh, she's got a son, but I guess no room for mom in the house. But she feels loneliness creeping in. I don't want to go back on the street. I want something guaranteed, not temporary. Hey, why don't you try a 5-day-a-week job? And you may think, oh, that sounds so cruel. There is no other choice. you have to get a 5-day-a-week job. Maybe 6 or 7 days. Maybe extra shifts. Maybe 7 days a week, double shift. That's the only way. There is no other way. Oh, I guess the other way is you steal money from people who do work. Or have the government steal money, I should say. Tax working people to death. Pay for people who live for 44 years and they don't know what to do. It doesn't say that she's addicted to drugs or she's an alcoholic. It doesn't say that she's got some kind of mental or physical disability. I mean, she's walking a lot, so what could be the problem? And then, to cap off, here's Karen Bass on Channel 5, a program called Inside California Politics, talking about the motivations to get the vagrants off the streets.
We were able to get thousands of people off the street last year. One of the things that we have got to figure out how to do is to keep people from falling into homelessness. And the Mayor's Fund, which is an independent nonprofit, is focused on that by paying attention to people who might be facing eviction and preventing their eviction from taking place. So I am hoping, because we do not need to build any major stadiums, that the momentum from the games and the World Cup, which is happening in 2026, will really mobilize the city and the county to get our people off the streets and housed.
Right. Because you wouldn't do it just to make the quality of life more pleasant for Los Angeles citizens who work all day. You know, they found the 5-day-a-week jobs, and now we've got to pay a lot of tax, right? You wouldn't do that for them, for us. But you'll do it to impress the foreigners at the World Cup and the Olympics. You know, the foreign media, so that they don't go around doing unpleasant stories mocking how bizarre Los Angeles is to let people live in the streets like this. And she talks about, hey, unless you get them to go to work, you don't have a solution to this. Just how much money and how many years, how much energy do we have to put into teaching people that you got to go to work every day? If you just refuse to allow homelessness in the street, they go somewhere else. But you're not going to change people. You're not going to fix them. If they're so dysfunctional when they're 44 years old that they can spend the day walking around, but they don't ever quite walk into a job, there's nothing you can do. And why are we obligated to endlessly try to support them? Endlessly try to find a way? Why? And then pay for it. All right, got more coming up. Deborah Mark Live, the KFI 24-hour news.
Federal officials have searched rapper Diddy's mansion in Holmby Hills, also his home in Miami. Officials say the searches are part of an ongoing sex trafficking investigation. Dodger Shohei Ohtani has said that he had no idea that his interpreter was stealing from him to pay off gambling debts, and Boeing CEO and 2 other senior executives are stepping down because of all the safety issues with the company's planes. We'll check the freeways, and we will check in with the KFI in the Sky next.
Want to sell your home? Well, real estate market's difficult because the mortgage rates are so high, and it takes a while sometimes for your buyer to get his mortgage. So before you call a real estate agent, you want to get this done fast. You call Seller's Advantage. Great alternative. You don't deal with real estate agents or commissions or paying for repairs. They buy the house as is. So you don't have to wait months to sell. You don't have to wait for somebody's mortgage to come through. Seller's Advantage makes a competitive cash offer and they'll close in days. Again, no agents, no commissions. If you're ready to sell your home, call Seller's Advantage. They might offer you a $10,000 advance to help with moving expenses. Get the no obligation offer at 888-321-AS-IS, 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 SellersAdvantage.com.
Seller's Advantage will buy your home, make it easy so that you don't have to worry. Sell happy with Seller's Advantage.
Jerry, number 0961658.
It is slow on the 5 in Irvine.
It's the northbound side. We're in that drive. It's starting to crowd up as you make your way from Jeffrey Road, slowing down and stretches all the way to Harbor in Anaheim. Let's check out Hollywood with Mike O'Brien, KFI in the Sky.
goes up outside of the 101. Loading up now. I've got Sunset Boulevard. No surprise from that. That'll be tough into downtown Los Angeles. Northbound side, a little bit tight through downtown, and then really more moderate speeds from Hollywood up to Universal City. It's kind of chunky there. Now, it looks like if you're heading south of the 5, down towards Pico Rivera Valley, the 5 southbound jammed up now from the East LA interchange down to the 605. Michael Bryan, KFI in the sky.
KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Angel Martinez.
Lucky Land Casino asking people, what's the weirdest place you've gotten lucky?
Lucky? In line at the deli, I guess? At my dentist's office. More than once, actually. Do I have to say?
Yes, you do.
In the car before my kid's PTA meeting.
Really?
Yes.
Excuse me, what's the weirdest place you've gotten lucky?
I never win and tell.
Well, there you have it. You could get lucky anywhere playing at LuckyLandSlots.com. Play for free right now. Are you feeling lucky?
So, I'm the type of guy who tends to forget things. My keys are always missing, I'm not great with names, and my signature catchphrase is, I know it's around here somewhere. That's why I get my haircut at Great Clips. Their skilled, friendly stylists save my haircut details and clip notes. So, every time I need a cut, I can get the look I want without having to remember a thing. What else was I going to say? Oh yeah, download the app today. Great Clips. It's going to be great.
In this week's Marketers Report, we learn about the value of local influencers in uncertain times from Allison Griffin, Head of Marketing at State Farm.
The economy is tough for everyone, and taking a step back and understanding the pain that your customers are currently going through because of a tough environment is really important. We have 19,000 agents across the country, and they understand what's going on in those very unique communities. iHeart has such a broad broadcast reach that is local, connected, and for us to be able to touch customers with a local feel but at a national scale is so efficient and important for us.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to all, from national to local. Every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. Not just a media company, iHeartMedia is your access company. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com.
Everybody's complaining, that's going, it's solved down crime, let criminals go, end up going on, commit more crimes, killing people, smash and grab. He still got the most amount of votes. But I have a theory. I think it's people in the inner city voting for Gascon saying, look, you didn't give a rat's ass about crime until it hit Nordstrom's.
The Tim Connolly Jr. Show.
And I think that's what's going on.
Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. John Cobalt Show, KFI, AM 640, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. And Conway's coming up in minutes. Tim Conway. And he will give you the latest on, big stories of the day are this Diddy raid, the rap star, record producer, executive Diddy, formerly known as P. Diddy, Puff Daddy, real name Sean Combs, massive Homeland Security. Federal investigation, a big raid at his house in Holmby Hills, just down the block from Michael Jackson, Hugh Hefner, and all those other fine citizens. And the place was crawling with agents. They were dressed in tactical gear, like this was a wartime invasion. It was really crazy. Bearcats parked in the street, these big tank-like vehicles. I don't know what they were expecting. Were they expecting return fire? Anyway, did it in Miami, and they did it in New York as well to other properties of his. He's supposed to be back east. So that, Shohei Ohtani claiming he knew nothing. Trump getting a break. All that to come. Listen to Conway. Other big story today is heads rolled at Boeing, big time. The CEO, he'll be gone at the end of the year, maybe sooner.
the head of the division that makes commercial airplanes for airlines, Stan Dia, he's gone immediately. The chairman of the board, Larry Kellner, he's going to stand down. And they've already elected a new chairman, Steve Mollenkopf. He used to run Qualcomm. And they're going to look for a new CEO. So the chairman of the board, the CEO, and the head of the division that makes commercial planes, all gone. Wow. And the thing is, the old CEO, Dennis Muhlenberg, he was forced to resign back in January 2020 after the vaccine crashes, 2018 and 2019. So 2 now CEOs in a row getting booted or resigning because their planes either crashed or parts blew out of them. And they found so many problems. So many problems in the production line. Now, what I think happened is because the CEOs of all these airlines that buy Boeing planes, they demanded a meeting with the board of directors. And they must have demanded heads roll that they're not going to buy any more planes. Because that just happened. And they didn't want to meet with the CEO. So they definitely wanted to tell me that. And in effect, Boeing's customers have fired all these executives. And United is in trouble too because so many of the Boeing planes involved in these incidents actually may not be necessarily Boeing, but it's United and their sloppy maintenance. And the FAA is doing an investigation of United, a formal evaluation to make sure they're complying with safety regulations and identifying hazards and mitigating risk. And future projects may be delayed depending on what they find out. Future projects like new routes, new planes, they're not going to let anybody fly new planes for United or go on new routes until United cleans up all its problems. So the airline industry is a mess right now. And this because, when tires go flying off planes, that's not necessarily Boeing. That's whoever was supposed to screw in the tire at the airport for United. So this was a big day for many folks. And, I lied. I thought Conway was coming in.
I thought so too. Apparently, they just put up the bat beam and I got over it.
Unless you have a Mark Thompson mask on and you're doing your Mark Thompson impression.
Well, this is quite the day to get on. I can say that. As you say, there's a lot going on.
There is. So we're
going to do the drill down on 2 huge stories at minimum. The Sean Diddy Combs thing.
Yeah.
I mean,
we're going to one of his parties?
Sounds like there's a lot going on at those parties. Sounds like you could serve a fistful of warrants at that party.
What a neighborhood that is,
man. I guess everybody was kind of hip to it too. They sort of knew this is
Yeah, there's always girls, scantily clad women out there.
Apparently, it's pretty good deal till it's not.
Right.
And then so
no warrants at your house.
No, not at my house. Sadly, we are getting farther and farther away from warrants at my house. Yes, we're going the wrong direction.
Your days of fearing
My
warrants.
days of exactly. Really, really sad. But so we'll talk about the P. Diddy thing. They're not only hitting his home here, they're hitting his home, as you know, in Florida. Yeah. It's really this is a pretty serious investigation. The feds are involved. And then the Shohei Ohtani thing is fascinating because he said today what he needed to get said. But
there's one big question.
Yeah, I have at least one big question.
Yeah. If somebody took $4.5 million from that massive account, well, you'd notice, right?
Exactly.
You check your bank statement?
They went for the cleanest explanation, which is it was stolen. That way you're completely free of the, right? Yeah. There's no stink on you. The problem with it is what you just said.
Right.
Which is, how did that happen?
And not just Shohei, but all the management he has, and accountants, managers, right, lawyers, a lot of people. He's a big corporation.
I don't know much. I don't mean to suggest that, but I do know that story is a hard one to swallow.
Yeah.
But look, the guy's the greatest thing for baseball. Obviously, I hope it all works out.
Yeah, but I just want to know the answer.
Exactly.
I'm in a fog much of the time, but I've noticed $4.5 million missing.
But this is the truth. We will find out.
I mean, I check my credit card bill every month. I don't know.
You know, Deborah is busy.
Oh, jeez.
All the time.
No way that would happen with her.
Oh, yeah. She watches
On top of things.
That's true.
I get my pocket's shaking down every time I come home.
That's what Show needs, little Deborah.
Yeah, maybe that new wife will straighten things out. All right, I'll set in for Conway next.
That's good.
And we have a Crozier in the news on the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
The news has been updated. Click to refresh.
KOST HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the Echo Radio app.
Did they find what they were looking for? I'm Michael Crozier, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Federal agents have raided the home of rapper/producer Diddy in Holmby Hills. Let's try this again. Dr. Shohei Ohtani says he's never gambled on baseball or any other sports.
Ohtani spoke for the first time since the alleged gambling scandal broke, saying he was shocked beyond belief and didn't have words to describe how he was feeling. He said he didn't know his former interpreter, Ife Mizuhara, stole $4.5 million from his account to pay an illegal bookmaker, and said he only found out after he confronted his interpreter, who then confessed. Ohtani says he never willfully sent money to cover the illegal gambling debt or agreed to pay them off. He says he was betrayed by someone he trusted deeply and knows it's been a tough time for fans, but says he's looking forward to the season and will let the authorities take it from here. Live at Dodger Stadium, Chris Adler, KFI News.
Now let's try to get to Steve Gregory at the home of rapper-producer Diddy by federal agents being raided. An LA County firefighter assigned to Station 52 in Vernon has died. The department posted on social media late last night about the active duty death of firefighter Jonathan Ben Oakland. No details been given about how he died. Burglars have swiped $150,000 worth of stuff from a high-end antique store in Pasadena.
Display cases inside Global Liquidation were smashed up. The thieves took statues and crystal art pieces. Pasadena Police Lieutenant Tim Bundy says investigators are looking for evidence.
That business and ones around it are oftentimes closed for the weekend, so detectives have been out there this morning canvassing from surrounding businesses trying to get video.
Investigators say they're looking for at least 2 burglars. They say the value of goods stolen last week could fluctuate as the store's owners conduct an inventory of their showroom. In Pasadena, Blake Trolley, KFI News.
Winter storms bringing rain and snow from California, taking it to Michigan. ABC's Allison Kosick says it's a spring wallop across the country.
Winter storm warnings for Minnesota and Wisconsin in effect through Tuesday. Wind gusts up to 50 miles per hour.
Kosick says more than a foot of snow is possible in some areas. More than 12 inches already fell in Utah yesterday. National Weather Service says strong winds could damage trees and cause a lot of power outages. An appeals court in New York is giving former President Trump 10 days to come up with $175 million before he needs to start paying his $454 million civil fraud judgment. Trump's attorneys had argued it was practically impossible to get a bond for that full amount.
They had given up all options. We've been reporting that any moment the Attorney General could start seizing assets. Based on this ruling, if Team Trump moves quickly enough to secure the bond, they avoid that.
He says John said Tucci says the New York AG could appeal the decision to accept a smaller bond. This comes as Trump continues to fight a judgment last month that found he lied about his wealth while growing his real estate empire. One of the co-stars, Happy Gilmore, says a sequel is in the works. The guy who played Gilmore's rival, Shooter McGavin, in the 1996 movie. Movie says he ran into Adam Sandler a couple weeks ago. Chris McDonald said Sandler showed him a first draft script of Happy Gilmore 2. Southland weather from KFI. Patch clouds, fog moving into the southland this evening. Lows around 40. A few degrees warmer. The fog will burn off. The clouds will increase tomorrow. Highs around 60 at the beaches. 70 Metro LA, Orange County. Mid to upper 70s inland Empire Valleys. Mid 60s in the high desert. About the same Wednesday. Chance of rain late Friday and for the weekend. Right down in Irvine, 62. Granite Park, 66. Burbank, 63. And Torrance, 65 degrees. Your KFI financial report sponsored by Quantum ePay. That was down today, 162. NASDAQ was down 44, S&P down 16.
Brought to you by Quantum ePay. Merchants who make the switch to Quantum ePay save an average of 53% on payment processing. Call today to see how much you can save. Just dial pound 250 on your cell and say keyword Quantum.
Let's get to a crash mid-city.
So this one's on the 10 freeway, and it's making your way along the eastbound side, coming up on Washington. Looks like they've moved all this action into the center divider, but traffic is slammed out of Santa Monica, getting away from 20th Street. Industry with Mike O'Brien, KFI in the sky.
And just a mess here for the 605 and the 60. It's the 60 eastbound at the 605. Overturned big rig, they're still clearing for the two right lanes. Bumper to bumper back through the 710. That's hardly moving through Montefello. The 10 eastbound, not much better. That's going to load up out of City Terrace. City Terrace, it's on and off the bridge into West Covina. A little looser, but you're not going to save too much time there. Now, looks like around the corner here into Whittier. 605 southbound at Beverly. Looks like a brand new two-car rear ender there in the left lane. That's quickly backing up through Peck Road. Mike O'Brien, KFI in the sky.
KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Angel Martinez.
This is a radio ad for Dupixent, dupilumab, a prescription medicine for people 6 months and up with moderate to severe eczema that is not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of Dupixent. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from within. But you can see how Dupixent can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results may vary. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Get help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, or throat. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems, such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist about Dupixent. Visit Dupixent.com or call 1-844-DUPIXENT.
Every basket is better with the most advanced home cocktail maker for celebrations, Bartesian. Helping you master mixology madness during the tournament, Bartesian is offering a $50 discount with the Big Game Bundle. Bartesian gives you the perfect home bar setup to freshly mix cocktails with the press of a button in under 30 seconds. The Big Game Bundle includes the Bartesian and 32 cocktail capsules, including the Tropical Margarita, Vodka, Whiskey, and Gin Lovers collections, plus a capsule drawer to organize your Bartesian madness. Before your home erupts this spring, prepare for the party with Bartesian. Order your Bartesian Big Game Bundle and save $50 plus free shipping. Shop now at Bartesian.com/game. That's BARTESIAN.com/game. Bartesian, premium cocktails on demand.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
On the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, sports, talk, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good. KFI AM 640.
It is the Conway Show and all party people. Jim is off today. My Thompson's in there. Got the whole crew. Otherwise, Sharon is back. Hey! Yeah, Sharon came away for a while. I don't know how she stitched together all those personal days and a vacation day and a long vacation day.
I don't think we need details.
Good job.
What it was made up of.
I'm just saying, we longed for you.
Oh, that's very nice. I missed you guys as well.
And then you do this thing that you do, which is sort of like, then you start to deal with like it's those stages of grief. You long for somebody, and then after a while, you kind of just bargain with yourself. You know, I guess that's it. You start to get attached to somebody else.
Oh, already?
The fill-in provision.
No.
Yeah, I am just saying that these are the. Well, I mean,
Come on.
I got to protect my own soft heart. I've got a very quite empathic, quite sensitive.
That is
fragile.
true. You are
So,
empathic.
yeah. Anyway, it's great to have you back.
Thank you.
And of course, Michael Crozier in the newsroom. It's been a very busy day.
Yeah, man.
Yeah. Folks are serious too. I will tell you that this is a legit ding dong today. I mean, it's funny that I'm doing the Conway show because Tim, I think, would agree it's a legit ding dong. You got Sean Diddy Combs in a massive situation involving serious allegations, Homeland Security, the feds are raiding 2 of his residences, and then this other situation with Otani. He's been quiet. We've heard a lot of different stories, at least 3, regarding his $4.5 million and the translator, his best friend. And so you get all of that. And then finally, Otani meets the press, tells the story today, and that's the other story that was big today. So we'll get to both at minimum, but I think the one that really is remarkable is what's going on with Sean Diddy Combs. This is a federal investigation. There are a bunch of lawsuits against. Do you like to call him Diddy? I guess Diddy is a legit way to talk about him. Or Sean Combs. But he's a billionaire who has played a major role in commercializing rap. This guy is insanely successful and innovative. And now, the idea that maybe the whole house could come tumbling down, there were several civil suits accusing him of sexual misconduct. I mean, that's a polite way to put it. I mean, it was the R word. And this guy who has achieved, as I say, such heights of business success and a label that's done very well. He's really part of an empire that's included fashion, media. He's got a liquor line. So, could it all be threatened by what's going on? Essentially, what is being suggested is that in this flurry of suits, these 3 women and 1 guy, actually, who were interviewed by the feds in Manhattan, and then there are other interviews that are scheduled in relation to this. They involve sex trafficking, sexual assault, solicitation, distribution of illegal narcotics, firearms. I mean, this is crazy. Why would you risk all that success that I was just mentioning for this? So, Sean Combs is 54. He said nothing. And again, he's been under public scrutiny because his former romantic partner accused him of physically and sexually abusing her for years. She made the allegations in a lawsuit that she did file in New York. And then beyond that, there were 3 other women that come forward with their lawsuits. That was in the Southern District of New York. They said they were sexually assaulted by Combs. And 2 of the women in that one said they were teenagers at the time of the assault. So this is really an ugly story. And they say that they're going to go after Combs personally, but now the feds are involved with all of these other allegations that sound like they involve everything from the sexual assault to perhaps human trafficking. I mean, that's what's being talked about. Now, again, look, the guy's innocent until proven guilty. He hasn't been arrested yet, but they are storming into 2 homes that we know of, one in Southern California and the other in Florida. And he's had his share of scrapes, hasn't he? I mean, he's not a guy who's unfamiliar with going up against various situations that have been a little bit dicey. He was, back in the 90s, he had a threat with a gun. He was threatening a photographer from the New York Post, and he used a gun. And whenever that happens, that was criminal mischief is what they called it, but it involved that which I just described. And then This guy has risen to all kinds of heights, and at the same time, he's arrested in 1999 and charged with 2 felonies, second-degree assault and criminal mischief. That was in this beating of a record executive. Steve Stout, was it? He said that Combs and 2 bodyguards beat him with their fists, a telephone, a champagne bottle, a chair. And then when Combs publicly apologizes, Stout asked for the charges to be dismissed. Supposedly, Stout got $500,000 from Combs for that. The assault charge is dropped. And Combs pleads guilty to the lesser charge of harassment. He was sentenced to 1 day of anger management classes. So, money goes a long way to get charges dropped. I mean, and the arrests go on. Right around Christmas of '99, he was going out with Jennifer Lopez. You remember that? And Lopez and rapper Shine are arrested in relation to a shooting at a club in New York. Combs is charged for weapons violation. He's acquitted of that. So there's every manner of stuff going on in Sean Combs' life through the decades. But as I say, all that stuff coexists with insane success. And this Bad Boys Records, that's done well. But again, Bad Boys Records has been involved in all kinds of things. I'm talking about underage people involved in all kinds of illicit activities, particularly sexual activity. And so you begin to see a pattern established. And it doesn't seem as though as the years go by that pattern is ever broken. So even as Sean Combs has achieved immense success, can't say it enough. He has his own cable news network, that Revolt TV. And then that expanded to radio and film. And I mean, why you would mess that up? The dude is, he's got the Midas touch. But he's also just, it would seem, unable to step away from some of these really, really dark things that at least surround his world. So this search of 2 of his homes looks like it will overlap with some of the stuff I just mentioned, and we're watching it for you now. But I mean, boy, the scenes, you see the feds go in, they're like a SWAT team, they're armed to the teeth. It's pretty scary. Of course, he's denied anything through an attorney. And we'll see. I mean, there are more specifics that have to be put on this story. That's where the ding dong really comes together, because there are more specifics that have to come together with the Shohei story. And I will break that down for you, the press conference, and why the story he's telling is the best story to tell. But it's the hardest story to corroborate. And so, I don't know. We'll talk about that as we continue. Mark Johnson for Tim Conway Jr. at KFI AM 640. Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app, now to the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Here's Brooke.
Just as you heard Mark talk about, Dr. Shohei Ohtani says he never bet on baseball, never asked anyone to do it for him. This is after his interpreter/friend was fired last week for using $4.5 million of Ohtani's money to pay gambling debts. The judge in charge of former President Trump's hush money criminal trial in New York set the trial to begin April 15th as an appeals court dropped his $450 million fraud penalty to $175 million and gave him 10 more days to pay it. And in late winter storms hitting the upper Midwest with as much as 2 inches of snow per hour that could hit parts of Nebraska and Minnesota. We'll take a look at the 57 freeway next.
Hey, college hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Give kids the nutrients of real 100% fruit juice to help them conquer the day. Juicy Juice is only sweetened by the fruit, with no sugar added, no high fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family-sized bottles and juice boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com.
Tanya here, and there are many ways that we can all help raise awareness around HIV, but maybe the most important is just talking about it openly and honestly. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetectable, which means the amount of the virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
Hello, it is Ryan, and I was on a flight the other day playing one of my favorite social spin slot games on ChumbaCasino.com. I looked over the person sitting next to me, and you know what they were doing? They were also playing Chumba Casino. Coincidence? I think not. Everybody's loving having fun with it. Chumba Casino is home to hundreds of casino-style games that you can play for free anytime, anywhere, even at 30,000 feet. So sign up now at ChumbaCasino.com to claim your free welcome bonus. That's ChumbaCasino.com and live the Chumba life.
At My Great Clip Salon, I get to use my skills as a stylist to make customers look and feel great. When you sit down in my chair, it's important to me to listen to what you want. And when your haircut's done, I'll save your details and clip notes so you can get the look you love at any Great Clip Salon, anywhere you are. Seeing customers light up at the end of their cut. That's what I love about my job. I'm Katie, and I'm a Great Clip Salon stylist.
Join a salon team. Visit jobs.greatclips.com.
This is a radio ad for Dupixent, dupilumab, a prescription medicine for people 6 months and up with moderate to severe eczema that is not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of Dupixent. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from within. But you can see how Dupixent can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results may vary. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Get help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, throat. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist about Dupixent. Visit Dupixent.com or call 1-844-DUPIXENT.
All the good stuff. Yeah. Camps keeps you on top of pop culture.
Taylor Swift's influence on the music industry continues as Morgan Wallen is following her lead in a roundabout way. Wallen dropped a fresh recording of his 2015 song Spin You Around for similar reasons that Swift is re-recording her earlier albums. His former record label owns the recordings and is releasing them without his consent. The singer had signed to the label nearly a decade ago, but says that at age 21, he didn't fully understand the ramifications of the contract, writing on social media in part. Back in 2014, I went to Florida to try my hand at making original music and songwriting for the first time. This led to a recording deal with a local investor and an artist management deal that I deeply regret. We made 13 songs. Some were okay, most were terrible as I was learning how to write in general and figuring it all out. For months, I've been exploring every avenue possible to acquire the rights to this old music and keep the quality of my catalog consistent with songs I choose to release and believe in. I want you to know this is not my new music, and I don't want to see this happen to anyone else.
All right. And that's what's poppin'.
I'm Camps on iHeartRadio.
Developers are easy to hit, because who cares about developers? Developers are the scumbags of our society. You've got incurable lepers, then you have developers, and then you have curable lepers. We all handle. That's the way it works in terms of the way society looks at these people.
Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
It's in your
Great to be with the KFI kids. KFI AM 640 live everywhere in the iHeartRadio app. Tim Conway Jr. show. Tim is away today. March is sitting in for the afternoon. Really a big day. We mentioned what's going on with Sean Combs and the search of at least two of his homes, one in Florida, one here in Southern California. We'll continue to watch that for you. And the other story we're also watching is the Shohei Ohtani thing. I mean, he came forward after a weekend of rumors and of stories and of an emerging narrative that changed along the way, and he came right out and said it, the thing that you wanted to hear him say, and that is, I never bet on baseball or any other sports, and have never asked someone to do so on my behalf, and have never bet through a bookmaker. So, okay, that's, as I say, what you want to hear. The question will be how that is played out and backed up by the details that will come out, because you have too many investigative agencies associated with this. I mean, even if you, and I'm sure everybody associated with this, myself included, like, I want the guy to be fine, let's move on, and think it. But baseball is super serious about this don't bet on baseball thing. There are signs in the locker room that remind players no betting on baseball. And there is, as there has been a wave of legalization of sports betting, still the understanding among Major League Baseball players and those associated with Major League Baseball that there is no betting allowed on baseball. There's no way that Shohei Ohtani isn't aware of this. So you want it to go away, but because it does involve this thing that abuts, that really butts up right against betting on sports, and baseball is a sport you play in. Baseball is a sport that this dude probably knows the best, even assuming it's not Ohtani. It's the former interpreter. It's hard to imagine that baseball wasn't one of the sports that was bet on. Now, I mean, again, that's just playing it out. If you just figure it out, you're, painting by numbers here. The story just almost by definition has to come back around to that. That's leaving Ohtani out. I'm just talking about the baseball part of it. So some guy's in the hole, $4.5 million, and he doesn't bet on the one sport that he knows better than all the other sports. So he's in the hole for all that money because he's betting sports badly, but he'd rather keep betting those sports he doesn't know as well, like hockey, rather than betting baseball. It just, again, it just strains credulity. I just don't believe it. But I hope it's true. Because I don't know, Ohtani's the best thing to happen to baseball since second base was invented. The guy is just amazing. And obviously, he's a big part of Southern California. And by the way, all of this happened, this entire thing happened while he was on the Angels organization. And now the Dodgers, of course, with all the pride that's associated with having made this acquisition of Ohtani, now have to deal with this situation involving these allegations, and the allegations around the ex-interpreter and his best friend. Now, here is a little of the press conference, just so you can hear from him.
First of all, thank you very much for coming. I wanted to be here today to be able to talk. I'm sure it was very tough. It's been a tough week for fans and team officials, and I'm very grateful that the media has been patient in this process. Just on a personal note, I'm very sad and shocked that someone who I'm trusted has done this. 現在進行中の調査もありますので、今日話せることにまず限りがあるというのをご理解。
And again, when he's talking about someone he knows having done this, this is the story that is the $4.5 million was stolen. Okay, that's the cleanest story because it was stolen. This is how it's this narrative that is so clean. It completely insulates Ohtani from any kind of situation in which there would be gambling. So all that gambling stuff and concern we have about the guy being in the hole and about, betting on baseball, whatever it may be, has nothing to do with Ohtani. Because Ohtani had the money, quote, stolen. Okay. So that's why it's a clean story and a good story and a great story. But here's the problem with the story. The problem with the story is it's a really hard story to believe. And the reason for that is that it's so much money. So exactly how did $4.5 million go away from Shohei Ohtani to his former best friend and interpreter without Ohtani knowing it? Now here's maybe one way that could be answered. Well, it didn't happen all at one time. It wasn't $4.5 million. It was in smaller chunks. To which I would then ask, okay, cool. How small were the chunks? How much money was it? Was it $20,000? Because you got to add up a lot of $20,000 chunks to get to $4.5 million. Over what period of time was this happening? So you begin to see, just even in those basic questions, that this narrative begins to potentially break down unless all of these boxes are checked. If you can legitimately explain how consistently this money kept leaving the account, so it added up in total of $4.5 million, then maybe the story is true. That there's some back channel by which the former best friend and interpreter was able to actually siphon the money off.
But don't we hear stories all the time about uber rich or famous people that have millions and tens of millions stolen from them?
Yeah, and this is the way.
I mean, like, I just put up, rich people who had money stolen from them, and right after that, Kevin Garnett stolen, his manager stole $77 million.
Thank you. This is exactly, thank you. That's a great example, because that's the manager. The manager has a direct access to Kevin Garnett's accounts.
So you just want to know how it is that he had access to the account?
Right.
Who was his friend and his interpreter?
Yeah, to what extent does he have access to the account? To the extent that he can pull out $4.5 million over whatever period of time. I mean, doesn't somebody go, hey, just so you know.
Hell, manager or not, I don't know that I'd want my manager in charge of, or his name on my account, whether he's my manager or my interpreter.
Sure, I'm suggesting that, right, but I'm suggesting that managers typically do manage money. There are a lot of managers who have access to money, have access to accounts, and then after the fact, it's realized, oh my God, the guy cleaned me out. Whereas here, you don't have a guy who's managing money. He's just his pal, and he's also the interpreter. He's an employee, in effect. So how does he have direct...
As is a manager.
Right, but the manager is charged with specifically managing money.
But it's not just managers. I'm just saying these people that this rich, we hear this all the time.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is go back through that all the time, and you'll find it's accountants and managers
and people that are close to them.
Yeah,
essentially.
Well, accountants and managers typically are close at that level anyway. But what I'm saying is you need someone with direct access to it. I don't believe this guy had direct access. That's the distinction here between the people you mentioned and this situation. Because the people you mentioned, it's managers and those who are accountants and these people who are associated with direct access to the money. This guy didn't have that.
It just doesn't seem that unlikely that if they say they've made a point of saying interpreter and friend.
Right.
So if you're including and friend, I would assume that it's more than just a casual friendship. So right. I would assume it'd be somebody that's a close friend.
Okay.
And in somebody in that sort of capacity, I for a guy who doesn't speak English essentially, and 3,000-4,000 miles away from their home, they're gonna get tighter to people that they believe they can trust.
They're like brothers. I have no doubt that they're super tight. That doesn't explain the money part. It really doesn't.
I think it can though.
Well,
again, all of those factors play into he could easily have access and him not think anything.
He could have access to $4.5 million.
He could have access to his account, however much is in it.
I mean, that's a huge leap.
Oh, you're living in a practical world.
No,
these are people that tens of millions of dollars. $4.5 million. How much does that really mean to?
I know we got to take a break. But here, look, when we come back, I will continue to argue with Crozier, and only because I'm right. But the point that you're making is an important one. They were very close, which is why it's conceivable that he could have dished him money. And that brings us to the next scenario, and I think that is also favorable to Ohtani, but sadly doesn't quite get him off the hook and may add more questions. All right, KFI AM 640, it's the Conway Show. Mark Thompson filling in for Tim. Live everywhere in the iHeartRadio app, now to the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Here's Goes.
Orange County's teams have 911 calls are handled.
Now 911 calls
can be diverted to the behavioral health department.
OC Healthcare Agency Director Dr. Veronica Kelly says 911 calls are now screened as part of a partnership with the OC Sheriff's Department.
There are just a few questions that the dispatcher will ask. Is the subject in immediate danger to themselves or others? Are they committing a crime or creating a safety hazard?
Kelly says the screening process, which started this month, frees up police and fire for their respective emergencies while sending someone in crisis the targeted help they need. In Orange County, Corbin Carson, KFI News. A money manager was sentenced to nearly 8 years in prison for stealing more than $1 million from a psychiatrist in Thousand Oaks. Prosecutors say David Snyder stole the money from 2014 to 2018 while managing the doctor's business affairs. The Ventura County DA's office says Snyder used the cash to buy luxury stuff, services, including first-class travel, entertainment, and cosmetic surgery. Snyder pleaded guilty to 13 counts of grand theft last year. The family of a Wall Street Journal reporter arrested in Russia has marked 1 year this week since his detainment. Evan Gershkovich's father, Mikhail Gershkovich, says being President Biden's guest at the State of the Union address made him feel more optimistic.
It's a sign for us that everybody in the U.S. government, the Senate and Congress, the White House are taking the freedom of the press seriously.
Gershkovich was reporting for the Moscow Bureau of the Journal when he was arrested last year on espionage charges. He's pleaded not guilty and is looking at up to 20 years in prison if convicted.
She was like, "Daddy, juice." I said, "No, you got enough juice. Go get some water." She looked at me. She was like, "Juice." And I looked at her. I was like, "Who the f*** you think you talking to?"
Kevin Hart's joined Comedy Legends by becoming the 25th recipient of the Mark Twain Prize for American Humor. Chris Rock, Jerry Seinfeld, Tiffany Haddish, Dave Chappelle, some of the many who spoke at the award ceremony last night. For the ceremony, Hart thanked his family, telling his children, "There is no me without you. I breathe for you. I live for you." Performance will hit Netflix May 11th. We'll take a look at the 134 freeway next.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives you access to all, every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. iHeartMedia is your access company. Go to iHeartResults.com for more.
Hey guys, it is Ryan. I'm not sure if you know this about me, but I'm a bit of a fun fanatic when I can. I like to work, but I like fun too. It's a thing. And now the truth is out there. I can tell you about my favorite place to have fun. Chumba Casino. They have hundreds of social casino style games to choose from with new games released each week. You can play for free anytime, anywhere, and each day brings a new chance to collect daily bonuses. So join me in the fun. Sign up now at ChumbaCasino.com.
At My Great Clip Salon, I get to use my skills as a stylist to make customers look and feel great. When you sit down in my chair, it's important to me to listen to what you want. And when your haircut's done, I'll save your details and clip notes so you can get the look you love at any Great Clip Salon, anywhere you are. Seeing customers light up at the end of their cut. That's what I love about my job. I'm Katie, and I'm a Great Clip Salon stylist.
Join a salon team. Visit jobs.greatclips.com. Here's this week's iHeartRadio countdown of the top TV streams.
Here's what you've made popular by getting your stream on. Starting us off this week is the new dramedy starring Kristen Wiig, Palm Royale on Apple TV+, followed by the Apple TV+ sci-fi drama Constellation. The new Netflix sci-fi drama Three Body Problem makes its debut at number 8 this week. Manhunt on Apple TV+ is in at 7, and that is followed by The Regime on Max, starring Kate Winslet, Beck 1, 1 this week to 6. Resident Alien on Netflix falls out of the top 3, back to 5. And the new drama Apples Never Fall on Peacock jumps up a few this week to 4. The top 3 starts with the debut of Quiet on Set, The Dark Side of Kids TV, a new docuseries on Max. The new action comedy The Gentleman on Netflix remains at number 2. And holding strong at the top, the drama Shogun on FX on Hulu, your number 1 stream show.
And those are your top TV streams of the week on iHeartRadio.
Those veins can be uncomfortable. I'll tell you what they always are, is ugly. You can get rid of those ugly, uncomfortable varicose veins on your legs in just 20 minutes with virtually no downtime. The vein experts at West Medical utilize the latest state-of-the-art, minimally invasive varicose vein procedure, VenaSeal. VenaSeal is a fast, in-office 20-minute procedure that will have you back on your feet immediately, and you'll be able to return to normal activities the same day. Plus, it's covered by most PPO health insurance plans. West Medical's vein specialists are leaders in medical innovation and have helped thousands of people say goodbye to those ugly veins on their legs. So call the folks at West Med at 800-WEST-MED for a free consultation. Call 800-WEST-MED or 800-561-9000. Visit westmedical.com. Westmedical.com. Call 800-561-9000. I feel incredible because I call 1-800-WEST-MEDICAL.
I'm Bev. My husband Bill is living with idiopathic pulmonary fibrosis, a type of interstitial lung disease that can scar your lungs and make it hard to breathe. ILD can be hard to diagnose. If you're out of breath with a constant dry cough, ask a pulmonologist if it could be ILD. Bill and I have been married for over 60 years and we're looking forward to more. If you or someone you love may have ILD, find support, hope, and help at lungsandyou.com.
The Daily Calendar.
Today, March 25th.
It's International Waffle Day. Started in Sweden and now it's famous worldwide, like IKEA or Abba. Today, it's a bed in for peace. How do you participate? You just stay in bed. Oh, wrestle. Best protest ever. Want to throw bright colors at people? The 2-day Holi Festival starts in India. Happy birthday, Sir Elton John, Aretha Franklin, Sarah Jessica Parker from Sex and the City, and rapper Big Sean. And that's your Daily Calendar from KFI AM 640. KFI AM 640, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Mark Thompson here from Tim Conway Jr. We'll be back tomorrow. And I mentioned that probably was our lead story today was the raid of Diddy's homes in Southern California and also in Florida. Got Homeland Security involved, and the feds are all over this. And the allegations are pretty serious. Steve Gregory, the award-winning Steve Gregory, is on the line now. Steve, what do you know?
Oh, well, I got a tip about a week and a half ago that this was going to happen.
Oh,
and So I was first on scene this morning, and
what time did it happen this morning?
Well, it got delayed multiple times. So I was in place by 6:45 this morning, and then it got pushed to 10:30, then it got pushed to 12, and then it finally happened around 1 o'clock.
And why do those things get pushed, Steve? Why do they push like that?
Well, in this particular case, there were a lot of multiple parts moving at the same time. They had teams in Miami, and they have teams in somewhere, I believe, in New York, though they're being very cagey about that location. It all started about a week and a half ago when I first was tipped off by federal law enforcement sources that told me that this was coming, but they wouldn't tell me who it was about and what the charges, or not charges rather, but what the circumstances were surrounding this raid. So I was kept in the dark, but I was getting frequent updates as to when they were going to move in. Initially, they were thinking that Combs was going to be home here in the Holmby Hills area this morning. The plan was to go in at dark 30, and that's typically when they do these types of raids. When there's somebody at home that they're after, they're going to go in. You know, it's a scientific, kind of a scientific formula that they use to go in and do this. So when they found out,
dark 30 mean again? Just remind me, because I had my handbook in the car.
Dark 30 is, like 3 a.m. between 3 a.m.
Like
5
I said,
a.m.
middle of the night. Okay.
Yeah, overnight. Yeah, usually between 3 and 5 a.m. That's when a person is in their deepest REM cycle.
Okay.
And there's less likely chance of somebody being able to reach for a weapon, or they're going to be more disoriented when they're caught by surprise.
Based on the parties that we're hearing about, I don't know that 3 to 5 a.m. is time that he's in his gas run cycle, but all right. Anyway.
Well, we don't know that those parties were going on in his presence. That's the thing that we're also learning, because he's got multiple places, and the fact that there were multiple young men in this house today, 2 of whom were his sons, that just shows you that there's probably activity going on in all those locations of some kind, and he doesn't necessarily have to be at those locations. So, the Combs got on a plane, a private jet, sometime over the weekend and headed back east. And so it kind of threw everything off a bit, and I kept being updated by my source saying, we're not sure yet, they're waiting to sign off on the warrants. They got the warrants signed off on, then okay, it's a go, but now that he's in, now that he took off back east, we're not really sure when it's going to go down and where it's going to go down. We don't even know if it's going to happen yet. Late last night, I finally got the call that said you need to be at this particular address at 7:15 this morning. So I got here around 6:45, and it was near a staging area. And the staging area was the Los Angeles City Fire Department Station 71 over here in Beverly Glen. And so I was parked around the corner waiting, and then there 7:15 came, no word. They're like, we're really sorry, but we have to have him in our sights, and we haven't found him yet. We got to wait until he's in our sights before we can go, because we want to make sure that we can account for him when we're, raiding all of his properties. So they had to wait to get eyes on him back east somewhere before they could go. So they said they're going to push it off another 2 or 3 hours. So I waited around, and then they said it was going to be at 10:30, then it was going to be at noon, and then finally, just about 5 to 1 this afternoon, those big Bearcats, those SWAT vehicles come rolling by, and then I dipped in right behind them and followed them all the way up into the area here.
So did you hear what they were looking for, or I mean, what they were trying to pull out of there? Or obviously, they made these arrests.
Well, we don't know that anyone's been arrested yet.
They detained you.
That's standard protocol. When somebody in a search warrant like this, they're going to handcuff them and take them outside and ask them questions and detain them. That's they're detained. They're not arrested. So that's standard procedure to make sure that the scene is safe. They have to make sure it's safe before they can search it, and they want to make sure everyone's accounted for. No surprises. No one can reach for anything. So in order to do that, make it perfectly safe, they have to put them in handcuffs and put them off to the side. So as agents went in, presumably based on the recent allegations and the lawsuits leveled against Combs, they're looking for any evidence to support the claims that he somehow is involved in a sex trafficking ring involving minors. In Homeland Security Investigations, known as HSI, they're that little-known federal agency that does a lot of work behind the scenes that people don't know about. I will also tip you off, this is something that no one knows about either, but HSI, I'm told, is also investigating the Otani case. Because they also do cyber crimes, they do, white-collar stuff like that, financial crimes, especially when it's transnational. When it's transnational, Homeland Security Investigations gets involved. When it's domestic, it's FBI. When it's international, it's CIA. So in this particular case, HSI is running the show. So that begs the question, well, if they specialize in transnational investigations, are there components dealing with other countries here? So that's one of the things we're hoping to find out. But the feds take their time to put a case together, so we may not know the fruits of their labor on this for quite some time.
That's remarkable. It's such a huge story. It's so high profile. I wonder if Combs himself is going to say anything about it, but
I'm sure his attorney will, because I guess he's already said that he's denying the allegations leveled against him by at least these 2 different lawsuits, the one from December and the one in February this year. Both have very graphic detail and very graphic assertions in them. He denies both of them, but for HSI to get involved, they have to have a reason to move forward and to mobilize this many teams from around the country to do this. They don't do this on a whim. They have to have probable cause to do so. So they don't do anything by chance. So if there is a good chance for something there, they're going to find it.
Steve Gregory, awesome. I mean, quite remarkable that you were aware of this a week and a half ago, and I know
I've been sitting on it for a long time.
Yeah, you'll be aware of details, I'm sure, ahead of a lot of other people who look forward to hearing more. Thanks, Steve. Appreciate that.
You guys, buddy. Take care.
on the Diddy situation as it is unfolding, both today and into the future, from our Steve Gregory. We'll get back to Otani, that press conference, and Crozier and I rolling around about what might have happened as we continue. It's the Conway Show. Tim's off today. He'll be back tomorrow. Mark Thompson sitting in. KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Now to the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Here's Mike Crozier.
Full rail service from Metrolink and Amtrak is moving through San Clemente again after the winter rains caused rock and mudslides from the hillside in January. The United Nations has approved the demand for a ceasefire between Hamas and Israel in Gaza. The U.S. abstained from voting, which made Israel a little upset, and they canceled a visit that was scheduled at the White House for next week. And Texas says it will focus on the border and not on checking a driver's immigration status during stops if its new immigration law is allowed to go into effect. That despite the law having no geographical limitations. We'll take a look at the freeways next.
Hot college hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
In this week's Marketers Report, Angela Zepeda, CMO Hyundai Motor America, discusses measuring audio.
The measurement capability within audio, I think, surprised all of us. We have seen a huge return on our investment. Seeing real numbers has helped us continue to invest.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to the data, audiences, and influencers you need to grow. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com.
Hello, it is Ryan, and we could all use an extra bright spot in our day, couldn't we? Just to make up for things like sitting in traffic, doing the dishes, counting your steps, all the mundane stuff. That is why I'm such a big fan of Chumba Casino. Chumba Casino has all your favorite social casino-style games that you can play for free anytime, anywhere with daily bonuses. That should brighten your day a little. Actually, a lot. So sign up now at ChumbaCasino.com. That's ChumbaCasino.com.
All the good stuff, yeah. Camps keeps you on top of pop culture. Congratulations going out to Christy Brinkley, who's been diagnosed with and successfully treated for skin cancer. The 70-year-old model and actress made the announcement on Instagram, sharing that a doctor caught it during a physical for one of her daughters. After a biopsy, a basal cell carcinoma, the most common form of skin cancer, was found, and Brinkley wrote that the doctors, quote, "remove the cancer and stitch me up to perfection like a haute couture Dior." CBS News notes that most cases of skin cancer are caused by overexposure to ultraviolet rays that come from the sun or artificial tanning, with Christy Brinkley urging people to check for suspicious moles and use sunscreen, writing, "I'll be slathering on my SPF 30, reapplying as needed, wearing long sleeves and wide brim hats, and doing regular total body checkups." All right, and that's what's poppin'. I'm Camps on iHeartRadio.
With AI growing at a staggering rate, experts agree the data centers needed to advance the technology could be a challenge. Aaron Rayal has the story.
Experts believe that electricity consumption from data centers, AI, and cryptocurrency could double by 2026. As a result, utilities will have to lean more heavily on natural gas, coal, nuclear, and even new gas-powered plants to help meet spikes in demand. At the same time, many tech companies and utilities have made commitments to dramatically reduce the carbon emissions they produce. Renewable sources like wind and solar are an option, but tech companies need reliable power, and relying on weather's vagaries is not an option.
The European Union is launching an investigation into Meta, Alphabet, and Apple. The probe falls under the EU's new digital markets law, which prohibits big tech from steering customers away from third parties that provide similar services. And Apple will launch its Vision Pro headset in China later this year. Company CEO Tim Cook announced the plan to the Chinese media during his visit to the country. Tech Report, Matt Mattinson, NBC News Radio.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
There was a murder in central Ohio that many people still don't want to talk about. The man who committed that crime once sat on death row, but now he's on the run. His name is Lester Eubanks. Lester didn't tunnel out of prison or scale a stone wall. On December morning in 1973, he and a small group of inmates were granted permission to walk outside prison walls. His handcuffs were taken off. He changed into civilian clothing, and he and 3 others were driven to a local mall. They were told they could wander the stores and were asked to return to a designated meeting spot. Hours later, all the inmates came back, except Lester Eubanks, and he hasn't been seen since.
He had a full plan. The guy had a plan. I was just astounded that this could actually happen.
There were many years when it seemed like no one was even looking for Lester. But recently, his whereabouts have become the focus of the U.S. Marshal Service, the federal agents who track fugitives. The case is testing the marshals.
Those 9 lives are running out, and we're going to catch up with Lester.
And is being urged on by those hurt most by Lester's crime.
He's had enough free time. He confessed to the crime, and his time is up.
I'm Sunny Hostin with ABC News. Over the past year, a team from the ABC News investigative unit joined the search for Lester Eubanks. They uncovered new leads, possible sightings, and at every turn found resistance from those who want Lester Eubanks to be forgotten. What they've uncovered is a case that's about more than murder. It's about family loyalty, a life on the run, and a first-hand look at how the U.S. Marshals are trying to solve one of the oldest fugitive cases in American history. Now they may be closer than ever. On ABC News.
Have you seen this man?
Have you seen this man?
Three of you have seen this man.
Have you seen this man?
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one.
Ray is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-616-1997. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. There is zero risk to you. If we can't reduce your tax debt, then you pay nothing. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have a 5-star rating on Google and Yelp and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-616-1997. That's 800-616-1997. Tax Relief Advocates, real solutions for real people.
The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 commercial-free stations waiting for you right now, like Lost 80s. Just search Lost 80s and listen now on your free iHeartRadio app. iHeartRadio, free never sounded so good.
Is being skinny worth diarrhea forever? I mean, some people would say yes. Does anybody else say diarrhea forever and fear the Beatles? Strawberry Fields forever?
Jerry and Shannon.
No.
Live 9 to 1 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI AM 640. Live everywhere in the iHeartRadio app. Mark Thompson here for Tim Conway Jr. Tim was on that in that parade over the weekend. I saw it San Juan Capistrano.
Yeah, the return of the Swallows.
I was really looking forward to that. I mean, he'd been talking about it on the air.
He posted a bunch of stuff that was just fantastic to look at.
Yeah. And it was raining, it seemed, for a good chunk of it. And he still had that Conway smile. I was trying to look at that smile going, hey, is it real?
Yeah, right. Me too.
It was real. It was real.
Yeah, I guess, you gotta smile corporation. The other side of that is Fritz Coleman's a friend of mine.
And
Hours.
Hours, friend of the show, of course. We started kind of in the business, and I met Fritz back in Buffalo, New York. So we were at the same radio station. And Fritz had texted me, and it was just weird to have two guys who you knew were going to be in the same parade. He texted me that he's Grand Marshal of the parade. And he said, I'm going to be on a horse for the San Juan Capistrano thing. So I'm seeing parallel Instagrams, and there's rain in both, and both guys look pretty happy. So anyway, if you were down there and you saw Conway, good for you. I expect that he'll be back tomorrow. I've just been handed this. Diddy's private jet tracked to the Caribbean island while his homes are being raided in the U.S. Oh, man. The Diddy personal jet, it's called Love Air LLC jet. The LLC kind of takes a romance down, doesn't it? You just got to love air. It just feels a little bit better. With the LLC, you got to put it in there, I guess. But anyway, it's a Gulfstream 5. It's a black Gulfstream 5. Sexy. He's flown it for years. And it's now on the ground in Antigua, which is down in the Caribbean. So, looking at this is the TMZ people. They're all over this. They say that between Sunday and today, the jet was all up and down California, taking off from Sacramento and landing at Palm Springs. Then taking off about an hour after that and landing in Van Nuys. And then, around 9 o'clock this morning, the jet took off from Van Nuys and landed in Antigua. So right now, it's in Antigua. And there is no update apart from the fact that the jet, that sexy jet, is on the ground. Meantime, two of Diddy's homes in LA and Miami were swarmed by federal law enforcement people. And as reported by Steve Gregory here, it would seem, and they're a little bit more cloaked about this, it would seem as though there's a residence around New York that may be searched. And Justin and King, his two sons, along with perhaps a few other people, were taken into custody, but it is not thought that there are any arrests made based on what we were talking about with Steve. And he said that somewhat routine to take people aside. Now, the lawsuits against Diddy have been really, really serious, and the allegations of human sex trafficking, all the rest, they're super serious. So you're dealing with a really volatile situation potentially for Sean Combs, and we'll watch it for you here at KFI. But that's the very latest on his whereabouts. I guess he's in Antigua in the Caribbean. So when we come back, I do want to get back to Ohtani. I also want to get to a Costco story. Costco's cracking down on the one thing you don't want them to crack down. There is no one that goes to Costco that doesn't want this one thing that they are cracking down on. We will talk about it next hour. It's the Conway Show. Mark Thompson sitting in on KFI AM 640, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Ignorance is bliss. We have zero bliss. Completely blissless.
KFI.
And KOST HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
He was pretty much there before the police. I'm Michael Crozier, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Federal agents have raided the home of rapper-producer Diddy in Holmby Hills. KFI Steve Gregory was first on the scene.
The convoy of military-style ballistic vehicles and white panel vans rolled up to the scene here at 200 South Mapleton Drive. At about 1 this afternoon, multiple federal agents entered Sean Combs' home, guns drawn. Moments later, several gunmen in handcuffs were brought outside. Published reports identified two of those as Combs' son, Justin and King. Homeland Security Investigations is leading the raid, and while teams were going inside the home here in West LA, teams raided Combs' property in Miami. Some agents even pulled up to the compound's private marina. A number of lawsuits have been filed against Combs alleging sex trafficking of minors, allegations Combs denies. Homeland Security Investigations specializes in trafficking investigations. Live in Homey Hill, Steve Gregory, KFI News.
Dodgers Shohei Ohtani says he's never gambled on baseball or any other sport.
Ohtani spoke to a packed press room saying he was shocked beyond belief that someone he trusted could steal massive amounts of money from his account to pay off illegal gambling debts. Using a new interpreter, Ohtani says his former interpreter, Ibe Mizuhara, lied to the media.
Ipe told to the media and to my representatives that I, on behalf of a friend, paid off debt.
Ohtani says he never willingly transferred $4.5 million from his account to a bookmaker, and he never agreed to pay off Mizuhara's debt. He says he'll be focusing on the Dodgers season while the police handle the investigation. At Dodger Stadium, Chris Adler, KFI News.
Investigators asking the public to help locate a man kidnapped in Midway City. Lucy Sheriff Sergeant Matthew Parrish says a woman called to report a masked man assaulted, then grabbed Tony Lamb from in front of his home.
That previous night on March 14th, he had spent some time at a couple of different restaurants. One was the LB Restaurant and Lounge in Westminster, and the other one was the 171 Sky Restaurant in Garden Grove.
Parrish says 2 men were charged last week with felony aggravated kidnapping, but neither will say where Lamb is. One of the men was convicted of murder in 2000. The feds have gone to court over a beard policy at the California Department of Corrections.
The U.S. Department of Justice says in its complaint the state's ban on bearded corrections officers violates the religious beliefs of Muslims, Sikh, and other officers. The DOJ is seeking an injunction from a Sacramento federal court after 8 officers filed complaints with the Federal Equal Employment Opportunity Commission. Court documents say state corrections policy is related to the need for some officers to wear tight-fitting respirators that facial hair doesn't interfere with. The federal complaint says officers forced to shave have suffered shame and humiliation among their communities. Michael Monks, KFI News.
The Department of Labor says there's been an alarming increase in child labor violations. ABC's Brian Clark says the department investigated nearly 1,000 cases just last year.
A Tennessee company that manufactures components for John Deere and Yamaha used child labor, and under a consent judgment will give back $1.5 million in profit and pay the government nearly $300,000 in fines.
Clark says the company subjected 10 kids to oppressive child labor. The kids will be compensated with the return of profits. The Powerball jackpot's now at $800 million ahead of tonight's drawing. ABC's Derek Dennis says there hasn't been a big winner since January.
It's now the 6th largest prize in the game's history with a cash value of $384 million. But if that's not enough, Mega Millions is now a Mega Billion-dollar jackpot.
Dennis says the Mega Millions jackpot's at $1.1 billion for tomorrow night's drawing. Odds of winning either jackpot are $300 million to 1.
Count your views together 3 times. And think to yourself, there's no place like home.
What if there are?
There's no place like home.
No place.
There's no place like home.
Judy Garland's home in Bel Air is now on the market for $11.5 million. Garland, best known for her role as Dorothy and the Wizard of Oz, bought the more than 5,500 square foot home in 1938. It's got 5 bedrooms, 6.5 bathrooms, curved staircase, and multiple black marble fireplaces. The listing's just 2 weeks old. It's already got more than 8,900 views on Zillow. The site says it's likely to sell faster than 82% of other homes for sale nearby, proving there's really no place like it. We'll take a look at the 14 freeway next.
Me and my pet, we share everything. The bed, the couch, our favorite blanket, but not fleas and ticks. Because I protect him with Nextar, the fastest acting 30-day flea and tick topical. Because when you're this close, every minute counts. Don't give fleas and ticks time to cozy up to you and your pet. Keep your shared moments special and protect what matters with Nextar. Shop Nextar Flea and Tick Protection now.
What up, Piff? How you doing, Magic Johnson? You can stick a name. How about yourself?
This is a radio ad for Dupixent. Dupilumab, a prescription medicine for people 6 months and younger with moderate to severe eczema.
3 years.
Well controlled with topical prescription therapy. But since this is radio,
Dog, check this out. You're live right now on 11 different YouTubes.
how it helps you stay ahead of your
11. I
Or
picked
how
it up
helps
in
block a key source of information inside the body.
I'm going to send you a link right now. It's going to blow your fucking mind.
Heal your skin from within. But you can see how Dupixent can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results may vary. Serious allergic reactions can occur.
This is so baller.
Right away if you have wheezing, trouble
More data
breathing,
than any
swelling,
person has on the
mouth,
internet.
tongue, throat.
Here we
Tell your
go.
doctor
We're going to be
about
getting
your
this in
worsening eye
10,
problems, such as
9,
eye pain, vision
8,
changes, or blurred vision,
7,
joint aches and
6,
pain, or a parasitic
5,
infection. Don't
4,
change or stop asthma
3,
medicines without talking to your
2,
doctor.
1.
See for
Yeah,
yourself.
you
Ask
got
your
it.
eczema
Check
specialist
here.
about Dupixent.
Visit DePixon.com or call 1-844-DePixon.
Click it, it's got a lot of some different angles. That's the cool thing. It's all different angles.
Has anyone seen the bride and groom?
Sorry, we're here. We were getting lucky.
It's the biggest deal in world history. You need to tell everyone you know about it. I have more data on the internet than any person in global history.
Play for free at LuckyLandSlots.com. Daily bonuses are waiting. No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited by law. 18+. Terms and conditions apply. See website for details.
I appreciate it.
Attention parents. Watch your child go from ABCs to confident readers in just 30 days with Hooked on Phonics. It only takes
Absolutely.
15 minutes a day to unlock the most important life skill for their future, reading. We transform kids no
Correct.
matter
And
their
then
starting
I
point.
stream it on Instagram and TikTok.
Results. One grade level jump or your money back. Right now, get free access to Hooked on Math and Spelling apps.
That's
Your
correct.
first month for just $1. Visit hookedonphonics.com today and unleash your child's reading potential.
Excellent. That is Duncan. You take care. You're welcome anytime, baby. You too. Shout out to your friends. Take care.
No big surprise from there. You'd be on the brakes all the way into downtown Los Angeles. That's up to 405. That loads up right about the 10, same spot there. That's going to be tough up to the Sepulveda Pass, up to Nebraska, the worst of that. And if you're heading south towards LAX, you won't be on the brakes there, starting at about Wilshire. Yeah, it'll be Wilshire on and off the Rocky Arrow, so before it loosens out. And then beyond that, you got some on and off soil for the 105 and the Carson. Mike O'Brien, KFI in the sky.
And along that 91 freeway, we're going to look at the westbound side this afternoon. That's where it's kind of crowded out of Riverside. This is backing up off of Madison. Delays taking you ahead to Tyler Street. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Rachel Martinez.
The Simon & Garfunkel story returns to the stage in Cerritos. The critically acclaimed concert-style theater show about two young boys from Queens, New York, who went on to become the world's most successful music duo of all time, comes alive at the Cerritos Center for the Performing Arts. The four shows will be presented on March 28th at 7 p.m., Friday, March 29th at 8 p.m., and Saturday, March 30th at 2 p.m. and 8 p.m. Get your tickets to the Simon & Garfunkel story at CerritosCenter.com. Or call 562-916-8500.
Hey, it's Dean Sharp. Now is the perfect time for that new dream kitchen, because the best place for kitchen cabinets in all of Southern California, the Kitchen Store, is having its big sale. The Kitchen Store is right off the 405 in Culver City with 12 months same as cash financing, pricing that beats the big boxes, a totally free in-showroom consult with an expert kitchen designer, and happening right now, the big sale. So start your new kitchen right by dialing 310 Kitchen. That's 310 Kitchen. Find them on the web at 310kitchen.com.
Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, sports, talk, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good. KFI AM 640.
KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Mark Thompson here for Tim Conway Jr. back tomorrow. The big story, of course, the Sean Combs story lives alongside a story that has been percolating all weekend, and there is just more, in minimum all weekend, all last week as well. And it's the Shohei Ohtani story. And for the first time, Ohtani faced the media, answered the questions, or at least said the things that we wanted to hear, like no betting on baseball, I didn't know anything about it, this kind of thing. But the guy who really knows this stuff, and lives and breathes Dodgers and baseball, is on the line with us now. He's the host of Dodger Talk on AM 570 KLIC. How about it for David Vassegh? Hey there, Vassegh.
Hey, thanks, Mark.
Yes, sir. What did you take from the press conference, and give us some sense of the questions that need to be answered that are still unanswered?
Well, the biggest one is, how did Ipe get access to Ohtani's bank account? That's the biggest question everybody's asking. That was not answered. Those, among others, are definitely on the top of many reporters' minds out here at Dodger Stadium. But I'll say this, Mark, no matter how much people wanted to attach themselves to Ohtani when he was playing for the Angels, nobody really knows him. He's very private. Him and Ipe were basically inseparable. In spring training, I saw Ohtani talk to Ipe more hours than I ever saw him speak to any of his teammates. So Ipe was more than an interpreter to him. There were relationship. These guys spent a lot of time together. And that's why I feel like Ohtani in his statement wanted to get across that he is disappointed and feels very betrayed because he trusted this guy with more than just translating Japanese to English.
I love that you characterize it this way because it helps us understand a bit. Because Crozier and I were going around and around about the fact that I asked the question as well as how could you see that kind of money leave your account even over a long period of time? I understand it might not have all been at one time, but that's another story, question I'd like the answer to. But do you think, and this is real speculation, and you may not be able to answer, but maybe just a thought or two on, were they close enough? Based on what you just said, it makes me feel like maybe they were close enough that he did have access to Ohtani's account on some level.
Well, that's what Ohtani was alluded to in his statement. He said he was stolen from and eBay is a fraud. So it feels like even Ohtani did not know eBay as well as Ohtani did, spending as much time together as they did, which I guess we've all known people to that extent where you feel like you know them and all of a sudden they get into this type of trouble. Not sure if many of us know anybody that's stolen millions of dollars from you, like Ohtani can let you things it, but certainly it's a very bizarre story, considering Ohtani is not just another player, right? He's not just another superstar, all-star player. He is an international corporation. He has a lot of people that have interest in him. So it's one thing if it was just Ohtani, but you would imagine there's a lot of layers to this whole Ohtani empire that many people have made money off of.
Which is why so many people want this story to go away or in some way be compartmentalized, and you wonder just how quickly that's going to happen. You have so many investigative agencies, and you can tell me maybe how baseball investigates it because there's such strict rules against gambling in the world of Major League Baseball. But then in addition to baseball, you have other investigative agencies also. So the real story here, David Vassay, is likely going to come out, right?
No doubt, and not just a Major League Baseball investigation. They usually take their cues from law enforcement agencies. For instance, they're still waiting to make their decision on whether or not they will suspend former Dodger pitcher Julio Urias. They're waiting for the city attorney on whether or not they're going to touch charges. So in this case, obviously a higher federal government investigation, whether it's the IRS or the DOJ, that is going to take precedence and give us more answers than any Major League Baseball investigation.
Yeah, the cleanest story is the one that's out there today from Ohtani, which is, I didn't know anything about this. This was a violation of a trust, and this money was stolen from me. If that story is true, it leaves him truly clean for any of this. If there's anything else, like the first story, which was I loaned him the money or I gave him the money, the story did change, right there?
It did from eBay standpoint within 24 hours, and that's what raised a lot of red flags. But according to Shohei Ohtani in the statement that he prepared, he did not know about any immediate inquiry to talk to eBay regarding this whole gambling matter or the debts that eBay had incurred. So he's even saying that he had no idea this story was coming out or that anybody had contacted media-wise eBay regarding this.
I really hope that's true. You know, it's funny. Last thing, I know you got to run, so you've been so kind to be with us. But the last thing I'd say is just what you were talking about, which is that no one really knows Ohtani. The fact that he can't speak English and he speaks through an interpreter, so our interactions are through other people, and even the reporters like yourself are very close to it. You have to work it. So we kind of bestow upon him the best. Like, I think of him in the very most positive ways. And that may be the way to think of him. I don't know. But it's true that I don't really know. I know nothing about this guy because of just the way he is.
And also to clarify the language barrier, Mark, I will say this. Mike Trout 2 years ago said Ohtani knows he knows English a lot better than we are all led to believe. And Dave Roberts this past spring training even said the biggest surprise managing Ohtani was how well he understands and speaks English. So want to or are concerned about speaking to the media because of things getting lost in translation. But for the most part, according to Otani's former teammate and Mike Trout and his current manager, he knows and understands English better than we all are aware of.
Great stuff, Tim. Great stuff. David Bassett, host of Dodger Talk on AM 570 KLAC. That's the guy to listen to for all the stuff going on. Are you there's some kind of you're at a pet shop, there's a parakeet. What does it sound like, David? What is that, David? What is that? That's
it's called a baseball game. You know, that's why we're here. We're not here for the football. We're here for the baseball game.
I'm sorry about that. The sounds of a baseball game are different than I remember. David, you're the best. David Bassett, thank you for being here. Love you, man. Talk to you soon. All right.
Thanks, Mark.
David Bassett, host of Dodger Talk on AM 570 KLAC. Mark Thompson for Tim Conway Jr. on KFI AM 640. We're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app, now to the KFI 24-hour newsroom explosion.
Officials in industry say a teenage girl died after she went into a sheriff's station and got a deputy's gun and was shot during a struggle. Her foster parents said she was having a mental health crisis. 3 senior executives at Boeing, including the CEO, are stepping down as it deals with safety investigations, including that door plug that fell off a plane in January. And a new report says there was a 31% jump in fatal car accidents during the total solar eclipse in 2017. The report comes out before the next total eclipse on April 8th and warns people to keep your eyes on the road. Cloudy, foggy, cool tonight. Clouds tomorrow, a little warmer. Then partly mostly cloudy during the day to the weekend when we might get some more rain. This report brought to you by South Coast Repertory Theater. It is Slow and Pomona.
This is the eastbound side of the 10 where traffic loads up, leaving the 57 freeway. You're on the brakes ahead, looking a lot better once you pass Indian Hill. You've got a little opening with some more slowing ahead into Ontario from Gage as you make that Grove Avenue as you continue all the way into Fontana. Hey, we've got Mike O'Brien, KFI in the sky.
Yeah, just over Hollywood and the Hollywood Freeway. 101 southbound, JFK, just about Sunset Boulevard. That's going to be tough into downtown Los Angeles. From there, northbound side, not too bad. We'll take through downtown. And some sluggish stuff certainly into the Cahuenga Pass up to the Universal City area. Also, the lights are on at Dodger Stadium, and it'll be the Dodgers and Angels, and they'll play the Freeway Series here tonight, exhibition, but big crowd expected. Mike O'Brien, KFI in the sky.
KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Angel Martinez.
Decor decorating, it's my new thing. I'm going for mid-century with rustic chic, with a terracotta gallery wall and abstract rug. Looking nice. Free one-day delivery on home decor and millions of other items. Whatever you're into, it's on Prime. No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Give kids the nutrients of real 100% fruit juice to help them conquer the day. Juicy Juice is only sweetened by the fruit, with no sugar added, no high fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family-sized bottles and juice boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
This sun season, involve your sun care with new Banana Boat 360 coverage. With advanced control mist, it's a new way to spray. An all-new bottle means an all-new mist experience that smells great and is incredibly light on your skin. Better control with coverage you can count on. Tap the trigger lightly to cover targeted areas or pull for a long, continuous spray, ensuring long-lasting Banana Boat
protection. Plus, it's refillable. Sweat-resistant sport formula to kids SPF 50+. Shop Banana Boat 360 Mist at Walmart, Target, or Amazon.
We all need help understanding God's Word sometimes. The In Touch Radio Network on iHeartRadio provides biblical teaching you can trust, featuring daily devotions, the sermons of Dr. Charles Stanley, and our Spanish station, In Contacto. The In Touch Radio Network will lift you up throughout your day and help you gain a deeper understanding of God's Word. Listen anytime and anywhere. Just search In Touch on your iHeartRadio app.
Tanya here, and there are many ways that we can all help raise awareness around HIV, but maybe the most important is just talking about it openly and honestly. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetectable, which means the amount of the virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
Don't talk to me in the morning before I've had my wake-up call with Amy King. Live 5 to 6 a.m. on KFI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
KFI AM 640. Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. It's the Conway Show. Mark Thompson sitting in. We've been kicking it today really between two major stories. The Diddy story, which involved a raid by the feds on at least two of his residences. And of course, the Otani story. We just heard from David Vassay. And if the story that we heard from Otani today in the press conference, the much anticipated press conference, if it's true, then it's the cleanest story, and it explains how this guy who he trusted, his interpreter and his best friend, had access to money and took money from him. And at some point, apparently the point is $4.5 million in, Otani noticed it, or it became part of raising enough eyebrows that Otani had to answer it, and that's where we are. Now he gets rid of the best friend, he gets rid of the interpreter, and we're left asking some questions. Now, it's funny because I was saying before with Michael Crozier that I just didn't see how, regardless of how close they are, they're clearly coming. It's been excruciatingly clear that these guys are super close. The point's been made over and over. They're like brothers. They're more, he's more than a translator. He's more than a teammate.
Knowing that,
yeah.
Why is it such an improbable thing?
Well,
why is it so hard to believe, I should say?
You mean that he would have access to this kind of money? Yeah. Because I just think that I don't care how close. I'll give you two reasons. The first is I don't care how close you are with somebody. I think you might just not give them access to the money. It's almost.
And maybe he didn't give him access.
Yeah, you're saying that
maybe he got it. It's easy for people that are close to get access to things like that.
Well, then
that close.
Yeah, that would support this narrative if that's true. You're right. I mean, in other words, if he were to get a check or some kind of. And what would it be? What would the instrument be by which you could get access?
I think. Well, we'll find out more the amounts that we're talking about at any given moment. That it just accumulated the $4.5 million. But how easy is it to, especially in a situation where, again, Otani is who he is. If he doesn't want to get out of the car and go to the ATM and grab some cash, here's my debit card, here's my PIN, go get some money.
Sure.
Right off the bat, he's got a card, he's got a PIN.
Right.
From that point on, he can do anything he wants.
Up to a point.
And this could have been the point.
I'm just saying it's a big point. $4.5 million.
Look, how much is Otani worth?
No, allowing even for the inflationary aspect of his life.
But you can't dismiss all of those things because they all paint a picture that would allow something like this to happen.
I'm not dismissing it. In fact, I'm integrating it.
Right, but I mean, you say regardless of how close they were, and casting aside, the level of who he is. No, all of those things play a part. I don't think you can separate the two.
Yeah, literally, though, you're sort of suggesting, okay, because he's worth so much that this $4.5 million or an access to amounts like that, that's something that he, in his life, has more opportunities for others to take advantage of than the rest of us do.
Yeah, I think you have to, he's not you or me who can go about our daily life, and we're not getting hounded day in, day out. And the daily task of going to the store, or like I said, pulling money out of an ATM or something like that, that's not as available to people like that as they are to you and me. So you kind of get into this boat. I believe that the people that are the closest to you, you're going to ask them, will you handle this for me or something like that. Their responsibility, I don't even say responsibilities, the things that they need to keep their eyes on are probably far greater than you or I.
Yeah, okay.
And, for somebody who travels, all the time around the world, it's not a stable life that he has in the first place.
Right. I mean, I'll accept the fact that he farms a lot of stuff out. I mean, that's what I do.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm there to stand in the batter's box or stand in the pitcher's mound and get the job done.
Plus, I think it is, like you say, you can interpret it as convenient that he gave you the perfect reasoning that makes him look the most innocent. And, sort of at the same time, the fact that he said, I have never bet on baseball and I've never bet on any sports, that is a pretty definitive statement to make that could be easily not corroborated, but it could easily be disputed. That would seem to me to be a very easy thing to dispute. So why would you say something that definitive?
Well, because the history of statements and press conferences is littered with people saying things that are then proven to be wrong. I mean, I can take you back to I'll take you back under oath during that O.J. Simpson case. Remember, they had Mark Furman was the detective, and he says under oath, and Mr. Furman, Detective Furman, you ever use the N-word? And they get the whole thing on that, right? And then the next day, they're playing a tape of him using it after he, under oath, said he never had. I mean, this stuff happens all the time, where people emphatically maintain something. Monica Lewinsky, I never met her, I didn't know her. I mean, that was Bill Clinton's thing. I mean, it was just...
So you're saying it's possible? So if it's possible one way, it's also possible the other way.
Sure. I'm hoping that he's clean. As we've said over and over, the story he has is the cleanest story.
So until something comes out that says, oh, look, it shows him right here, he bet on this, whether it was baseball or not, or something to the effect of I just don't find it that implausible that this guy who was as tight with him would not have access to an account.
Yeah, that's it. And I guess I do find it implausible. It just is, you and I that's really where we separate. And so, now, I mean, the real darker narrative, just in 30 seconds or less, are simple. That his, basically his translator and best friend was, I'll give you the more favorable one, gambling, lost the money, asked him for the money, Ohtani gave him the money, and that's how Ohtani's fingerprints around all of this. In other words, that's how his account, that's how this money ends up there. That puts him closer to the gambling thing, but it doesn't make him a gambler, right? It makes him just bailing out his buddy, bad idea, not well thought out, and may have only even been partially aware of it if you accept sort of Crozier's thing, which is that he's not really paying too much attention to this stuff. And the real dark one is, no, this is a straw man, the friend, the translator for Ohtani gambling. But again, that I think is maybe a stretch, because I don't quite see why he would. And the rules are so strict in Major League Baseball. You got to think that Ohtani knew that.
Put a pin on it with a percentage, you think. The chances are that he, let's say, what's the percentage chance that you think Ohtani did gamble or is behind the money?
I think that the chances of him actually having been involved in gambling, I think they're low, under 20%. I don't believe he was gambling. Too much on the line, didn't need it, don't think he did it. But that he might have known something, meaning that he bailed his buddy out, might have been aware of it, I put those percentages higher.
So what would that mean? I mean, inevitably.
Well, I don't think that it changes things dramatically, except it does put a little bit of the stink of gambling on him. You know what I mean? So there's that. Yeah. I don't know. Well, we'll kick this around some more. But I'll tell you, the other big story is this Sean Combs story, and we actually have something of an inside track to this. I mean, on the law enforcement side is Steve Gregory. The Sean Combs side is someone else, and he's right here in the building, and he joins us next. Mark Thompson here for Tim Conway Jr. on KFI AM 640, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app now for the KFI 24-hour newsroom. And here's Coach.
4 homes on the Hollywood Hills have been red tagged because of a landslide. This man has lived in the area for 5 years, and he says seeing those homes destroyed makes him worried.
It definitely makes me more diligent about trying to reach out to fire department, local areas, make sure that my place, my neighbors' places, that we're all kind of staying on top of it.
Orange City Fire was called out to the area yesterday over reports of a hillside crumbling. Officials say more rain over the weekend added to the saturated ground, and the land could continue shifting for years. That would be years. This report brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. A teenage girl shot and killed herself with a deputy's gun in the city of Industry.
I believe that this incident stems from a family disturbance call that deputies were responding to or had responded to.
LA County Sheriff's Lieutenant Art Spencer says the girl knocked on the lobby door of a sheriff's station last night, lunged for one of the deputies' guns. The girl then shot herself during a struggle. Spencer says deputies had responded to a home before the shooting on reports the girl was having a mental health crisis. The girl was gone when deputies got there. And a total solar eclipse is set to cast a shadow across a large part of North America. New York Governor Kathy Hochul says her state's been prepping for the April 8th event for many months.
New York wants to be in the sun, in the limelight, and to make sure that we all do this in a smart, healthy way that people remember for generations to come.
Hochul says the eclipse will be great for tourism. It'll start at sunrise over the Pacific and cross the U.S. from Texas to Maine, one popular destination to see the events expected near Buffalo, New York. NASA says it needs your help to research that solar eclipse April 8th.
The Sun Sketcher app will use data from people's smartphones to assist researchers in better understanding the sun's actual shape. NASA says people can download the Sun Sketcher app, and then during the eclipse, people just have to angle their phone up to capture the event on video. The app will then do all the work. NASA says once all those videos are collected, the sun's size and shape can be calculated to within a few kilometers. An accuracy, scientists say, that is far better than currently known. Steve Gregory, KFI News.
Clouds, fog, and cool temps tonight. Lows around 40 degrees. Clouds likely all day tomorrow, and partly cloudy and cool most of the week, though after that, and a weekend chance of rain. Right now, 61 in Pasadena, 59 in Mission Viejo. Let's get to that crash in Santa Clarita.
This is on the 14 northbound at Placerita Canyon Road. These guys have been cleared out of lanes to the right shoulder, and now traffic is just a big mess getting away from the 5 freeway. Industry, it's Mike O'Brien, KFI in the Sky.
And Angel, we had that earlier trouble spot, 60 eastbound, 605, Booker Church Big Rig all afternoon. They finally cleared things up a while back, but it's just not recovering. That E60, that's jammed up well back through the 710, back in the East Lake. Now the 10 hasn't been any better because everybody's been using it. That 10 eastbound, you've got slowing there pretty much from City Terrace on and off into West Covina, just here to better there. Mike O'Brien, KFI in the Sky.
And in Orange County, we're looking at Irvine. This is the drive on the 405, northbound slowing heavy and slow, leaving Irvine Center Drive all the way to Brookhurst in Fountain Valley. KFI in the Sky helps get you there faster. I'm Angel Martinez.
Me and my pet, we share everything. The bed, the couch, our favorite blanket, but not fleas and ticks. Because I protect him with Nexstar, the fast-detecting 30-day flea and tick topical. Because when you're this close, every minute counts. Don't get fleas and ticks time to cozy up to you and your pet. Keep your shared moments special and protect what matters with Nexstar. Shop Nexstar Flea and Tick Protection now, online and in store.
Fastest skill comparison of dog formula owned based on label claims from Nexstar Flea and Tick Topical for dogs and other leading dog topical brands. Data.com.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use Use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Tanya here, and there are many ways that we can all help raise awareness around HIV, but maybe the most important is just talking about it openly and honestly. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetectable, which means the amount of the virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
Want to be the ultimate host without breaking a sweat? Meet Bartesian, your key to premium cocktails at home. Imagine the ability to instantly create over 60 handcrafted cocktails, from classic whiskey sours to indulgent espresso martinis, with just the push of a button. It's like having a personal mixologist right in your kitchen serving up fresh cocktails. And for a limited time, when you buy your Bartesian, you'll receive a free Classic Collection variety pack. That's 6 cocktail faves to jumpstart your soiree. Each capsule is packed with top-notch juices, bitters, and extracts. And as an HGTV editor's pick, Bartesian is the barkeep who will make your party peak. Level up your next gathering and order your sleek Bartesian today for free shipping and a free complimentary cocktails gift. Head to bartesian.com/gift to get started. That's BARTESIAN.com/gift. Bartesian. Premium cocktails on demand. With Lucky Land Slots, you can get lucky just about anywhere.
Dearly beloved, we are gathered here today to... Has anyone seen the bride and groom?
Sorry, we're here. We were getting lucky in the limo and we lost track of time.
No, Lucky Land Casino. Cash prizes that add up quicker than a guest registry.
In that case, I pronounce you lucky.
Play for free at LuckyLandSlots.com. Daily bonuses are waiting. No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited by law. 18+. Terms and conditions apply. See website for details.
What's worth watching and what's not? Gary and Shannon's What You Watch on Wednesdays at 12:30 on KFI.
I've been looking KFI AM 640, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. It's the Conway Show. Mark Thompson sitting in. Love seeing this guy. Love listening to this guy. Mo Kelly is in the studio with me. I like you for a few reasons. We agree on a bunch of stuff.
Are you sure about that?
Well, I know we agree on... the Otani thing I was just talking about with Crozier.
Yeah.
Crozier thinks it could easily happen that you get close enough to somebody that they could take all that money and may not even notice it. We don't understand basically what Crozier's plan, and it's a reasonable one. That, it's tough to put your head around the kind of gargantuan empire that is Otani. And, so $4.5 million is kind of like $4 slipping out of our pocket.
But let me push back on that. If it's a gargantuan empire, then I'm quite sure there are levels of security to that type of money. If you're not like a signatory on an account, if you don't have that access, that will be evident very quickly. There has to be an explanation as far as how he was able to do it.
That's kind of what I've said, but that's to be continued. The other big story is what's happened with Sean Combs. Now, he's had at least 2 residences raided today, and the charges associated with human trafficking seem to be only the beginning. There might be some arms charges in all of this as well. But I wonder if you can speak to the history of who this guy is, Sean Diddy Combs, and maybe some thoughts on what happened today. Were you surprised?
No, not at all. We are basically parallels in age, life, and the business. He was a music mogul. I was just like a middle-level executive. But we're only like 25 days apart in age. He went to Howard University. I went to Georgetown, both in Washington, D.C. He got his start by doing these parties, just basic college parties in Washington, D.C. He got noticed by MCA Records, got an internship there, and that started his ascendance in the music business. But every step of the way, he had always been connected to questionable, air quotes,
behavior. I have seen him in action. I've been to his parties, the quote unquote legendary parties that you may hear about, where X and Y and Z were going on. I've seen what goes on at those parties. His reputation preceded him. In fact, when I was working at Interscope Records in 1999, and you can look this up, this was publicly reported, I was there at Interscope Records the day in which Sean Combs and two of his, what I would call henchmen, went into the office of Steve Stout, which was on the floor where my office was, took a phone. This is broad daylight, in the middle of the day, took Steve Stout's phone, bashed him in the head with it, threw over his desk and chairs, threw a chair at Steve Stout, and then walked out of the office in broad daylight. Now, he was later arrested, but that ought to tell you with the type of impunity that Sean Combs would work under. And that's saying nothing of what we in the industry knew, how he was treating women who were connected to him, be it Kim Porter, who is now passed on. I don't want to read anything into that. But also, there was a lawsuit which was filed by Cassie, his girlfriend / artist, earlier this year, which was settled for $15 million supposedly the next day, right? Because there was a lot bubbling under that I know that Sean Combs did not want to have come out. Now it's coming out. And the difference is back in 1999, when I was in the industry, we didn't have phones with cameras on them. We didn't have social media. The video was not as pervasive as far as just spreading in the industry. Now, there's a lot more evidence which is coming out and available to these alleged victims, which obviously have been turned over to police.
The Stout thing is interesting because he was, as you say, beaten up badly. And there were charges that were going to be filed. And then the whole thing kind of went away.
I was there. I saw it happen. And more recently, when I say Interscope Records, okay, when I was working there, we had just started breaking two different artists, Eminem and 50 Cent. Okay?
There's no blood loss.
Yeah, all right. So there's connection. And also I was working, and at the time, Suge Knight also worked there as well. So there is knowledge and familiarity between all these artists, and they also know where their proverbial skeletons are buried.
So let me ask you something. So he made the Stout thing go away with money. It seemed it was $500,000 what he cut Stout paid out, and then he's made this other thing you just mentioned, the girlfriend / artist that was
Cassie.
Yeah, paid out Cassie. So explain to me how you can build the empire that he's built and do it. See how grand it's become. He's got everything. He's got fashion. He's got fragrances. He's got everything, and the films, etc. And still somehow be so gangster that you've got this other stuff going on. You think that doesn't he realize at some point you got to step away from the gangster stuff and get to just handle the empire?
After 20, 25 years of doing things as you want without suffering real consequences, and there are a lot of political parallels to this. Anyone who enjoys a lot of power, it sometimes gets drunk with their own power, and they do things and they keep getting away with it, or they keep paying people off. It was the same true with Suge Knight. It was true with R. Kelly. It was true with Bill Cosby. It was true with a lot of people, specifically I'm talking about in the entertainment industry. And although we've heard more about Suge Knight and the things that he was doing, which were quote-unquote gangster, Sean Combs was just as bad. There was an incident with Sean Combs and J-Lo many years ago that most people heard about. Well, we in the industry knew Sean Combs was the one who shot the gun that night. It wasn't anyone else. But it wasn't anything that any of us were going to speak publicly on. When you worked in the industry back then, there were a lot of things that you saw and you did not talk about. It was not, if you see something, say something, because there were real physical consequences back then.
Wow. So what we've seen today, a long time in coming, you think there'll be an arrest of Sean Combs after this?
I say this and I say this in a general sense. When I when I was on a federal grand jury a couple of years ago, and I got to see how the federal system works. When they serve that warrant and they come to your house or houses, they already got you. That means that warrant says they're looking for something very specific on a computer, and they know just about where it is, and they're going to get it. And then they're going to different residences. They've already got you.
Wow. That's Mo Kelly. You can hear him tonight, right after this show. More on Otani, More on Sean Combs. You're the best to come through here. I know you're busy prepping your show, so thanks so much. Mo Kelly. Good stuff. And Mo agrees with me, Crozier. On Otani.
I think he did. I think he was just offering the reasoning for the other side.
Right? That's what you took away from it?
Yeah, that's what he took away from it.
It's the Tim Conway Jr. Show. Mark Thompson sitting in on KFI, AM 640. We're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio. I'm a Clipper fan. And now the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
California is the highest unemployment rate in the country. The state lost 2.7 million jobs at the start of the pandemic. Has since added more than 3 million, but the government says job growth slowed last year. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis has signed a bill banning social media accounts for children younger than 14 and require parental permission for 15 and 16-year-olds. Law takes effect January 1st, and lawmakers are introducing a bill to make sure the U.S. gets 2 weeks of paid vacation every year. People in the U.S., that is. This would be in addition to existing state laws for paid sick time for family and medical leave. Similar version is in the Senate. We'll take a look at the freeways next.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
This is a radio ad for Dupixent. Dupilumab, a prescription medicine for people 6 months and up with moderate to severe eczema that is not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of Dupixent. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from within. But you can see how Dupixent can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results may vary. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Get help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, throat. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist about Dupixent. Visit Dupixent.com or call 1-844-DUPIXENT.
No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Give kids the nutrients of real 100% fruit juice to help them conquer the day. Juicy Juice is only sweetened by the fruit, with no sugar added, no high fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family-sized bottles and juice boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com.
Every basket is better with the most advanced home cocktail maker for celebrations. Bartesian. Helping you master mixology madness during the tournament, Bartesian is offering a $50 discount with the Big Game Bundle. Bartesian gives you the perfect home bar setup to freshly mix cocktails with the press of a button in under 30 seconds. The Big Game Bundle includes the Bartesian and 32 cocktail capsules, including the Tropical Margarita, Vodka, Whiskey, and Gin Lovers collections, plus a capsule drawer to organize your Bartesian madness. Before your home erupts this spring, prepare for the party with Bartesian. Order your Bartesian Big Game Bundle and save $50 plus free shipping. Shop now at Bartesian.com/game. That's BARTESIAN.com/game. Bartesian, premium cocktails on demand.
Hey, it's Junior. Today, black folks in our community are still disproportionately affected by HIV. But there is something we can do about it. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetectable, which means the amount of virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
It really seems like, I have to tell you, that seems like less credible to me. And the reason I say that is he is such a competitor. There's so much on the line in terms of stats, and I just can't imagine that he would throw a game. But here's what the dude says. On July 22nd, 2022, a bet of $1 million was placed for the Atlanta Braves to score over 6.5 runs against the Angels. It was parlayed, which means that you bet it with another bet. Parlayed with the Braves minus 3.5, meaning they're going to win by 4 or more. The bet was placed with a bookie in Mississauga, which is Shohei's hometown. And he was the pitcher for the Angels. That day, Shohei Ohtani pitching. And the stats for that day were as follows. 6.1 innings pitched for Ohtani. 6 hits given up, 6 earned runs, and 1 base on balls. So there it is. You've given up 6 runs, so that's a lot of runs. And at the plate, he was 0 for 3 with 2 strikeouts. The guy's asking, was he throwing games? I don't know. I think that's where I really, and I don't mean to be too Pollyannish and like just, I just have trouble believing that a guy like this would throw the game. I just think there's too much on the line. I think it's more believable that he would bet on sports. And one thing that's said, and I think I even am guilty of this, where I go, well, he has so much, why would he want to jeopardize this? Why would he in any way want to expose himself to the repercussions by gambling? Ohtani he has hundreds of millions of dollars. He's an industry. It's the best thing. He's celebrated as the greatest thing to happen to baseball. So why would he expose himself to any vulnerability? And I'm going to tell you, because if you've gambled, you know that gambling, sadly, is fun. Why do people go to Vegas and gamble? Because it's fun. Why do they bet some small amount, usually, some amount hopefully they can afford to lose? You should never bet a dime that you can't afford to lose on a sporting event, because it's a little more fun to watch the game and have a little action on it. Now, that's not spoken of a lot. We talk about the scourge of gambling. We talk about how horrible gambling is, how addictive gambling is. All of those things are true. But gambling has just been legalized in a bunch of states in this country, and that's because there's an insatiable appetite for that action. And it's not for the addiction that people are crazy for. It's the fun that these people are crazy for. So they're in leagues, they're in fantasy, and they're in straight up gambling. So when you ask, why would somebody with so much possibly be involved in something that could be so devastating, I think I have to see it in that context. And again, I'm hoping he had nothing to do with this, and I'm not seeing anything right now, certainly in his story, that would suggest that he did. But that story is going to have to be investigated. And you've got enough investigative agencies associated with this that it's going to be investigated. And I just keep coming back around to the fact that $4.5 million is a lot of money. I don't care how much money somebody has, they're aware of that. In fact, you can build the argument, as Mo and I were talking about, and Bassey and I were talking about, etc., that the fact that he is such an immense fortune and industry that is Shohei Ohtani, that adds layers that watch money. It doesn't eliminate layers that watch money. And so it's conceivable that he could have been sucked in. And the next question becomes, did he bet on baseball? And then these kinds of things that are coming into our email, like, there was another bookie in this place that Ohtani was his hometown, this Mississauga. And that same bookie got a $4.2 million bet on the over for the Padres run total, I should say, for the day. So you can bet the number of runs they'll have in the game. And who was pitching it? Ohtani. 5 innings pitched and 5 earned runs while going 0 for 3 at the plate. And apparently that cashed the bet. So you're going to hear this, again, uncorroborated. This just came into our email, and we're going to need corroboration. But in the meantime, it's one of those things that's going to percolate, and there's going to be a lot of speculation, and it's legit speculation. There's a lot of faith that's being put in this guy and this story, and we're all hoping it's real, and we're hoping it's true. But there are a lot of forces that are around this story that all have to settle in the right place for the story to be true. And then the last thing I'll say is that when someone has stolen $4.5 million from someone, there will be what? There will be charges. If there are no charges, then the story is completely false. If there are charges, then you would expect, okay, well, there was a real crime here. They aren't charging it as a real crime. So I do think that's worth watching for. In any case, we speculate because we don't know. I was glad to hear Ohtani deny everything today, and I'm hoping that that is the story that carries the day.
Have a little faith, man. So cynical. I always want to believe the worst in people.
It's the Conway Show, KFI AM 640, Thompson City. We're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
We go through all that's going on so that we can tell you just that you need to know.
KFI.
And KOST HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
As you've been hearing from the first on the scene. I'm Michael Crozier, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Federal agents have raided the home of rapper/producer Diddy in Holmby Hills.
Massive SWAT vehicles rolled up here at 200 South Mapleton just after 1 this afternoon. Moments later, agents swarmed Sean Combs' compound and detained and handcuffed numerous young men, 2 of whom have been identified as Combs' sons, Justin and King. And while this raid was going on, there was a simultaneous raid happening at Combs' compound in Miami. Law enforcement sources tell me the raids are tied to recent lawsuits alleging Combs was running a sex trafficking ring, allegations Combs denies. In Holmby Hills, Steve Gregory, KFI News.
This report brought to you by Sterling BMW. Former Dodger and California Senate candidate Steve Garvey says he's working on resolving his tax debt ahead of the November election. Garvey's February financial disclosure statement shows he owes at least $350,000 and up to $750,000 in back taxes from 2011. He also owes 8% interest on that balance. Garvey says he's taking it seriously. The Orange County Sheriff has asked for help finding a man who was kidnapped in Midway City.
2 men have been charged with felony aggravated kidnapping. One of the men, Non Nguyen, is a convicted murderer. OC Sheriff Sergeant Matthew Parrish says a woman told police a man in a mask grabbed Tony Lamb from right out in front of his house.
Our deputies, when they got there, through some different interviews and evidence that was left at the scene, were able to confirm that an assault did happen and then a kidnapping shortly thereafter.
Parrish says Lamb was last seen by friends, family, or co-workers 10 days ago at LB Restaurant and Lounge in Westminster and the 171 Sky Restaurant in Garden Grove. In Orange County, Corbin Carson, KFI News.
The IRS says about 940,000 people have yet to claim more than $1 billion in refunds nationwide for the tax year 2020. The average median refund is $932 for the year. Texas, California, Florida, and New York have the largest amount of people eligible. The IRS says it wants taxpayers to claim the refunds, but time is running out. People have until May 17th to file those returns. A federal judge in New York set a trial date for the hush money case against former President Trump. Jury selection starts April 15th. Trump's attorney, Todd Blanche, says the decision is completely unfair.
We very much believe that starting this trial in April, or even starting this trial at any point before the election, is completely unfair to President Trump.
Hush money case is over a payment made to porn actress Stormy Daniels during Trump's 2016 presidential campaign. The judge told Trump's lawyers they should have acted sooner if they believed they didn't have all the records they felt they were entitled to. The European Commission's opened investigations into Alphabet, Apple, and Meta over whether the companies are complying with new competition regulations.
Apple and Google are facing scrutiny for, among other things, anti-steering rules violations, which big tech firms use to prevent developers from telling users about cheaper versions of their products.
ABC's Mike Dubusky says Meta's under investigation for its new ad-free subscription model for the European version of Facebook and Instagram. He says investigations come less than 3 weeks after Europe's Digital Markets Act law took effect. And filming for season 3 of Euphoria has been delayed. HBO says it's committed to making an exceptional third season, but is allowing its in-demand cast to pursue other opportunities in the meantime. They're reportedly still aiming for an air date sometime next year. The show was renewed for another season back in February 2022. Southland weather from KFI. Patch clouds, fog moving into the Southland tonight. Lows around 40 degrees. A few degrees warmer during the day tomorrow. The fog's going to burn up, but the clouds look like they may increase during the day. Highs around 60 at the beaches tomorrow. 70 Metro LA, Orange County. Mid to upper 70s inland and higher in the valleys. Mid 60s in the high desert. About the same Wednesday, and then a chance of rain late Friday and into the weekend. Right now, Laguna Beach, 57. Orange, 60. West Covina, 61. Thousand Oaks, 66 degrees. The KFI Financial Report, sponsored by Quantum ePay. Dow was down today, 162. NASDAQ was down 44. S&P was down 16.
Brought to you by Quantum ePay. Merchants who make the switch to Quantum ePay save an average of 53% on payment processing. Call today to see how much you can save. Just dial pound 250 on your cell and say keyword Quantum.
Get your crashing Costa Mesa.
This one's on the 405. It's northbound coming up on Fairview. That's where these cars are blocking the carpool in 2 left lanes. They're in the process of getting everything clear to the shoulder, but big delays are stacking up out of Irvine, getting away from Jamboree. Huge mess in the Cajon Pass. No, folks, I'm not talking about Mike O'Brien. I'm talking about traffic. KFI in the sky.
Boy, I'll tell you. Good thing this is my last report. I'm over Corona. I'm ready for a while, I'll tell you that. Now, on the 15 northbound, you're jammed up out of Fort Fontana at about Sierra. Sierra up to the 130th grade. It's just a 138. That's a crawl there. Now, very tough on the southbound side. A lot of folks are coming back from Vegas from a long weekend. 15 southbound, you're on the brakes now from the top of Oak Hill Summit down to Claiborne, Iowa. Mike O'Brien, KFI in the sky.
Angel?
I'm here. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Angel Martinez.
This college hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code iHeart. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code iHeart. That's promo code iHeart. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/speedball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Tanya here, and there are many ways that we can all help raise awareness around HIV, but maybe the most important is just talking about it openly and honestly. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetectable, which means the amount of the virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
Want to be the ultimate host without breaking a sweat? Meet Bartesian, your key to premium cocktails at home. Imagine the ability to instantly create over 60 handcrafted cocktails, from classic whiskey sours to indulgent espresso martinis, with just the push of a button. It's like having a personal mixologist right in your kitchen serving up fresh cocktails. And for a limited time, when you buy your Bartesian, you'll receive a free Classic Collection variety pack. That's 6 cocktail faves to jumpstart your soiree. Each capsule is packed with top-notch juices, bitters, and extracts. And as an HGTV editor's pick, Bartesian is the barkeep who will make your party peak. Level up your next gathering and order your sleek Bartesian today for free shipping and a free complimentary cocktails gift. Head to bartesian.com/gift to get started. That's BARTESIAN.com/gift. Bartesian, premium cocktails on demand.
Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, sports, talk, podcasts. Free, never sounded so good. KFR AM 640. KFR AM 640. Conway Jr. Well, there's a lot going on at Boeing. They're facing a federal investigation as stuff's falling off various aircrafts. It does depend what the thing is that's falling off. The tires falling off, that wouldn't fall into the Boeing department. But the door falling off, that does fall into the Boeing department. And there are possible FAA restrictions following the incidents. Federal regulators are thinking about temporary restrictions on United Airlines because of the incidents that have just reported in the last 30 days. So they do count the incidents involving wheels falling off and all the rest. But I'd suggest that the actual building of the fuselage and the way they farm that out, that is done in a separate place. They used to build these planes outside of Seattle, right? Or is it adjacent to Seattle? And now they've put most of the building of the body of the plane, I think, is associated with a place in Kansas. But anyway, my point is it's all under the Boeing umbrella, but it's not as though it's all being done in the same place. And as a result, there are whistleblower reports saying, hey, the maintenance is shoddy, the construction of the plane is shoddy, being put together with all these parts that actually were reject parts. I mean, if you look at the whistleblower reports on Boeing, it's kind of alarming. And so the Boeing CEO, Dave Calhoun, is going to step down. This is because of essentially the 737 MAX problems. He's the second consecutive Boeing boss to leave. He's going to leave at the end of the year. And there's a pretty big shakeup at Boeing with these executives leaving. The head of their commercial aircraft business, a guy named Stanley Deal, he's going to leave right away. So there are a lot of problems at this company, quality issues, regulators are alarmed, production has slowed, and one of the reasons that this is included in the whistleblower report, that they're putting these planes together with a lot of parts that otherwise wouldn't make the grade is because of the production slowdown. And they've also got problems with unions, suppliers, the stock is down 25%. So from an executive standpoint, Boeing's got issues. But for the rest of us who are just flying on the planes, the question is, well, what do? Do you have confidence that essentially the Boeing aircraft is okay? Do you have that confidence that you're going to get on this plane and it's going to get from here to there without any issues? People are avoiding Boeing airplanes. I mean, they literally are looking for flights that don't involve Boeing aircraft. More and more, that's happening. The problem is that Boeing flies a lot of planes. I mean, they provide a lot of planes that are flying in the skies over America. So if you really try to avoid Boeing aircraft, it's going to be probably, I don't want to say slim pickings, but definitely there'll be fewer options for you. Airbus is the other big production line, as you know. But Boeing's having issues. There's no question about it. They have a wiring flaw that was reported in the Boeing MAX. They've been plagued, with all kinds of troubles in Boeing. There was 2 crashes where people died. That was in 2019. So consumers are experiencing a hesitancy, and they are saying in airports and in travel itineraries across the country, more and more people are jumping off the Boeing plan and onto alternatives. This according to Kayak and
other, TripAdvisor, a lot of these online booking agencies are seeing that many people who have plans already are changing their itinerary to avoid Boeing aircraft. Pretty crazy. I mean, crazy in the sense that it's creating something of a scramble. The deal at Costco, I promised I would share this with you, and it is perhaps the most sacred part of Costco, to be honest. The most sacred part of Costco is the food court. And now there is action being taken, a crackdown in the food court. The combo deal of the hot dog and soda, available at the Costco food courts. It's the envy of food courts nationwide. It is very possible that if you are not a paying member of Costco, you will no longer have access to that combination. Apparently, Costco they're over people who don't have the Costco membership availing themselves of the hot dog and soda combo deal. Yeah, I know. You need a minute? Well, effective April 8th, an active Costco membership card will be required to purchase items from our food court. This is their official statement. You can join today. Please see our membership counter for details. Reach one side. This is the move made by Costco to enforce its membership requirements. The people who want to stop at the store actually pay for that privilege. Costco started rolling out new technology, in fact, that requires members to scan their cards at some store entrances. They're cracking down on membership, and they're cracking down on those people who share their membership and non-members who are sneaking in. The more restrictive stance, they say, is designed to entice more people to purchase memberships and in turn boost Costco's bottom line.
I would say they've been doing this, they've been rolling this out for a while now. Because there's one of the Costco's that I go to in Montclair. They have the food court outside for one thing, a little walk-up thing. But you go to pay at a little kiosk. They got a bunch of little, computers you go up to, and it requires you to use your card to even just log into the computer.
I see. Makes sense. I have a whip-around question for the Conway kids. If I could have the whip music, I will ask you, Costco, their bottom line, what percentage of Costco's total profit last year was from membership fees only? Now, forget about all the stuff you buy there. What percentage of their bottom line total profit was the result of just membership fees? I'll start with you, Angel Martinez.
Well, hi, Mark. Let's go with 18%.
18%. All right, I love that. That Angel's in for 18. I'll ask you now, Stufalicious.
I'll say 25%.
25%, says Stufoosh. How about you, Sharon? What percentage of Costco's total bottom line is just a result of this profit barrel? What percentage is just because of membership fees?
I'm going like 45%.
Wow, 45%, says Sharon. All right. And finally, Michael Crozier, what do you think?
Man, I was going to go either low or high. But the fact that you're asking the question kind of intimates that it's
that's so... Crozier's always the 3D chess of the question. That's what I love.
So I'll go 60%. I'll go big.
I think that was smart, the way you got there. Not quite right, but close. 73% of Costco's total profit in 2023 was membership fees. So it's no wonder they want you to be a member before you grab that hot dog soda combo deal. That's the latest out of Costco land. And well done, Crozier. All of you, thank you for playing. I wish we had something for you, but we don't. It is the Conway Show. Mark, you have the fun of playing. Mark Thompson sitting in for Tim on KFI AM 640. We're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app out of the KFI 24-hour newsroom. And Michael Crozier.
Police in Albany say someone's riding a motorcycle. That guy, he also also had a stolen handgun and a half-finished bottle of cognac. The chase Saturday night started in Irwindale, ended up in El Monte when police found the gun and liquor. That's probably why he ran. Former President Trump's Truth Social will start trading on NASDAQ this week. Trump will own most of the company, which would be worth nearly $3 billion. He wouldn't be able to cash out right away, though. And the toll to cross the Golden Gate Bridge is going up. The first hike July 1st goes to $9.25 for fast-track users, $9.50 for pay-as-you-go, and $10.25 for invoice payers. By 2028, those rates will reach $11.25, $11.50, and $12.25 respectively. Officials say about 2/3 of that toll is used to maintain and operate the bridge. We'll check the 405 freeway next.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Hey, it's Junior. Today, Black folks in our community are still disproportionately affected by HIV. But there is something we can do about it. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetectable, which means the amount of virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Give kids the nutrients of real 100% fruit juice to help them conquer the day. Juicy Juice is only sweetened by the fruit, with no sugar added, no high fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family-sized bottles and juice boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com.
Want to be the ultimate host without breaking a sweat? Meet Bartesian, your key to premium cocktails at home. Imagine the ability to instantly create over 60 handcrafted cocktails, from classic whiskey sours to indulgent espresso martinis, with just the push of a button. It's like having a personal mixologist right in your kitchen serving up fresh cocktails. And for a limited time, when you buy your Bartesian, you'll receive a free Classic Collection variety pack. That's 6 cocktail faves to jumpstart your soiree. Each capsule is packed with top-notch juices, bitters, and extracts. And as an HGTV editor's pick, Bartesian is the barkeep who will make your party peak. Level up your next gathering and order your sleek Bartesian today for free shipping and a free complimentary cocktails gift. Head to bartesian.com/gift to get started. That's BARTESIAN.com/gift. Bartesian, premium cocktails on demand.
This is a radio ad for Dupixent, Dupilumab, a prescription medicine for people 6 months and up with moderate to severe eczema that is not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of Dupixent. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from within, but you can see how Dupixent can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results may vary. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Get help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, throat. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist about Dupixent. Visit Dupixent.com or call 1-844-DUPIXENT.
This sun season, evolve your sun care with new Banana Boat 360 coverage. With advanced control mist, it's a new way to spray. An all-new bottle means an all-new mist experience that smells great and is incredibly light on your skin. Better control with coverage you can count on. Tap the trigger lightly to cover targeted areas or hold for a long, continuous spray, ensuring long-lasting Banana Boat protection. Plus, it's refillable. From sweat-resistant sport formula to kids SPF 50+. Shop Banana Boat 360 Mist at Walmart, Target, or Amazon.
Nobody wants to outlive their money, but it happens, especially for women. That's why Gainbridge offers the Parity Flex annuity, designed for women's unique retirement needs. With flexible withdrawals plus a guaranteed lifetime income benefit that keeps paying you even if your account balance is zero. Gainbridge is helping build a better financial future for women. Retirement income you can't outlive is the ultimate flex. Start saving now at Gainbridge.io. Visit Gainbridge.io/ParityFlex for current rates, full product disclosures and disclaimers, and other important information.
I am an immigrant. My parents were immigrants, and so I look at life as an immigrant. Immigrants coming into this country are playing an increasingly crucial role in making our economy tick. Bill Handel, I mean, we just need them. Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. My attention sitting in for Tim Conway, Conway Kids. Great to be here. Mo Kelly coming up after this show. It is really relevant tonight in so many ways that are specific to what happened today. Because Mo, if you missed it, you can catch it on the replay, but you can also listen to Mo tonight. Replay meaning the podcast on the iHeartRadio app. Mo worked in the recording industry and was there at the same time as Sean Combs at a record label that involved many of the contemporaries of Sean Combs and John Combs. And it's weird that Mo Kelly's life sort of paralleled Sean Combs geographically, and they're both the same age. And so he was talking about it earlier and had some great insights into that world. And so since Mo worked in the recording industry, he also has all of that knowledge too. So Mo's show following this one. The announcement from State Farm that it's not going to renew more than 70,000 insurance policies in the state over the next year. That is two things. It's one, not completely unanticipated. The more disaster that we deal with here in California, and I'm somebody who had my neighborhood burned down, and we couldn't get insurance after that, right? Insurance company covered us, but after that we can't get insurance. And State Farm is the largest home insurance company in the state of California, and they're saying we're not going to renew 72,000 policies starting this summer. So what to do? I mean, the California Insurance Commissioner, Ricardo Lara, says that they're going to look at the company's finances and try to keep them in California. He says insurance companies are not like utility companies. By law, they don't have to be here. And when we try to overregulate, we see what happens. After the Northridge earthquake, when the legislature came in and tried to overregulate, they no longer write earthquake insurance in California. So the plan to somehow cover those who are homeowners in California gets to be a dicey one. The Consumer Watchdog organization that's been critical of the insurance commissioner says that their policies are not working and there need to be new laws. We've been urging for years now. Again, this is the Consumer Watchdog. This is the other side. We've been urging for years now that private insurance companies who want to sell home or auto insurance in California sell to everyone who does the right thing and protects their homes. We urge the insurance commissioner to stop that policy change, which needs to go through the legislature. So this is happening with a bunch of companies, like State Farm, Allstate. They stopped issuing homeowners insurance policies to new customers. That was in 2022. And this is really tricky. I mean, I think even some of the actuarial tables, the percentages that they do, number of claims against the amount that they collect in premiums, that's something that we don't really have clean access to. But it is certainly true that we are building more in the urban wildland interface, and so your fire danger is far in excess of anything we saw even 20 years ago. And then you have coastal communities that are exposed to all kinds of and every manner of threat. So as you deal with these issues as a homeowner, you need some kind of viable insurance. And look, to buy a house, you need to be able to insure it. They won't allow that deal to go through like with the bank without there being some kind of insurance on it. After all, your home is collateralized with your house. If there's nothing to protect the house, then what do? So what has been happening, of course, is that the state is stepping up. But the state stepping up may not be sufficient. I mean, how can you, if you have a serious situation where you have an entire, look, we've had some awful conflagrations, these huge fires that just been out in all kinds of communities. Paradise, California, Northern California, the entire town was lost, lives lost. So you have these huge losses in Southern California. It's been brutal as well. I mean, we all have our stories, and so for that reason, it's thought to be a problem if the state of California just doesn't have frankly, a pot of gold big enough to pay out all those claims. And even though the state has stepped up, they in a way have to step up, right? If you're the state of California, you've got to step up, because if you don't step up, then people can't sell homes in your state, and that's a huge issue. So the only way you can keep home buyers happy and able to buy property in your state is for you to insure it. And that's exactly what's happened. And by the way, this is something that has been, you could see this coming down the 405 for years. This has been an issue. But the question becomes, from a practical standpoint, will those who have a claim, an insurance claim with the state of California, will they actually be able to recover anything? And I'd say, no, not if enough people have the claims. And certainly that insurance you have with the state doesn't begin to approach the insurance that you have with some of these private companies, but these private companies are pulling out. It's sort of the state of things in California in 2024. Conway Show, Mark Thompson sitting in for Tim on KFI AM 640, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Let's get to the newsroom, the KFI 24-hour newsroom, and Michael Crook.
Striking hotel workers in LA have announced tentative contract agreements with 34 hotels. Union Co-President Kurt Peterson says the gains include pay raises of $10 an hour over 4 years and improvements to health care and pension benefits.
We declare that this struggle is over the most urgent question facing our city. Who will be able to afford to live in Los Angeles?
Union says 27 hotels have yet to agree to the tentative contract. The California Department of Fish and Wildlife is sharing advice on how to stay safe from mountain lions after 2 brothers were attacked in El Dorado County. One of them was killed. Captain Patrick Foy says that's rare, and there's no common denominator for attacks.
We've had examples where people have been attacked when they were by themselves. We've had people where they were attacked where they were one of 9 people in the party.
Foy says if a mountain lion approaches you, stand tall, shout aggressively, and fight back. He says our preferred prey is deer, so if you see any, you should assume the mountain lions are close by and use caution.
That's surprising and unfortunate.
Israel's prime minister has canceled a delegation visit to D.C. following the U.S. abstaining from a vote on the UN Security Council resolution. The resolution was approved 14-0 by the 15-member council.
The reason we didn't veto it is because there are also things in that resolution that were consistent with our long-term position. Most importantly, that there should be a ceasefire and that there should be a release of hostages.
State Department's Matthew Miller says U.S. planned on introducing alternatives to Israel's military operations into Rafah. U.S. says it's ready to present Israel with plans to defeat Hamas without causing civilian harm. UN's demand for that ceasefire is its first as fighting continues during the Muslim holy month of Ramadan. The U.S. said warned the resolution could hurt ongoing negotiations between Israel and Hamas that are currently being brokered by America, Egypt, and Qatar. And Mackenzie Scott has donated millions of dollars to nearly 80 nonprofits in California. Earlier this month, Scott said she would donate $640 million to 341 charities nationwide, with about $137 million going to groups in California. It's the latest round of contributions as part of her Yield Giving initiative. Clouds, fog, cool temps overnight, lows around 40 degrees. Clouds likely all day tomorrow. In fact, the chance of clouds are going to look like they might increase. And a little bit warmer, a couple degrees. Then partly cloudy and cool most of the week after that, with a weekend chance of rain. 60 in Newport Beach, 70 in Diamond Bar. Where we going, Angel?
We're starting off in Brea for the 57 northbound. Delays away from Imperial Highway, taking you ahead to the 60 in Diamond Bar. Also, Anaheim Hills at 91 eastbound. It's really starting to thin out quickly, but it's still slowing down away from the 55 freeway to just about Green River. The 241 northbound slowing down from the Windy Ridge Toll Plaza to the 91 freeway. Let's also head out to Mid-City for the 10 eastbound. That drive is backing up off of the 405, taking you into downtown LA at the 110. And the 110 northbound slows in South LA from Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard back to the 5 in Elysian Park. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Angel Martinez.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Tanya here, and there are many ways that we can all help raise awareness around HIV, but maybe the most important is just talking about it openly and honestly. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetectable, which means the amount of the virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Give kids the nutrients of real 100% fruit juice to help them conquer the day. Juicy Juice is only sweetened by the fruit, with no sugar added, no high fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family-sized bottles and juice boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com.
What's that sound? That's the sound of Downy Unstoppable scent beads going into your washing machine and giving your clothes freshness that lasts all day long. There it is again. It's like music to your ears, or more like music to your nose. That freshness is irresistible. Let's get a Downy Unstoppable bottle shake. And now a snip solo. Nice. Get 6 times longer lasting freshness plus odor retention with Downy Unstoppable and wash scent beads.
This is a radio ad for Dupixent, Dupilumab, a prescription medicine for people 6 months and up with moderate to severe eczema that is not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of Dupixent. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from within. But you can see how Dupixent can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results may vary. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Get help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, throat. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems, such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist about Dupixent. Visit Dupixent.com or call 1-844-DUPIXENT.
So, I'm the type of guy who tends to forget things. A lot.
keys are always missing. I'm not great with names, and my signature catchphrases, I know it's around here somewhere. That's why I get my haircut at Great Clips. Their skill-friendly stylists save my haircut details and clip notes. So every time I need a cut, I can get the look I want without having to remember a thing. What else was I going to say? Oh yeah, download the app today. Great Clips. It's going to be great.
KFI AM 640. The news, what it means, why it matters.
It's KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. It's the Tim Conway Jr. Show. Mark sitting in for Tim. Mark Thompson here. If the feds didn't raid your house today, you had a better day than Sean Combs. Imagine having all those homes and all of them raided at the same time. I mean, that's a feat. They raid all of those homes looking for evidence, and it's not pretty. I mean, we're talking about Homeland Security agents and multiple mounting lawsuits and accusations of sexual abuse. It's all pretty ugly in Sean Combs land. So I come over here, I love seeing Tim and hanging out, and I'm given one mention of my show. Robin told me one mention of my show. That's all I get. One show I do on YouTube. I do a little show on YouTube. They only get one mention.
Can we make it a long mention?
No, I don't want to abuse a mention.
Okay.
I don't want to abuse
There's a time limit on it.
No, she didn't say, but I'm sure she would say if I got a little out of hand with it. But it's called The Mark Thompson Show. It's on YouTube. It's a lot of news and politics, and also some fun stuff. I do a segment called Law and Disorder, and I wanted to do this story on law and disorder, and then I have a story for pros, and it's related to anger.
Why are you coming to me?
So that's the story, and the preview, that's what I'm going to be doing on my show tomorrow. So let me give you the first story. This is from the segment I do called Law and Disorder. This is a Maryland town. It's a small town. Only 1,600 people live in this place called Ridgely. It's on the east coast of Maryland. And the town people were told in a 2-line statement that their entire police department has been suspended. There is no police department anymore in this Ridgely, Maryland. And there is no explanation as to why. So residents are getting together. I mean, they're really angry. They're going, we need an explanation. What's going on? Why? Where are all these people that we've grown to know? This is a sleepy town just 2 miles from the Delaware border. They have an annual winter festival there. Thousands of people descend on this small place. But when the festival's over, it goes back to being a small town. Now, they've had scandals recently. Questions about people dying in police custody, and there's been even I think some questions about police overreaching. A lot of the same stuff that big city departments deal with. They're just not used to it there in Ridgely. So right now, the police department in Ridgely is nobody. They are, I'm sure the slack's being picked up by some town nearby. But it's quite a wait if you need a cop. Meantime, this I am going to do on my show tomorrow, and I want to give my KO5 brothers and sisters the quick first look. And this especially from a grocer. Scientists bust the myth that venting helps actually reduce anger. There's this sense that if you vent, if you just blow it off, that will reduce your rage. Researchers at Ohio State analyzed 150 studies involving more than 10,000 people. This is not a small group. And contrary to popular opinion, they found out that venting did not help people feel less angry. It actually increased the physiological arousal, which actually made them more angry. The lead researcher, it's a postdoctoral fellowship that she's doing, is saying that an increase in physiological arousal involves increased heart rate, blood pressure, respiration rate, muscle tension, and so on. And these responses prepare the body for action and actually propel people toward being ready for action. When people feel angry, their body undergoes physiological changes. We know all about that, Crozier. It's part of the flight or fight response. And the blowing off of steam does not help it. The key to feeling calmer and less angry is lowering physiological arousal, she says. And this is backed up by the research. Instead of venting, techniques to reduce stress like deep breathing, meditation, mindfulness, yoga, counting to 10 can really work to help reduce anger. The idea, they call it catharsis theory, that you purge yourself, that venting can provide a release of pent-up emotion. It's flawed. While it may temporarily reduce tension and provide a sense of satisfaction, it increases this physiological arousal. So that's the latest in this study. They also say that just from a general standpoint, activities like jogging, swimming, hitting a bag, when used to try to dissipate anger, were found to make it worse. They increased physiological arousal, which in turn helps to reinforce the feelings of frustration. So, truly, this flies in the face of everything I've ever heard. Hit the bag, blow off steam, scream, whatever. But these lead researchers say, I think it's really important to bust the myth that if you're angry, you should blow off steam, getting it off your chest. Venting anger might sound like a good idea, but there's not a shred of scientific evidence to support catharsis theory. This is according to these Ohio State University researchers. We give Crozier a hard time because we feel like it's pent up inside him.
He's a door slammer, this guy.
To be fair to Crozier, though, I have to tell you, he does take a lot of, he likes to have the door open, and there's a lot of noise outside of his booth as he tries to, do the news. So I can kind of see, he doesn't slam any other door, he just slams his own door, right?
Well, yeah.
Okay, well, I'm just saying, to be fair to him, there oftentimes going to be collections of people around, 4 feet from his microphone. And so I think that's the kind of thing that can irritate.
But wouldn't slamming a door kind of be venting? Isn't that a little venting?
I think he does reach a breaking point.
Yeah, so it's not helping him.
Yeah. Let me ask you. When I slam a door, or I yell, or I get angry, do you find that it lingers? No. My anger, and I continue to do it?
Nope.
So that goes against everything that Mark just said.
Yeah. Yeah.
I can't wait to write the
authors of this study. Ohio State, is that where Jim Jordan worked?
I see. Well done. Michael Crozier.
I will say,
calling into question the study as well as smearing the study by association.
I will say that nothing is absolute, and I do believe that to a large extent there are a lot of people that use it as an excuse.
Sure.
More than anything else.
Yeah.
They use the and then they just keep going. That's the excuse for them to be who they are, rather than it relieving.
I think that's a great point, that you can hang a lot on that hook of blowing up. Yeah. And by the way, those people who take a timeout, or when a timeout does, according to the study, decrease anger in college students particularly.
Yeah, I don't disagree with any of that. That's that. Yeah, so I believe that there are many ways to skin a cat and to relieve your anger.
Well, I don't know about this cat thing. It's a tortured reference, but I understand what
you think there's only one way?
I just didn't feel like, you need to say skin a cat, because we have cats and that sort of thing. It just,
I wouldn't skin it. But if I did, there'd be many ways to do it.
I get the point. All right. When we come back, what are we doing when we come back? I have something super juicy for you when we come back. All right, I'll get to that as we finish up. It's the Conway Show. Thompson sitting in KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. The door is open. And he is there in the KFI 24-hour newsroom, Michael Crusher.
Dr. Shohei Ohtani says he didn't know his former interpreter and friend who was fired last week was using his accounts to pay off gambling debts. Ohtani says he's never bet on baseball or any other sport, nor has he ever asked anyone to do it on his behalf. Motorcyclist Van Nuys has been awarded more than $11 million from the DWP for several fractures and a lacerated spleen when a DWP van caused a crash in 2019. The department's considering an appeal. And WeWork co-founder Adam Newman's offering to buy the paper company for more than $500 million. Not clear how he would pay for it. The company had $34 billion in liabilities and assets when it filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy last year. From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, let's go places. It is slow in Anaheim Hills.
But this is the 91 eastbound with delays off of the 55 freeway all the way to Green River. Also slow is that 241 northbound leaving the Windy Ridge Toll Plaza all the way to the 91 freeway. And Chino Hill 71 southbound slowing down from almost Butterfield Ranch Road, traveling ahead to the 91 freeway. Solid in the Cajon Pass, 15 northbound from Sierra all the way to the 138. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Angel Martinez.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Hey, it's Junior. Today, Black folks in our community are still disproportionately affected by HIV. But there is something we can do about it. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetectable, which means the amount of virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
There's something about a fresh haircut from the friendly, skilled stylist at Great Clips that just makes life, well, greater. The sun shines brighter. Your step feels springier. Even your jokes are funnier. And the best part, when you use Great Clips online check-in, you can get in for a haircut without having to rearrange your day or your budget. Download the app today and start feeling that much greater in just a few taps. Great Clips. It's gonna be great.
With Lucky Land Slots, you can get lucky just about anywhere.
Dearly beloved, we are gathered here today to... Has anyone seen the bride and groom?
Sorry, we're here. We were getting lucky in the limo and we lost track of time.
No, Lucky Land Casino. Cash prizes that add up quicker than a guest registry.
In that case, I pronounce you lucky.
Play for free at LuckyLandSlots.com. Daily bonuses are waiting. No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited by law. 18+. Terms and conditions apply. See website for details.
This is a radio ad for Dupixent, Dupilumab, a prescription medicine for people 6 months and up with moderate to severe eczema that is not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of Dupixent. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from within. But you can see how Dupixent can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results may vary. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Get help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, throat. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems, such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist about Dupixent. Visit Dupixent.com or call 1-844-DUPIXENT.
If you own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles and have an auto warranty about to expire or no warranty coverage at all, listen up. CarShield has a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that covers more parts than ever. Visit carshield.com/audio to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Get your free quote today at carshield.com/audio. That's carshield.com/audio.
Get year-round comfort knowing your home is backed by industry-leading Lennox equipment and expert technicians at Great Lakes Heating and Air Conditioning. Special savings opportunities and federal tax credits are available. So call 574-287-5046 or visit us online at greatlakesheating-ac.com/keep-us to learn more.
Without the ones like you who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Granger, we're here for you with professional-grade industrial supplies. Count on real-time product availability and fast delivery. Call, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
The television does not go on Monday to Friday until after 10 o'clock. A day does not go by where you guys don't make me laugh.
Mo Kelly.
Thank you so much.
Live 7 to 10 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
It's the Conway Show. Mark Thompson sitting in for Tim on KFI AM 640, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Mo Kelly in the wings. There's a great show prepared for some of the reasons that I was detailing for you before. Tim back tomorrow. There is an eclipse, a total solar eclipse that's going down in 13 days. I'm going to try to go flying to Dallas. My brother
Very cool.
lives in Dallas, yeah. It's very expensive. They jacked up they jacked up everything. They jacked up the, tickets and the, airline tickets, the hotels, etc. But, Mark, you want to stay here? You can stay here, man. Just sleep on that pile of guns over there. Different world down there. Different world. And my brother's a very cool guy. I love him very much. And he will host, along with a lot of other folks who live in Dallas, a bunch of us coming from all over to see it. It is a 2.5-hour event, I guess, meaning that the eclipse will take that long. But you're only going to see totality. The sun will be completely eclipsed for a very short time, less than 3 minutes. But it's something you can't see here. So I'm really looking forward to it, if I can pull it together. Related to it, the eclipse, is the worm moon. Now, the worm moon is happening tonight. Is that right? This is the full moon in March. It's called the worm moon.
A glowing warm moon will light up the sky. Last night, I don't know if you saw the moon. It was like full and super bright. So tonight, and I guess it happens like 2 weeks before the solar eclipse, and it has like a little a ring around the bottom.
So that's what they call it, a worm. It's WORM.
Yes.
Worm.
Yes.
Yeah. No, it sounds really cool. It's going to be at 12:53 a.m. Eastern. So that's very viewable out here, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's like at 9, a little before 10.
So it's when it's perfectly aligned with the sun and earth, and it causes the outer edge of the earth's shadow, known as, is it penumbra?
The penumbra, yeah, the shadow, exactly. Yeah, look at you, Neil deGrasse Bellier. Very impressive. Wow. I went and saw I've gone for 2 solar eclipse trips, but I've only really had one successful solar eclipse sighting. And the one that was successful was in the 90s, and I went to Baja in Mexico for it with a bunch of other people. We brought a Fox 11 crew. We were from Fox 11 at the time. And also on that trip, and imagine this, back in maybe it was early 90s or whenever it was, I think it was the early 90s, it was the Star Trek Next Generation people. Okay, so you had Picard, you had all of them, you Star Trek Next Generation people, you know who I'm talking about. LeVar Burton was there, and the full range of everybody else on the Enterprise deck. They were all there, and it was kind of cool. I mean, they had their own thing. Everybody was kind of fawning all over them, but it was spectacular. The weather was good, and when that sun actually goes away, the wind picks up. You can see other things in the sky. There is a moment which really is both transcendent and also scary. Like, you could see, when I say scary, if you didn't know what was going on, you might begin sacrificing things. You might begin what those ancient peoples did, panicking. And so, it was the kind of thing, and this is the wild statistic, the kind of thing that you want to see again. So here's the statistic. Apparently, your chances of seeing a total eclipse in your lifetime are about 50-50. If you, just are where you are and you're just doing what you do, your chances of seeing an eclipse are about 50-50. Once you've seen one eclipse, your chances of seeing a second go up to about 80%. And the reason for that is that so many people are taken by the experience that they seek out the second experience. And that's sort of what I'm doing. I saw that first one. Then I went to Kansas City to see the second one, and we got rained out. And I'm hoping that if the weather is good in Texas, that we'll have a great, chance to see the eclipse there. So we'll see. I mean, it's really anticipated, and a lot of North America will see it, but you'll have to be in the right place. And sadly, Southern California will not be that place, But I'm looking forward to it. And it's, I got these special eclipse glasses. You can look into the sun with these binoculars. So you actually look, and they work, when there's not an eclipse going on. You can just point them to the sun, and they totally work. But the reality is, when it's cloudy and raining, you don't need any, and that's what the situation was the last time. The FAA is saying travelers and pilots are going to run into problems around this eclipse at airports located in the path of totality. They posted what they call a special air traffic procedure on their website. Lists possible impacts on the industry and what airports could be subjected to, and how operational changes might even adjust because of this eclipse. So kind of wild. Hundreds of airports either located in the path of totality or close enough in proximity to service aviators that find themselves, in that world, like interested in flying charters or whatever to these various places. So Dallas-Fort Worth is one, and Cleveland International, Indianapolis International. These are all places that will be affected. Anyway, if you're going for the look for the total eclipse, we can compare notes. I'm really hoping that I get to see one. It's been a real long time, since the 90s. Since Picard and, what did LeVar Burton play? What was the... Geordi. Oh, yeah, Geordi, thank you. Yeah. LeVar Burton pulled that move during that trip, which I'd never seen before. It was like a parlor trick. He met about 9 people by name at the beginning of like a semicircle around him. Like celebrities do, they meet these people. And then he talked to them for a few minutes. And as he walked away, he said, well, it was really nice to meet you. And then he went through all 9 people and their names. It was absolutely a mind blower. Really, really cool. And that happened on that eclipse trip. All right. It's the Mo Kelly Show next. Tim is back tomorrow. Thanks, everybody, for joining me tonight. Lots of fun still to come. Thank you, KFI kids, for all the love and all the support. We are KFI AM 640, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Opinion without the preach.
KFI. live.
And KOST HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Diddy's home raided. I'm Mark Bronner, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. SWAT teams have raided the home of producer Diddy in Holmby Hills.
A convoy of military-style ballistic vehicles and white panel vans rolled up to the scene here at 200 South Mapleton Drive. At about 1 this afternoon, multiple federal agents entered Sean Combs' home, guns drawn. Moments later, several young men in handcuffs were brought outside. Published reports identified two of them as Combs' sons, Justin and King. Homeland Security Investigations is leading the raid, and while teams were going inside the home here in West LA, teams raided Combs' property in Miami. A number of lawsuits have been filed against Combs alleging sex trafficking of minors, allegations Combs denies. In Holmby Hills, Steve Gregory, KFI News.
Dodgers star Shohei Ohtani says he has never bet on baseball or other sports. Using a new interpreter, Ohtani says his former interpreter, Ippei Mizuhara, confessed he had a massive gambling debt.
And at that point, boy, I never agreed to pay off the debt or, make payments to the bookmaker.
The Dodgers fired Mizuhara last week following accusations he had stolen $4.5 million from Ohtani's account to pay off the bookmaker. Ohtani says he's shocked to have been betrayed by someone he trusted so deeply. 4 homes in the Hollywood Hills have been red tagged because of a landslide.
One home had a hole in its side where boulders and dirt rammed through the house, breaking glass in the kitchen and caving in walls. This man has lived in the area for 5 years and says these people may be wealthy, but these are still homes they've poured their lives into.
Some people might have been here for 20, 30 years and the area's changed around them. And they might not be in the same situation as somebody else that came in a year ago or so.
More storms hit Southern California over the weekend, adding more rain to already saturated land. One neighbor said firefighters were called to the area yesterday where he watched the mud seep into the back of the homes. In the Hollywood Hills, Chris Adler, KFI News.
3 men from Chile have been arrested in Irvine on suspicion of burglary. Police say officers spotted a suspicious SUV last week, pulled it over, and found pet deterrent, shoe covers, gloves, and masks inside. They say the 3 men are linked to a transnational crime ring and were casing the neighborhood. Sergeant Kerry Davies said earlier this month there have been 34 home burglaries in the area over a 35-day period. Davies says 7 of those burglaries were consistent with those pulled off by theft rings from South America. An appeals court in New York is giving former President Trump 10 days to come up with $175 million before he needs to start paying his $454 million civil fraud judgment. Trump's attorneys had argued it was practically impossible to get a bond for the full amount.
They had given up all options. We have been reporting that any moment the Attorney General could start seizing assets. Based on this ruling, if Team Trump moves quickly enough to secure the bond, they avoid that.
ABC's John Santucci says the New York AG could appeal the decision to accept a smaller bond. This comes as Trump continues to fight a judgment last month that found he lied about his wealth while growing his real estate empire.
She was like, "Daddy, juice." I said, "No, you got enough juice. Go get some water." She looked at me. She was like, "Got juice." And I looked at her. I was like, "Who the f*** you think you talking to?"
Kevin Hart has joined Comedy Legends by becoming the 25th recipient of the Mark Twain Prize for American Humor. Chris Rock, Jerry Seinfeld, Tiffany Haddish, and Dave Chappelle were some of the many people who spoke at the award ceremony last night. During the ceremony, Hart thanked his family, telling his children, "There is no me without you. I breathe for you. I live for you." The performance hits Netflix May 11th. Southland weather from KFI, partly cloudy tonight, lows around 50, 40 and some wind in the AV. Sunny by tomorrow afternoon, we'll have highs around 70, low 60s in the AV. Sun and 70s most of the week, then a chance of rain Friday night through the weekend. Right now it's 60 in Seal Beach, 61 in Fullerton, 62 in Malibu, 61 in Northridge. The KFI Financial Update sponsored by Quantum ePay. The Dow closed down today, 162, S&P 500 down 16, NASDAQ down 44. Brought to you by Quantum ePay. Merchants who make the switch to Quantum ePay save an average of 53% on payment processing. Call today to see how much you can save. Just dial #250 on your cell and say keyword Quantum. We have a crash on the 134 in Glendale.
That's heading eastbound right at Brand Boulevard. It has the 2 right lanes blocked off, so you'll see some slowing as you come away from the 5. The 101 southbound in Hollywood, traffic stacks up as you approach Santa Monica Boulevard. It stays busy from there until you reach the 110. And traveling on the 15 northbound in Fontana, you're seeing a busy ride as you approach Sierra Avenue. Things start to clear up for you in the Cajon Pass once you get to the 138. KFI in the Sky helps get you there faster. I'm Pedro Moreto.
Well, college hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here. and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Hey, it's Junior. Today, Black folks in our community are still disproportionately affected by HIV. But there is something we can do about it. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetectable, which means the amount of virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
This sun season, evolve your sun care with new Banana Boat 360 coverage. With advanced control mist, it's a new way to spray. An all-new bottle means an all-new mist experience that smells great and is incredibly light on your skin. Better control with coverage you can count on. Tap the trigger lightly to cover targeted areas or pull for a long, continuous spray, ensuring long-lasting Banana Boat protection. Plus, it's refillable. Sweat-resistant sport formula to kids SPF 50+. Shop Banana Boat 360 Mist at Walmart, Target, or Amazon.
Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, sports, talk, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good. KFI AM 640.
KFI AM 640 is Lay with Mo Kelly. We're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app, and this was a huge news day. And it's not even over. Huge stories which are not going to be solved or figured out or come to a resolution today. They may be going on for weeks or months. This was a day in which my phone would not stop ringing or buzzing, people calling, asking, relaying stories, remembering stories about this, that, and the other. But let me just tell you, last week on this show, I was talking to Jackie Ray, and we'll talk to Jackie Ray in the next hour. I was talking to Jackie Ray about Bruno Mars, and I specifically said professional sports has become so cozy with sports betting. I believed in the next 365 days that there would be a major story about a major professional athlete getting caught up in a betting scandal. And I was very general. Then the next day, the Shohei Ohtani story began to percolate and then broke. Just maybe an hour ago, NBA Raptors forward Jonte Porter is now under investigation by the NBA following multiple instances of betting irregularities over the past several months. At issue are prop bets involving Porter from games on January 26th and March 20th, and an NBA spokesperson told ESPN that the league is looking into it. Let me be more specific. In the game on January 26th against the LA Clippers, there was increased betting interest on the under for Porter props. And a prop bet is, I think of it like a stunt bet. Porter, how many times he's going to shoot a jump shot, or how many points he's going to have in a game or in a half. The over and under. Those are like prop bets. And for that night, the prop bets were set at around 5.5 points, 4.5 rebounds, and 1.5 assists. And there was an over and under on Porter's made three-pointers. That night, Porter just played 4 minutes before leaving the game because what the Raptors said was an aggravation of an eye injury. Porter did not score against the Clippers, but had three rebounds and 1 assist, and he did not attempt the three. Meaning
the under hit on all the props. That is a breaking story right now. It includes the LA Clippers as far as an opponent. But I just want to remind you what I said with Jackie Ray just last Monday.
And sports specifically are now embracing Las Vegas. We have the Las Vegas A's coming from Oakland. You have the Oakland Raiders, who are now the Las Vegas Raiders. You have the Las Vegas Golden Knights. Professional sports have all embraced gambling. How long before we're having the same conversation regarding an active professional athlete on a large scale? Let's make a bet here. How long?
What is it? It's March 18th, 2024?
Yes.
I'm going to say March 18th, 2025. We can have this conversation again, and that's when it'll happen.
Yeah, I believe it's within the next 365 days. I honestly do.
I should have said the next 3.65 days, and I still would have been accurate. So we're definitely going to get into, at the minimum, the Shohei Ohtani investigation. You probably heard the audio by now, and Mark Thompson talk about it, and other shows here on KFI talk about it. Shohei Ohtani spoke and also had a new interpreter, talking about how he had absolutely no knowledge, I'm paraphrasing him, no knowledge, and had given no permission to his former interpreter as far as moving money or making any type of bets. We're going to get into that and so much more. Diddy's LA home and Miami home was raided today, and I'm going to remind you as well, Tuwala and I told you that there was going to be this, what I call a come to Jesus moment for the music industry and the Me Too movement. We told you that what was going on in the music industry had been largely overlooked during the formation of the Me Too movement, and now it's coming to fruition as far as the raids, the multiple raids, simultaneous, by not the FBI, which is also important, but Homeland Security. And the investigation from published reports has to do with possible sex trafficking and illegal arms distribution. Diddy will talk to you about that. I will relay my personal stories, and Tuwala will relay his personal stories about either dealing with, working with, or being around Diddy, and how it kind of informs this moment. A huge, huge news day. And remember last week how we had the interview with the co-directors of the documentary Quiet on Set, The Dark Side of Kids TV. Now, that's the biggest story, the Diddy aside, in television entertainment. And we had that last week, and you may not remember. Well, you've probably seen the documentary by now. If you haven't, you can catch it on Max. You need to see it. But to help you out, we're going to replay that conversation because it's even more important now that the whole nation is talking about what happened with Nickelodeon all those years ago, which sent the network into the stratosphere and made so many people so much money on the efforts of kids who were allegedly misused, sexually abused, and worse. We have a lot to talk about, and also we'll be joined in studio tonight by voice actor J.P. Carliak, who is one of the stars of the new Marvel series, X-Men 97. He's in studio tonight. We'll get his thoughts on the new series, which is on Disney Plus, and so much more. Let me say hello to the later crew, because when we do our weekly horoscope, it's going to be just for the later crew tonight. Mark Ronner, how you doing, brother?
Had a restful weekend, Mo. How about you?
I did not have a restful weekend.
Oh, that's right. You hate rest.
I was working all weekend, officiating Frosh Soft basketball for girls this weekend in Carson. I stopped by the Delamo Mall, phoned in to report for Soul Cow Saturdays. Nothing happened with the supposed mall takeover, but it was good to see firsthand what did and did not happen.
You threw yourself right into the thick of it.
Look, I threw myself in harm's way. I was going to sacrifice my body for KFI if need be.
Admirable.
I chased
the man to the bitter end.
That's right. Steve Gregory would have even been jealous of my intrepid report.
That's right. That's
KFI News.
I like the way you said it.
KFI. But it's a huge news day, to be serious. A huge, huge news day. And if you've ever listened to Later with Mo Kelly, you know that we can give you a particular insight on sports adjacent stories like Shohei Ohtani. We can give you particular and keen insight on a story like Diddy because we worked in and around and with Diddy years ago. We understand that business in ways that other people just can't. They don't know. They can read the story, but they can't relay the intricacies of the story. Give you some insight on the actual players and participants in the story. And also what's been going on as far as quiet on set, that dialogue and discussion. This is where you want to be tonight on some of the biggest stories in America. Only here, later, with Mo Kelly. And when we come back, we're going to talk about California having the highest unemployment rate in the nation. And so much more bad news. KFI AM 640, we're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Now to Mark Bronner, KFI 24-hour newsroom.
As you've been hearing, the Los Angeles and Miami homes of rapper and businessman Sean Diddy Combs have been raided by Homeland Security over reported allegations of sex trafficking. A judge in New York has scheduled former President Trump's hush money trial to begin April 15th after scolding Trump's lawyers for a last-minute document dump that caused a postponement of the original date. And Arnold Schwarzenegger has announced on his podcast he's recovering from surgery after he got a pacemaker implanted. Arnold's 76 and has had 3 open-heart surgeries. He said scar tissue from the last one caused an irregular heartbeat. SoCal weather, partly cloudy tonight, lows around 50, 40, and some wind in the Antelope Valley. This report brought to you by Life Source Water Systems. And from the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, let's go places. Going to a crash on the 405 in the Sepulveda Pass.
That's heading northbound just before Ventura Boulevard. It looks like it's along the right shoulder, but it is causing some spectator traffic that's backed up to about Skirball Center Drive. As you make your way on the 110 northbound in downtown LA, you're seeing brake lights. Once you get to the 10, it'll ease up for you approaching the 101. And in Brea, 57 northbound, right at Imperial Highway. Stop and go traffic building up there starts to clear up as you approach the 60. KFI in the Sky helps get you there faster. I'm Pedro Moreno.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
This is a radio ad for Dupixent, Dupilumab, a prescription medicine for people 6 months and up with moderate to severe eczema that is not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of Dupixent. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from within. But you can see how Dupixent can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results may vary. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Get help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, throat. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems, such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist about Dupixent. Visit Dupixent.com or call 1-844-DUPIXENT.
No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Give kids the nutrients of real 100% fruit juice to help them conquer the day. Juicy Juice is only sweetened by the fruit with no sugar added, no high fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family-sized bottles and juice boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com.
With the Lucky Land Slots, you can get lucky just about anywhere.
This is your captain speaking. We've got clear runway and the weather's fine, but we're just going to circle up here a while and get lucky. No, nothing like that. It's just these cash prizes add up quick. So I suggest you sit back, keep your tray table upright, and start getting lucky.
Play for free at LuckyLandSlots.com. Are you feeling lucky? No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited by law. 18 plus terms and conditions apply. See website for details.
Hey, it's Junior. Today, Black folks in our community are still disproportionately affected by HIV. But there is something we can do about it. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetectable, which means the amount of virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
To me, the issue is not tackle football. The issue here to me is what power the government has when it comes to control over your own home.
For some reason, Sacramento has this bloodlust to get its fingers into these kinds of issues, and it doesn't have to.
Gary and Shannon.
I don't want the government telling me how to parent.
Yeah. Live 9 to 1 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
KFI AM 640 is later with Mo Kelly. We're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app, and I try to remind people two things. When it's a presidential election year, one of the key metrics as far as voters is how they see the presidential election playing out. It's an old phrase, is the economy stupid? But the economy usually is very personal in nature. You can't think of the economy in broad terms. Like, for example, people may say the economy's bad because I don't have a job. Yes, when you're talking about the larger economy, that's correct. It's not your personal world. But when it comes to voting, it's always your personal world. If you don't have a job, the economy is bad as far as you are concerned. In a definitional sense, that's not the case. Just because anecdotally your brother, your friend, your neighbor, none of you have jobs, it doesn't mean the economy, big picture, is poor. But when it comes to how you view the economy and what's most important to you and how you most likely will vote as far as your priorities, the economy will be a reflection of your particular personal circumstances. So let's talk about California. California's unemployment rate right now is 5.3%. In a historical sense, in a grand sense, well, when you're around 5%, that's just about a full unemployment, as they say. When you're talking about the definition of full employment for an economy, 5% is usually pretty good. But we've had this long period where we've been at full employment as a nation, and our unemployment has been in the range of 3.5 to 3.9%, which is unheard of, but still it is all relative. California's 5.3% unemployment as of February is the highest in the country. Now, during times in which national unemployment may be 6 or 7%, 5.3% would be pretty darn good. But relatively speaking, it's the highest in the nation, which makes it relatively poor in nature. Going inside the numbers, California lost some 2.7 million jobs at the start of the COVID pandemic. That was the hole in which the state was trying to dig itself out of. The state has added more than 3 million jobs since then, and overall, you could say that's relatively positive from where the state was during the pandemic, but it's not as good as the rest of the country. And you wonder, well, what is the rest of the country unemployment? Well, the rest of the country is 3.9%, and we're dealing with 5.3%. Yes, we can go into the numbers and talk about why that is and how it disproportionately impacts California. But if you are one of those who is out of work, the economy, as far as you're concerned, is bad. 7 of California's 11 job sectors lost jobs last month, as of February. The largest decrease was in construction, with 9,600 jobs lost. And if you know anything What that may signal, as far as an indicator, that means obviously the housing market, new builds, that's slowing down, and we may see a leveling off of prices for homes, which can be good if you're in the market for buying a home. It's not necessarily good if you're looking to sell a home. And then we have to look at whether there's an excess of available inventory, which might impact it as well. But when we see construction jobs going down, going down, that's usually a not good, a poor sign for the real estate market. And when you look at the broader picture of 7 of California's 11 job sectors, lost jobs in February, it doesn't necessarily mean that we're headed for a recession. It does mean that California is struggling a little bit more than other states around the nation. Now, we can look at the different stories and discussions we've had about the tech sector and how they've lost jobs, and that's one of those major sectors which has lost jobs. And it's unclear whether this is going to be part of a larger trend or it's just a blip over a short period of time. But let's go back to the politics of it all. It's going to come down to who it hits and then, by extension, hurts the most. I don't know about you. If I don't have a job, my economy is not so good. If I'm struggling week to week, month to month, for me, the economy is not good. We're not talking about what economists say about the full country, because we know if you look at the fullness of the country, if you look at other indicators like stock market, if you got a 401k, it's probably doing pretty darn well over the past year or so. If it's tied to the stock market, it's probably doing real well. That's just a fact. But if you don't have a job and it's not money being paid into that 401k, it doesn't mean much of anything. So it's a mixed bag. It's complicated, as they say. It's not all of this, and it's not all of that. And let's go even deeper into all of this. California added 154,000 jobs last year, but where were the most hires? That's the thing. California is by far the nation's largest job market with some 17.8 million workers. 17.8 million. Give you some perspective. The second biggest job market in the U.S. is Texas at 13.9 million, and Florida is number 3 at 9.7 million. So anything which happens in California is going to have a disproportionate impact on not only the country, but the state's economy as opposed to other states. Now, 154,000 California hires last year was only topped by 3 states, Texas, Florida, and New York. Texas had 449,000 increased jobs last year. Florida had 316,000 increased jobs, and New York had 195,000 increased jobs. Now, where were these jobs found? Modesto added 3,500 jobs to 194,000, coming in 10th. San Jose, 4,200 jobs. Bakersfield, 4,200 jobs. Fresno, 8,500 jobs. Oakland, 10,300 jobs added. LA, and this is relatively small given the size of LA, only 13,400 jobs added. And you wonder, well, how did Orange County do, since they're like neighbors? Orange County added 17,000 jobs over the past year. Sacramento added 18,200 jobs. The Inland Empire, 19,800. And coming in at number 1 as far as the jobs created last year in the state of California, San Diego, 21,000 new jobs in the past year. So depending on where you are, going back to my original thought, depending on where you are, depending where you live within the state of California, and depending how your personal economy is faring right about now, says more about your feelings about the economy, big picture, than anything else. And I always kid with Mark Ronner. He may talk about the cost of real estate and cost of living and cost of rent here in California, and that probably signals a very different perception of the economy than someone who's doing relatively well, who's not struggling.
everybody who's not rich is getting squeezed on rent and mortgages and things like that. Home prices are out of control in no small part because corporations are buying up residential properties.
That's true. That's true.
And you got to remember, when you're talking about the economy in California, California is the 5th largest economy on the planet. It is the largest subnational economy in the world. So it's kind of at a different standard than your average state, right?
It is. And when we talk about California, you know, you may think of California in terms of Los Angeles, but Los Angeles is nothing like Fresno. Los Angeles is nothing like San Jose or Lodi, Redwood. We have like maybe 4 or 5 different states in terms of demographics within the state of California. It is so diverse demographically in a topographical sense. It's really different. When we say California, it's not a unifying idea in any way.
No, it's a massive state with nearly 40 million people in it, and so it's really in a class by itself.
But we'll see whether this is just a blip in the road or whether this is going to be the trend and trending towards the election and how that may play out politically amongst voters. It's later with Mo Kelly. KFI AM 640. We're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. We're going to get into the Diddy situation when we come back. Multiple houses in multiple states were raided by not the FBI, but Homeland Security on suspicions of sex trafficking and also illegal firearms distribution. 2 of his sons were put in handcuffs. I don't know if they were actually charged at this point, but the implications are huge. TMZ is reporting that Diddy's private plane is somewhere in the Caribbean right now, and we suspect that Diddy's on that plane. There's so much to discuss. When we come back, Tuala and I will tell you our anecdotal stories of Diddy and what we knew of him or having dealings with him in the business. That's next. Now to Mark Runner in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Dr. Shohei Ohtani says he has never gambled on baseball or any other sport.
Ohtani spoke to a packed press room saying he was shocked beyond belief that someone he trusted could steal massive amounts of money from his account to pay off illegal gambling debts. Using a new interpreter, Ohtani says his former interpreter, Ife Mizuhara, lied to the media.
Ife told to the media and to my representatives that I, on behalf of a friend, paid off debt.
Ohtani says he never willingly transferred $4.5 million from his account to a bookmaker, and he never agreed to pay off Mizuhara's debt. He says he'll be focusing on the Dodgers season while the police handle the investigation. At Dodger Stadium, Chris Adler, KFI News.
Tap your heels together 3 times and think to yourself, there's no place like home. There's no place like home. There's no place like home.
Judy Garland's home in Bel Air is now on the market for $11.5 million. Garland, immortalized as Dorothy in The Wizard of Oz, bought the more than 5,500 square foot home in 1938. It has 5 bedrooms, 6.5 restrooms, curved staircase, multiple black marble fireplaces. The listing is just 2 weeks old and already has more than 8,900 views on Zillow. The site says it's likely to sell faster than 82% of other homes for sale nearby. A place like home if you can afford that. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has canceled his team's planned visit to D.C. He's protesting the UN decision calling for an immediate ceasefire and an unconditional hostage release in Gaza. The delegation was expected to brief the White House on plans for a ground invasion of Rafah, where more than 1 million Palestinians are sheltering from the war. Netanyahu says the U.S. retreated from a principled position by letting the vote pass. Southland weather from KFI. Partly cloudy tonight, lows around 50, 40 with some wind in the Antelope Valley. Sunny by tomorrow afternoon. We'll have highs around 70, low 60s in the AAV. Then sun and low 70s much of the week. Chance of rain starts Friday and lasts through the weekend. Right now it's 61 in La Palma, 57 in Tustin, and it crashes out of the way on the 91 in Anaheim Hills.
Heading eastbound just before Gypsum Canyon Road, it was involving a big rig. It's over to the right shoulder now. If your drive is recovering from Weir Canyon Road. If you're on the 10 heading eastbound in Mid-City, you'll see patchy slowing approaching La Cienega. Things start to clear up for you once you get to Arlington. And if you're on the 101 southbound in Hollywood, a bit of traffic building up once you get to Normandy. That'll ease up for you approaching the 110. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Pedro Moreno.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook. America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Hey, it's Junior. Today, Black folks in our community are still disproportionately affected by HIV. But there is something we can do about it. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetectable, which means the amount of virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Give kids the nutrients of real 100% fruit juice to help them conquer the day. Juicy Juice is only sweetened by the fruit, with no sugar added, no high fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family-sized bottles and juice boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com.
This sun season, evolve your sun care with new Banana Boat 360 coverage. With advanced control mist, it's a new way to spray. An all-new bottle means an all-new mist experience that smells great and is incredibly light on your skin. Better control with coverage you can count on. Tap the trigger lightly to cover targeted areas, or pull for a long, continuous spray, ensuring long-lasting Banana Boat protection. Plus, it's refillable. From sweat-resistant sport formula to kids SPF 50+. Shop Banana Boat 360 Mist at Walmart, Target, or Amazon.
This is a radio ad for Dupixent, dupilumab, a prescription medicine for people 6 months and up with moderate to severe eczema that is not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of Dupixent. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from within. But you can see how Dupixent can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results may vary. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Get help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, throat. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist about Dupixent. Visit Dupixent.com or call 1-844-DUPIXENT.
The Tunnel to Towers Foundation supports America's greatest heroes. Heroes like U.S. Army Specialist James Donaldson. Donaldson lost his legs, a finger, and severed another when he was hit with an improvised explosive device in Iraq. He struggled moving around his home until Tunnel to Towers gave him a mortgage-free smart home. The home enabled Donaldson to live a more independent life and be a better father. Help families like the Donaldsons. Donate $11 a month to Tunnel to Towers at T2T.org.
Lucky Land Casino asking people, what's the weirdest place you've gotten lucky?
Lucky? In line at the deli, I guess? In my dentist's office. More than once, actually. Do I have to say?
Yes, you do.
In the car before my kid's PTA meeting.
Really?
Yes.
Excuse me, what's the weirdest place you've gotten lucky?
I never win and tell.
Well, there you have it. You could get lucky anywhere playing at LuckyLandSlots.com. Play for free right now. Are you feeling lucky?
The Daily Calendar.
Today, March 25th.
It's International Waffle Day. Started in Sweden and now it's famous worldwide, like IKEA or ABBA. It's a bed in for peace. How do you participate? You just stay in bed. Wrestle. Best protest ever. Want to throw bright colors at people? The 2-day Holi Festival starts in India. Happy birthday, Sir Elton John, Aretha Franklin, Sarah Jessica Parker from Sex and the City, and rapper Big Sean.
And that's your Daily Calendar.
From KFI AM 640.
Go win, EA.
Yes, you are. Yes, you can. Telly, we're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app, and we're going to take our time discussing this Diddy story, which is evolving, ongoing, and is changing each moment. So I want to slow down. I was saying when I was speaking with Mark Thompson during the Tim Conway Jr. show earlier today that my life and career parallels Sean Diddy Combs. What I mean by that is we're the exact same age, born the same month. We were in college, not together. He was at Howard University in Washington, D.C. I was at Georgetown. And so I met him, I think we were both 17 years old, freshmen in college. And he had started producing these parties in Washington, D.C., usually on the campus of Howard University in Georgetown. We're only like maybe 6-7 miles away. So we would come over to the campus to these Puff Daddy, Sean Combs parties. That's how we got his start. And then he was discovered, he got his internship under this guy by the name of Andre Harrell, who's no longer with us, as a part of Uptown Records, MCA, which is a division of MCA. All this is important because you need to know where he came from, how he got his start. He was able to develop some artists that became big stars. You wouldn't necessarily know them, but if you know R&B, you know these names like Father MC, Mary J. Blige, Jodeci, and so forth, who were on that MCA label. And he had the chance to start his own imprint label, which is called Bad Boy Records. And if you listen to that bumper that was talking about with Bad Boys for Life, that was like their theme for the label. And as I was working different places in the music business, he was working in different places in the music business, he made a name for himself on his music and in music, but he was well known within the industry for being an ass. He was well known for doing a lot of things which didn't necessarily make the media all the time, but if you worked in the industry, you knew how he would get down, as they say. You can Google this incident where there was a shooting in a nightclub and he was dating J-Lo at the time. It was kind of, I can't remember if it was dismissed or pleaded out or whatever, but the lie was that Puffy, he was known as Puffy then, and he didn't have the gun, he didn't shoot the gun, had nothing to do with it, but in actuality, he did. We all knew that he did that. We knew that he was mistreating women, allegedly, in his employ. And let me give it to you, Tuala, because you had dealings with him on a level as an artist who would come to your station.
You had just mentioned the nightclub shooting where Diddy was at a club with J-Lo. And the time that I went to New York for the MTV Music Awards, the station was going to be broadcasting from out there. And the day that I went to the Bad Boy offices is when the artist who actually got charged under that incident, Shine, who was an artist that was on his label, had just came in from his court date. And everyone was all the buzz saying, man, Shine had nothing to do with that. Well, no, Shine still had a record, and he was a known entity in the streets, and pretty much everything ended up coming down on Shine. I have had a few different instances with Diddy. All of my instances were always, I'd say, good because of the seat that I sat in. I was the individual in charge of playing his music, so he was not going to run afoul of me. And I had several incidents with him wherein one record rep tried to get strong-arm me, not strong-arm me, but he tried to get me to play that ridiculous Godzilla record that Diddy released. And when I didn't want to play it, he was like, look, we'll buy you whatever you need. He was literally trying to get me on the bail. I flipped out, and unfortunately that guy got drummed out of the music industry. And Diddy called to apologize. Hey, I would never, ever insinuate or never, imply. But it was always known. Everyone around me was always, hey, I don't know what it is you're saying to Diddy. He has a lot of respect for you, and he has no respect for anyone that he works with. I have had the unpleasant moment to witness him berating his staff, and I swear I said to myself, well, I wouldn't work under these conditions. I just wouldn't. He wasn't known to be nice, and Michael Crozier asked this question on his way out. He said, "Is there anything that could come out regarding Diddy that would surprise you or make you say, wow, I didn't know that?" No, not at all, because I have never heard anything good about this individual from people who work for him.
Well, I told this story when I was speaking to Mark Thompson, so I'm going to tell it again. I'm going to rebut that with, I have seen it firsthand. When I was working at Interscope Records, 1999, I was there when Diddy came to the offices with two of his henchmen, and they beat the crap out of Steve Stout in Plainview, broad daylight. Didn't matter, the security was there. They hit him in the head with a telephone. Diddy did. And then they threw a chair at him and they flipped over his glass desk. It was ridiculous. When they walked out, later he was arrested, and then he paid off Steve Stout, and all of a sudden it went away. I mention that because there's been a long history of him abusing people, men and women, and then, money flows, and then it goes away. And there was also a fear factor. It was more explicit with people like Suge Knight, who was also working at Interscope at the time. And when I was there, we had just started working on Eminem's album, and there was this new kid coming up called 50 Cent. That's part of the reason why 50 to this day trolls Diddy. There's been this long rivalry, and it goes back to the days when we were all at Interscope, and he did that to Steve Stout. Diddy was a known abuser, but we couldn't prove it, and there are people who would not come forward. Just like the Steve Stout incident, they were afraid of reprisals, and they were afraid of what would be done to them. Now, in the Me Too era of today, and the changing of laws, like in New York, you've had some brave women like Cassie come forward, detail the alleged sexual abuse, the drugs, and what have you, and the sodomy, and alleging that there are videotapes which were given to different people, which I have to assume is being used as evidence now. What he's looking at right now has to do with sexual assault, sex trafficking. His sons have been arrested. Diddy, from what I understand, has not been arrested. He is free on his own. Recognizance, they have not officially arrested him, but it's going deep. And when I read that Homeland Security affected these searches and seizures, that says to me that there's an international component. This is not the FBI. This is Homeland Security. There are also allegations that there were illegal guns being distributed by Diddy and company.
Well, look, you can do everything you want in the dark, but when it comes to the light, it's going to shine bright. We have been talking about this for the longest, ever since the Me Too movement first reared its head. We start saying then, just wait till this comes to the music industry. Everything you've heard about in film and television, as far as sexual harassment or even rape and things like that with Harvey Weinstein, we told you then. Just wait till you hear about everything that's happened in the music industry. It gets way deeper. It's way more insidious. And I would think that this is just literally the tip of the iceberg, because there are individuals, rap labels, who have long used their labels for drug trafficking, sex trafficking, all the above.
Let's talk about that when we come back, and we'll give you this more context as far as what may come out regarding these Diddy investigations. Multiple homes, there were warrants which were affected, and they were items seized from multiple locations in the furtherance of multiple investigations detailing sexual trafficking, illegal gun distribution, and possibly more. Homeland Security, not the FBI. It's later with Mo Kelly, KFI AM 640. We're live everywhere in the iHeartRadio app. Now to Mark Ron on the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
San Jose-based Iterate AI, Iterate.ai, is offering its AI-powered weapon detection technology free to schools. It was developed for use in stores and uses existing security cams to detect weapons in schools and can reportedly detect guns and alert authorities within seconds. There have been 16 school shootings so far this year. Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu has canceled plans to send a delegation to Washington this week after the U.S. decided against vetoing a UN Security Council resolution calling for an immediate ceasefire in the Israel-Hamas war. And the Golden Globes have a long-term home. It'll air on CBS the next 5 years, starting January 2025. After airing there this year, the new deal also includes the Globes being live-streamed on Paramount+. SoCal weather, partly cloudy tonight, lows around 50, 40, and some wind in the Antelope Valley. This report brought to you by personal injury firm Owen, Patterson & Owen, and we're headed to a crash on the 405 in the Sepulveda Pass.
That's heading northbound just after Ventura Boulevard. It's blocking the right lane, so watch out for some slowing as you come across Skirball Center Drive. Also on the 405 northbound, this is in West LA, just after the 10, a stalled car that's stuck in the middle lane, causing you to slow down from about Venice Boulevard. And the 10 heading eastbound in Mid-City, you'll see patchy delays coming across Robertson. Things start to clear up for you once you get to the 110. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Pedro Moreno.
Hi. Ready for our beach day?
Yeah.
Great. I brought sunscreen, sunglasses, a big bucket.
6 times better protection can make a big difference.
Sleeve shirt, water, ice, a canopy.
Suit yourself. I'm getting some rays today.
Castrol GTX full synthetic motor oil provides 6 times better wear protection on critical engine parts to help extend the life of your engine. Castrol GTX full synthetic motor oil for maximum protection.
How you feeling over there?
Oh, fine. Should be tan by tomorrow.
Claim-based and viscosity breakdown is measured in vertical bond. Testing found to be pretty great. Shop for Castrol GTX full synthetic on Amazon.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
This is a radio ad for Dupixent, dupilumab, a prescription medicine for people 6 months and up with moderate to severe eczema that is not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of Dupixent. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from within. But you can see how Dupixent can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results may vary. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Get help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, throat. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems, such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist about Dupixent. Visit Dupixent.com or call 1-844-DUPIXENT.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives you access to all, every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. iHeartMedia is your access company. Go to iHeartResults.com for more.
Are you ready to take your business to the next level? Do you have big plans but lack the funds to make them happen? Well, don't let financial barriers hold you back. David Allen Capital offers revenue-based funding where cash flow is more important than credit score. Whether you need funds to grow or are simply in a tight pinch, you can apply today and have funds in your account this week. Go to breezy-money.com to complete a free, no-obligation application. That's breezy, BREEZY-money.com.
Look at the greatness of the United States. We are a melting pot which didn't exist before. Look at our politics. Look at our democracy.
One of the things I'm so proud of America, the first country on the planet to have a democratic republic.
The people govern themselves. Our founding fathers were geniuses.
That had never happened before in the history of the world.
Bill Handel.
And America started that.
Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI.
And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
We don't play, mess around the DOA, be on your way. Cause it ain't the next time here. Ain't enough time here for you to shine here. Here with many women, but she's down straight. And I'm bigger than the city like that, I swear. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
hearing or discussion about the raid on multiple residences of Sean P. Diddy Combs, the arrests of both of his sons. Don't know any specific charges, Quincy and Justin Combs, but we do know that multiple residents were raided in Miami and also here in Los Angeles. It was done under the auspices of the Southern District of New York and also Homeland Security. To reset from published reports, it seems that it has to do with alleged sex trafficking, illegal distribution of guns. And when I see Homeland Security, this is my suspicion that it's probably international in nature. Now, when I was working in the music business, it was well known that there were some labels, and I'm not going to say by name, but a lot of them were hip hop rap labels, which were using music as a front for other illegal activities. It could have been drugs, it could have been sex trafficking, it could have been RICO, money laundering, all sorts of things were going on. Now, it wasn't something I could walk into the FBI offices and say, hey, this is going on and this is who you need to arrest. No, it's not. It wasn't open in that way. But you knew that through music sales, it was not adding up with the type of money which is coming in. Like, for example, you have an artist who supposedly would sell 200,000 or 300,000 units out of his trunk for his record label. And it was basically, it was a way to launder the drugs that they were actually selling in the hood. You know what I mean, Twelve.
Oh, yeah. There were several artists who would use tours as a means to transport drugs and guns. And there have been several stories. You can Google, artist tour bus raided. And you'll probably find a few different rappers whose tour bus were raided on the road. I have actually been in the studio several times. That's one of the things, different labels, artists will always say, come to the studio, listen to this music. And there were always drugs. There was always guns. There were always women of leisure about the studio. You and I both know, we're not going to put their names out there, but you and I both know individuals who have engaged in sex trafficking as a means of bringing women of pleasure from California to Las Vegas for parties, to entertain rappers, and the like. This was replete in the industry. I'm not a cop, so it's not my business to bust any of these individuals or to turn them in, because at my station, we, on a regular basis, we had to worry about this gang or that gang either showing up to our offices, either harassing our street teamers, calling up our DJs and threatening them. With one DJ who said, bring it because I've got my gun with me at all times.
You had hosts who were armed at all times.
Armed at all times.
We had, when I was working at Virgin Records, we had standing armed security. LP, who's been a guest on my show, former Marine, former LA Housing Authority, who was there every single day, because you get threats. My life was threatened. It was just, it's silly to say it out loud now, but people say, Mo, why didn't you do X, Y, or Z then? Am I trying to get myself killed? Am I trying to get my family members killed? I mean, remember, this is the time in which artists like Tupac, Notorious B.I.G. were killed. Other lesser-known artists were killed. I'm not catching a bullet unnecessarily. No, sir.
We were way too connected to the streets, and the threats were real. I have had artists pull out pistols in music meetings with me to complain about my not playing their music and asking, is this what needs to happen to get their music played? Do they have to go Suge Knight on me to get their music played?
So let me jump there real quick. So when people ask, why is it an artist like Cassie only comes forward 15 years later or so? That's why, because the threats were real, the danger was real, and many women did not feel safe until someone like Cassie did come forward many years later, and then now you have these other lawsuits. People have come forward because there's a degree of public cover, thanks to the Me Too movement, thanks to the changes in some of the laws, which has allowed these prosecutions to go forward. And also, Diddy's been acting with impunity, allegedly, for someone hit me on my Instagram trying to post on this, like, don't put this on my Instagram. Do not. If you want to send me a message, that's fine, but do not try to ask me questions about sex trafficking on my Instagram for the public to see. Yeah. Do not do that. Yeah. But people will say, well, why didn't you do this, that, or the other back then? Because I didn't want to be shot. I didn't want my family members to be shot. That's why people did not come forward back in the 90s, because there was a real threat of death.
And not only that, as sad as it is to say, there is a way that the music industry was. There's a way that things were done. And these are not things that were done in the dark for those of us that were in the music industry. Like I said, anything that I saw wasn't necessarily hidden. It was done with the sense of who's going to stop me. I'm working at a radio station. I'm not working at a label. I'm not working, I'm not a rap artist. I'm not dealing with these individuals. And when I saw it, all I said to myself is, wow, the day is going to come when all of this comes out.
Yeah, I worked with Suge Knight. The same Suge Knight who's in jail right now for multiple murders. We had a nice speaking hello relationship. Well, I'm not going to tell my Suge Knight stories.
No.
That thing? No, absolutely not.
Suge was always nice at the station. Suge was always nice at the station. Although I will have to say, there was that time when doors were closed and scuffling was heard in the office and someone was left crying. I'll say that.
So these stories which are coming out now, yeah, they're probably all true. Every single one of them, and probably worse. And with the raids today, there's no telling what they already know and have unearthed. But as I was saying when I was speaking to Mark Thompson during the Tim Conway Jr. show, when they're doing the multiple raids in multiple cities, they have everything. They're just trying to make sure you don't destroy the evidence. They already have you. They have you. It's later with Mo Kelly. When we come back, we're going to go to the next huge story of the day, Shohei Ohtani investigation. We're going to go beyond the box score, which we kind of predicted and didn't even know we were going to predict with Jackie Ray. That's next. KFI AM 640, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
No axes to grind here. What do you think we are, lumberjacks? How do you even grind an axe anyway?
KFI.
And KOST HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Downer for Diddy. I'm Mark Runner, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. As you've been hearing on Later with Mo Kelly, federal agents have raided the home of rapper and producer Diddy in Holmby Hills.
Massive SWAT vehicles rolled up here at 200 South Mapleton just after 1 this afternoon. Moments later, agents swarmed Sean Combs' compound and detained and handcuffed numerous young men, 2 of whom have been identified as Combs' sons, Justin and King. And while this raid was going on, there was a simultaneous raid happening at Combs' compound in Miami. Law enforcement sources tell me the raids are tied to recent lawsuits alleging Combs was running a sex trafficking ring, allegations Combs denies. In Holmby Hills, Steve Gregory, KFI News.
One of the ringleaders of a group stealing iPhones from Apple has been sentenced to more than 4 years in prison. The U.S. Attorney's Office says Alan Liao was also ordered to surrender 2 homes and $120,000 for his role in the scam. Liao, his 2 brothers, and 9 others were busted for taking more than 10,000 fake iPhones and iPads from China and trading them in at Apple stores in the U.S. for real items they sold at a premium back in China. The FBI and San Diego cops helped in the years-long investigation. Striking workers have agreed to a new tentative contract at 34 hotels in the L.A. area.
Hotel workers represented by Unite Here Local 11 celebrated outside the Intercontinental Hotel in downtown LA. Union co-president Kirk Peterson says the deal is worth $1 billion over nearly 4 years.
We have won a life-changing contract that transforms hotel jobs.
The deal includes $10 an hour pay raises, healthcare and pension gains, and the return of daily room cleaning. Labor disputes are ongoing at 27 area hotels. Michael Monks, KFI News.
911 calls in Orange County are being routed differently. OC Healthcare Agency Director Dr. Veronica Kelly says dispatchers now ask callers screening questions to determine whether cops or a mobile crisis team is the best response.
The whole point is to get the individual in crisis to a safe place where they can receive care, and also to allow law enforcement to do their job of protecting and serving and addressing criminal activity.
Kelly says 911 callers are asked if the person is an immediate danger to themselves or if they're committing a crime or safety hazard. She says OC Healthcare started the screening process this month in partnership with the OC Sheriff's Department. A federal judge in New York has set a trial date for the hush money case against former President Trump. Jury selection starts April 15th. Trump's attorney, Todd Blanche, says the decision's completely unfair.
We very much believe that starting this trial in April, or even starting this trial at any point before the election, is completely unfair to President Trump.
The hush money case stems from a payment made to porn actress Stormy Daniels during Trump's 2016 presidential campaign. The judge told Trump's lawyers they should have acted sooner if they believed they didn't have all the records they felt they were entitled to. And lawmakers are introducing a bill to make sure people in the U.S. get 2 weeks of paid vacation every year. Congressmen in Texas and Rhode Island co-sponsored the bill and argue it's time to normalize taking time off. The 10 days would be in addition to existing state laws for paid sick time or family and medical leave. Critics say 10 days may seem like the perfect number, but it won't be for everybody. Several Democrats have signed the bill in the House, with a similar version being introduced in the Senate. Southland weather from KFI. Partly cloudy tonight, lows around 50, 40 with some wind in the Antelope Valley. Sun by tomorrow afternoon, and we'll have highs around 70. Then sun and low 70s much of the week. Chance of rain starts Friday, and it lasts through the weekend. Right now it's 58 in Newport Beach, 57 in Orange, 57 in Sherman Oaks, 60 in Burbank, and a stall's out of the way on the 405 in West LA.
That's heading northbound just after the 10. It's been moved out of the middle lane. Your drive has recovered there and is moving smoothly. The 91 eastbound in Anaheim Hills, watch for slowing. Approaching Weir Canyon, that'll start to clear up for you once you make your way past Gypsum Canyon Road. And in Rubidoux on the 60 westbound, just before Rubidoux Boulevard, got a crash there that has the 2 left lanes off limits. Your drive stacks up at Market Street. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Pedro Moreno.
Late home decorating, it's my new thing. I'm going for mid-century meets rustic chic with a terracotta gallery wall and, abstract rug. Looking nice.
Free one-day delivery on home decor and millions of other items. Whatever you're into, it's on Prime.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, sports, talk, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good. KFI AM 640.
Here, Utah made a lot of disrespectful talk about your families, your kids. It's just a disrespect to the game, and I think it's something that needs to be brought up.
Beyond the Box Score with Jackie Ray.
When it comes to trans women in women's sports, honestly, I've been against it. I have always tried to protect women in women's sports.
But I will always go back to, why did people turn us on when Dan Patrick and Steve Owen were hosting? And why are they turning us on now? And in my opinion, it is not to hear about Charlottesville.
Beyond the Box Score with Jackie Ray.
Where sports is society week.
KFI AM 640. It's later with Mo Kelly. We're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app as we go beyond the box score with Jackie Ray. And you may remember, or maybe you don't remember, but just last week, I had a bet, a literal bet with Jackie Ray, and I said the following.
That sports specifically are now embracing Las Vegas. We have the Las Vegas A's coming from Oakland. You have the Oakland Raiders, who are now the Las Vegas Raiders. You have the Las Vegas Golden Knights. Professional sports have all embraced gambling. How long before we're having the same conversation regarding an active professional athlete on a large scale? Let's make a bet here. How long?
What is it? It's March 18th, 2024?
Yes. 2025, we can have this conversation again, and that's when it'll happen. Yeah, I believe it's within the next 365 days. I honestly do.
So, good evening, Jackie Ray. It didn't take 365 days. It took all of 6 days, or even fewer if you want to count when this controversy broke. And let me say at the outset, we are not accusing Dodgers pitcher Shohei Ohtani of anything. We are acknowledging that this is a gambling scandal being investigated by federal authorities and Major League Baseball. Where that blame will fall, I don't know. But it is officially a gambling scandal connected to baseball and a current superstar. Blame will be parsed later on. Didn't have to wait 365 days. Good evening, Jackie Ray. It's a huge news day sports-wise.
I think that when I saw this, I said, oh my gosh, what's today? When did Mo say that? What's today?
Look, we know that Shohei Ohtani, briefly his conclusion, listen to this.
そして僕が弁護士の人たちはこれは窃盗と詐欺のことなので、これを警察の当局に引き渡すという報告をその時にしました。And my lawyers recommended that, since this is theft and fraud, that we have the proper authorities handle this matter. これがそこまでの流れなので、僕はもちろんスポーツ賭博にはもちろん関与していないですし、ブックメーカーに先ほど言いましたけど送金をしていたという事実は全くありません。So, in conclusion, I do want to make it clear that I never bet on sports or had willfully sent money to the bookmaker.
Okay, he's denied everything. He does not know anything. He did not know anything. He did not bet on anything, did not bet on anyone. His interpreter was responsible for everything. He was not repaying their interpreter for anything. He is claiming full exoneration. He's not connected to this in any way. That is what he's claiming. You listened to his statement, his full statement earlier today, as I did. What did you make of it?
Okay, so the immediate onset, the problem I had with this was him. It's at some point in there, I don't remember the exact time, but at some point in there, he said, hey, a lot of times when my interpreter would be talking, he would be speaking in English, so I didn't really understand what was going on, and sometimes that confused me, and he did all of this on his own. So there was a couple of questions that came up about that, because I remember, I want to say it was last year, it might have been the year before, but one of the things that came up is, Shohei was definitely trying to respond to reporters in English. Obviously, his English was a little broken, but he did understand, even as his interpreter today, which is a newer interpreter, was saying things, he clearly knew when the key moments were for him to restart. So he has enough of an understanding that I'm not buying the whole, maybe he was saying some things in English that I didn't pick up. I'm also not buying and again, we're not accusing, I'm just saying what I don't believe. The timeline of the story is just too different. He did issue a statement that said at one point, he understood that his friend had a gambling debt and he was just being a good friend. And then it was a hands-off approach, like, no. He took this money on his own. I have very close friends that I call family. They have zero access to my bank account. I don't even know how they would get access. Even if, yes, I have my bank account on my phone. So maybe if I passed out one day, they could put my phone in front of my face and get access to my account. But I would notice $500 missing out of my account. How do you not notice this large amount of money? How does it take so long? And how do you not start your own internal investigation and you file charges on your own if this had been wrong? So I wasn't buying any of this. I think this is one of those things where somebody had said, hey, you might want to start backing away from this. I think that usually where there's smoke, there's fire. I think there's a lot of fire in this situation.
I think people are overcomplicating this. It's very simple. Pay was an interpreter, not an accountant, not a financial advisor, not a personal assistant. Any one of those three aforementioned positions presumably would have legal financial access, someone who has been empowered to make monetary decisions. Saying nothing of not realizing that you're down 4.5 million. It's just really odd to me. And that's saying nothing of how this story has changed. Let's make this very simple. And it's very simple in this way. Shohei Ohtani, through his statement, is alleging no permission and no knowledge of $4.5 million move That is wire fraud.
But how does that happen and you just now notice it?
Let's just say he's a complete idiot and is not paying attention to his money. I say it almost respectfully because we know that there are a lot of athletes who don't pay close tabs on their money. Let's say that's the case. If $4.5 million has been moved without Shohei Ohtani's permission, it does not matter. That is wire fraud by definition and a felony, and charges have to be filed against Ipe. If Shohei Ohtani does not even have the option to say, oh, please don't prosecute. No. That is a major felony, but all sorts of felonies. And so federal authorities will have to charge Ipe if it's true that he's the one who, without permission or knowledge of Shohei Ohtani, moved $4.5 million for the purpose of betting. It doesn't matter if he did it to buy his girlfriend a trip. It doesn't matter if he did it to buy Shohei Ohtani a secret gift for the holidays. It does not matter. That much money was moved. Many felonies were committed. He must be charged. If he's not charged, that says to me that the investigation had shown that, let's say, there was no forced entry. And this was an account transaction which was okayed by Shohei Ohtani, either for the purpose of paying back Ipe, for the purpose of making bets for Ipe, or making bets for Shohei Ohtani. It's one or the other. Let's not overcomplicate this. Either an illegal transaction happened or it did not.
And now I have more questions based on that, because I agree. I think it is an either-or situation. But then why is your initial statement saying, hey, I was doing this because my friend had a problem and I was trying to help them? Why do you say that first and then backtrack and say, oh, no, my friend ain't worth nothing and he's a thief and a fraud and nobody should trust him?
See, you're lucky we got to go to a commercial break because I have an answer for that. And on the other side, I'll tell you exactly why. This is Later with Mo Kelly. We're talking about the recent statement offered earlier today by Los Angeles Dodgers pitcher and field position player Shohei Ohtani, and whether he is actually connected to this major evolving gambling scandal. We have more in just a moment. KFI AM 640. We're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Now over to Mark Bronner in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
New data from the State Employment Development Department shows California has the highest unemployment rate in the country with a 5.3% jobless rate for February, but that's compared to the national rate, which has been at historic lows for months and is now 3.9%. The Texas Department of Public Safety says enforcement of a new immigration law will focus on the border if it goes into effect, and troopers would only arrest illegal immigrants they see crossing the Rio Grande. No interior enforcement checking the driver's immigration status during traffic stops. And one of the stars of Happy Gilmore says Adam Sandler's working on Happy Gilmore 2. This comes from Christopher McDonald, who played the heel golfer Shooter McGavin in the 1996 movie. He said in a radio interview Sandler showed him a first draft. We have a crash on the 405. This is a Pulpit to Pass.
That's heading northbound just after Skirball Center Drive. It has the two right lanes blocked off, so you're seeing a heavy ride as you come up to Getty Center Drive. The 101 southbound in Hollywood, some slowing building up at Vermont Avenue. That stays slow until you get to the 110, and you'll see some delays on the 15 northbound as you make your way into the Cajon Pass just after the 215. That'll stay busy until you reach the 138. KFI in the Sky helps get you there faster. I'm Pedro Moreno.
This college hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code iHeart. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code iHeart. That's promo code iHeart. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Hey, it's Junior. Today, Black folks in our community are still disproportionately affected by HIV. But there is something we can do about it. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetectable, which means the amount of virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
This sun season, involve your sun care with new Banana Boat 360 coverage. With advanced control mist, it's a new way to spray. An all-new bottle means an all-new mist experience that smells great and is incredibly light on your skin. Better control with coverage you can count on. Tap the trigger lightly to cover targeted areas, or hold for a long, continuous spray, ensuring long-lasting Banana Boat protection. Plus, it's refillable from sweat-resistant sport formula to kids SPF 50+. Shop Banana Boat 360 Mist at Walmart, Target, or Amazon.
Born on America's darkest day of 9/11, the Tunnel to Towers Foundation has been helping America's heroes ever since. People who put their lives on the line for our country and our communities need your help now more than ever. Join Tunnel to Towers on its mission to do good in their honor. Never forget 9/11 or the sacrifices of this country's heroes and their families. Join me in donating $11 a month at t2t.org. That's T, the number 2, t.org.
This is a radio ad for Dupixent, dupilumab, a prescription medicine for people 6 months and up with moderate to severe eczema that is not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of Dupixent. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from within. But you can see how Dupixent can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individuals serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Get help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, and throat. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems, such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist about Dupixent. Visit Dupixent.com or call 1-844-DUPIXENT.
No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Real 100% fruit juice to help them conquer the day. Juicy Juice is only sweetened by the fruit, with no sugar added, no high fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family-sized bottles and juice boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com.
Every basket is better with the most advanced home cocktail maker for celebrations. Bartesian. Helping you master mixology madness during the tournament, Bartesian is offering a $50 discount with the Big Game Bundle. Bartesian gives you the perfect home bar setup to freshly mix cocktails with the press of a button in under 30 seconds. The Big Game Bundle includes the Bartesian and 32 cocktail capsules, including the Tropical Margarita, Vodka, Whiskey, and Gin Lovers collections, plus a capsule drawer to organize your Bartesian madness. Before your home erupts this spring, prepare for the party with Bartesian. Order your Bartesian Big Game Bundle and save $50 plus free shipping. Shop now at bartesian.com/game. That's BARTESIAN.com/game. Bartesian. Premium cocktails on demand.
Harvard study showing a link between fruit juice and weight gain.
I love fruit juice.
I know, me too. And I try to limit myself to one of those little bottles like once a week. But it's true. I mean,
Got it with a little vodka just to cut the sugar.
Gary and Shannon. Great idea.
Live 9 to 1 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
KFI AM 640 is continuing to go beyond the box score with the biggest story in sports, and it has nothing to do with anything on the field. Of course, we're talking about Shohei Ohtani and his press conference given earlier today. He read a statement, and a new interpreter, gave the English version for all of us to understand today at Dodger Stadium. No video was allowed. There was only one audio feed, which was available to everyone. And Shohei Ohtani, let me just quickly review, said, in so many words, I am paraphrasing, I did not know, I did not have anything to do with it, I did not approve it, I did not bet on any sports, I did not bet on baseball. He claimed complete lack of knowledge of anything and everything which may have transpired, and he said his lawyers are cooperating with this investigation. And before the break, Jackie Ray, you asked me basically why in the beginning of this was the statement released by this spokesperson saying that Ohtani was paying off the debts of
He's being a good friend.
Right. And then the story changed. How is that? Well, because someone explained to Shohei Ohtani that you cannot be even complicit in betting on sports. Most definitely can't be complicit in betting on baseball. You can't have a third party make bets with your money, or you're paying off the money, because that means you're still financially implicated to the wins and losses of someone betting on baseball. And if people don't know what happened with Pete Rose, that is the death penalty in baseball. It doesn't matter whether you bet on your team or not, but Pete Rose did bet on his team. That goes back to the Chicago Black Sox scandal of 1919 World Series. You bet on baseball, you're done forever. You will never be a part of Major League Baseball again. That is what is at stake. And let me reiterate, we are not accusing Shohei Ohtani of engaging in any illegal activity or any betting activity. We are looking at his statement through the lens of what was originally said and what is being said right now and what is publicly known.
I just have a lot of difficulty believing. Again, I do believe where there's smoke, there's fire. There was somebody on the Bro Bible had somebody who's clearly a baseball fan who brought up these tweets that I thought were very, very interesting. Circumstantial evidence, of course. It's not a conviction, but the court of public opinion always is going to formulate their own opinions. And some of these bets were named in Shohei Ohtani's hometown. His numbers weren't the best when those bets were specifically paid. So in my opinion, and again, like Mo Kelly said, I'm not being accusatory, but if from the outside looking in, if I had to add my voice to the court of public opinion, I would say the circumstantial evidence is very damning, because it seemed like on one hand you were trying to say, hey, my friend had a gambling debt, it has nothing to do with me, I was trying to be a good friend, and then you realize, oh, the numbers might not make sense. Anybody who's a diehard baseball fan, they're going to find this information. Numbers are always out there. The numbers don't lie. And these numbers kind of say, well, are you sure you didn't know? Are you sure you didn't know? So now you need plausible deniability. That's all this feels like to me, is he's trying to create plausible deniability. But I don't think we can give that as much credit, because, again, this is somebody who's very close to him. This is somebody he was kikiing with in the dugout just 12 hours before this story broke. I'm not buying it. Again, I'm not accusing him. I'm just saying if he's selling it, I'm not buying it.
But this is what I call the beauty of a potential case like this, or an investigation like this. When you're talking about money, there is a documentary, evidentiary trail of how money changed hands. In other words, who's the signatory on this account? Who has permission to move money on that account? Who was the person who made the transaction on such a day? Then we can start looking into the ancillary information of how Shohei Ohtani may have performed in a baseball sense on that day. There are stories floating out there that the bookie knows that Shohei Ohtani was directly connected to this. I can't confirm or deny that, but I'm saying there are potential witnesses and testimony which will be coming, and this will be decided, I think, in a very decisive way. And for me, it's very simple. You can't move $4.5 million supposedly without the permission of the owner, and nobody get charged with a crime.
Right, and that would be my first question. When and how did he get access to Shohei's account? Because I take care of my mother's finances, and I got to tell you, in order to get access to her account, I had to provide my ID, I had to sign paperwork, I had to go through a background check, and then I had to become a signature. And they have these steps in order to protect people's money, in order to give themselves a chance to catch somebody who's trying to create fraud. So if he had to go through all those checks and balances to get access to that account, how did he do that?
Well,
without it bringing up any red flag?
Right. There's a paper trail. There has to be a paper trail that they went through all those steps. And if they didn't go through all that steps, that's definitely fraud.
Right.
Or they did go through those steps and somebody's lying about not knowing and not doing.
Exactly.
And as I always say, I'm not saying.
But I'm saying.
Jackie Ray, I have to run, but thank you for putting a different light on this. We look at this through sports and sports historical eyes, not fan eyes.
Right.
It'll be interesting, and it's going to play out how it's going to play out. I'm telling you what I'm looking for, and plausible deniability, to your point, is not going to be enough in the eyes of Major League Baseball.
Yes, this is going to be a fun one to watch.
It's later.
At least for us.
Oh, yeah. Because we have nothing at stake.
Right.
Jackie Ray, thank you so much for coming on.
Thank you.
It's Later with Mo Kelly. When we come back, we're going to revisit a recent conversation we had last week with the co-directors of Quiet on Set, The Dark Side of Kids TV. It is now one of the biggest stories in television entertainment. You didn't know it when we played it before last week, but now we're going to remind you this week. That's next. KFI 8640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app, now the Mark Runner, and the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
An 18-year-old from the Bay Area has been arrested in San Diego County with $78,000 worth of stolen cigarettes. Police say the guy and 3 others were chased from El Cajon to Oceanside after a distribution center was robbed. They say they found him in a stolen rental van with cigarettes. A teenage girl has fatally shot herself with the deputy's gun in the city of Industry.
The girl knocked on a sheriff's station lobby door before allegedly lunging for the gun of one of the deputies who answered. LA County Sheriff's Lieutenant Art Spencer says deputies struggled with the girl who ended up shooting herself.
The deputies are okay. It's an unfortunate situation for everyone involved.
Deputies say they responded to the girl's home before the shooting last night. On reports, she was having a mental health crisis. The girl had left before deputies arrived. Blake Trolley, KFI News.
A money manager has been sentenced to nearly 8 years in prison for stealing more than $1 million from a psychiatrist in Thousand Oaks. Prosecutors say David Siner stole the money from 2014 to 2018 while managing the doctor's business affairs. The Ventura County DA's office says Siner used the cash to buy luxury goods and services, including first-class travel, entertainment, and cosmetic surgery. Siner pleaded guilty to 13 counts of grand theft last year. An NYPD officer has been fatally shot while on duty in Queens. New York City Mayor Eric Adams says the city has lost a loved one and it's extremely painful.
We place this officer in the grave, replacing our symbol of public safety. That's what he stood for.
Adams says the officer was conducting a traffic stop on a car with fake plates when a guy shot him in the stomach. Another cop returned fire, hitting the shooter in the back. He's in unknown condition. We'll look at some trouble on the 10 right after this.
My lemon law lawyer. Did you buy a new car? Spends more time in the shop than on the road? Well, it just might be a lemon. Even though it's not even super brand new, but maybe you got it in 2018 or later, it still could be a lemon. You know what they say, if life gives you lemons, well, call My Lemon Law Lawyer. Listen up. My Lemon Law Lawyer will represent you. You pay zero. The manufacturer would pay for everything. It's that simple. You got nothing to lose because it's great for you to get out of that lemon. Now, pull out your cell phone and dial pound 250 right now and say the keyword lemon lawyer. That's it. Dial pound 250 from your smartphone and say the keyword lemon lawyer. You'll then have the option to receive a one-time auto-dial text message from iHeartMedia. My Lemon Law Lawyer. Let's get rid of that lemon. They're also on the web at mylemonlawlawyer.com.
Southline weather from KFI. Partly cloudy tonight. Lows around 50, 40, and some wind in the Antelope Valley. Then sunny by tomorrow afternoon. We'll have highs around 70. Sun and low 70s much of this week. Then a chance of rain that starts on Friday and lasts through the weekend. It's 56 right now in Irvine, the same in Brea, and something's not moving on the 10 in Mid-City.
That's heading westbound just before Western Avenue. It's a stalled car that's stuck in the right lanes, causing some stop-and-go traffic from Normandy. And as you make your way southbound on the 110 in Elysian Park, coming away from the 5, pretty slow crawl there. Starts to clear up once you make your way across the 101. And the 15 northbound heading into the Cajon Pass, you'll see traffic building up at the 215. It stays busy from there as you head uphill. Starts to clear up for you as you approach the 138. KFI in the Sky helps get you there faster. I'm Pedro Moreno.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
This is a radio ad for Dupixent. Dupilumab, a prescription medicine for people 6 months and up with moderate to severe eczema that is not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of Dupixent. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from within. But you can see how Dupixent can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results may vary. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Get help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, throat. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist about Dupixent. Visit Dupixent.com or call 1-844-DUPIXENT.
No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Give kids the nutrients of real 100% fruit juice to help them conquer the day. Juicy Juice is only sweetened by the fruit with no sugar added, no high fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family-sized bottles and juice boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com.
KFI. AM 640.
An iHeart radio station.
More stimulating talk.
Oh, later with Mo Kelly on KFI AM 640.
We're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. And last week we aired our very important conversation with the co-directors of Quiet on Set, the dark side of kids TV. And we did it just days before it landed on Investigation Discovery and the Max app, telling the story of the alleged horrible abuse and mistreatment of teen actors during the rise of the Nickelodeon kids TV empire under the direction of Dan Schneider. Since that time, the 4-part documentary has become the most talked about story in all of entertainment, no exaggeration. So to that end, if you missed this important conversation the first time with the people who told the story, or need to hear it again, we proudly present our discussion with co-directors Mary Robertson and Emma Schwartz. Quiet on Set, The Dark Side of Kids TV is the 2-night, 4-episode series on Investigation Discovery. It uncovers the toxic and dangerous culture behind some of the most iconic children's shows of the late 90s and early 2000s by television executive Dan Schneider on Nickelodeon, such as All That, The Amanda Show, iCarly, Victorious, Sam and Cat, Zoe 101, and more. Rife with allegations of mistreatment, sexism, and even sexual abuse connected to its underage stars and crew.
In the early 90s, Nickelodeon was kid everything, and you better hope that your house had cable.
We wasn't there to educate you. We were there to have fun, to get slogged, to be entertained.
And this is when Dan Schneider arrives, Nickelodeon's golden boy. He created these shows that were hugely successful for them.
No one had ever really done sketch comedy starring kids for kids.
He launched the careers of child actors who became major stars. For 20 years, he shaped children's entertainment and culture. But that marked one of the darkest chapters. Working for Dan was like being in an abusive relationship. Dan's treatment of people on your shows was an open secret.
So my lawyer filed complaints, gender discrimination, hostile work environment, harassment, and it was so devastating.
How safe can any kids be in that environment? There would be even bigger problems down the line with actual pedophiles on set.
Joining me right now are the co-directors of Quiet on Set, The Dark Side of Kids TV. First, Mary Robertson. Mary, thank you for coming on tonight.
Thank you for having us.
And also Emma Schwartz. Emma, thank you for coming on as well.
Thank you so much.
Emma, let me begin with you. Each decade of television has its own set of horror stories. We're all familiar with them surrounding the mistreatment of child actors. Big picture. Do you think it got worse as the years and decades went by from then to now? Or is it that in the age of the internet, there are more ways for people to get their story out? Because what we're hearing now seems worse than ever before.
Yeah, I think when it comes to stories and experiences, sometimes there's a tipping point where people, feel like they are finally at a place where the culture is maybe more receptive to hearing their stories. And what we found as we dug in and began to speak to people who had worked behind the scenes, on camera, on these shows across the decades, that many of them had gone through difficult and dark experiences, and that they hoped by sharing their story, they would shed light on this world and help others prevent them from walking through some of the difficult and dark paths that they had them.
Mary, Dan Schneider, who was prominently featured in the trailer, for those who don't know, he was once called the Norman Lear of kids television. He was a giant in the industry. Very quickly, how would you describe his path to stardom and success? How did he build his kids television empire?
Dan actually started out as an actor himself. He appeared on the then enormously popular sitcom Head of the Class. He also eventually wrote on Head of the Class and made his way to Nickelodeon and, worked his way into a position of enormous influence. His shows at Nickelodeon were incredibly successful. And with success came power and influence.
Emma, what are some of the alleged acts of abuse the cast and crew had to endure? What was a normal day in the life, as they say, on any one of these sets? What were they dealing with?
Yeah. I mean, every person had a different experience. We talked about two of the female writers who worked on the first season of The Amanda Show, which was the first show that Dan, was a creator behind. And they speak about the sexual harassment, the language, and the toxic environment that they went through. And the experiences range from other child actors having had very difficult experiences. We talk about the on-air dares that ran on all that, and some of the former child actors talk about how uncomfortable they were with these skits. One of them had to be slathered in peanut butter to have a dog would get off them. And you can see in the clip that Brian Hearn is saying, I'm uncomfortable, I don't like this, even at that time. And going as far as the experiences of the former child actors who were in fact sexually abused by people they had met on these sets.
Mary, how does this happen? I thought that there were supposed to be advocates on the set. I thought there were supposed to be even parents on the set. It couldn't be just the bad actors, no pun intended, who were engaging in this abuse. There had to have been some complicit adults along the way. Am I wrong?
There are requirements that parents or guardians be present on set when a minor is acting. We feature the stories, the accounts of several parents in Quiet on Set. And some of what we hear from them is that some of the parents, some of the time, felt as though their critique or involvement and what they occasionally perceived as protection of their efforts to protect their children, were not always welcome. And I find their accounts of the project to be some of the most harrowing and powerful. I'm a parent myself, and one can barely imagine what Drake Bell's father Joe is living and lived through. And I struggle for words because he has endured a really challenging and deeply impactful experience that no parent wants to live through.
Do I have this correct, Emma, that there were 3 confirmed pedophiles or people accused of pedophilia, child pornography, as it were, after the fact? 3 different people?
So there were 3 men who were arrested on charges of child sex abuse and convicted.
two of them, Jason Candy and Brian Peck, were not registered sex offenders at the time they had been hired and worked at Nickelodeon, but were after they were convicted. One was.
I guess the follow-up is for either of you. What slipped through the cracks? What went wrong? What is done differently now so the same can't be said in the future?
I think, after these cases happened, Nickelodeon instituted expanded background checks for people who were registered sex offenders. But I think the question of protections is a much bigger question. And I know that a lot of the former child actors and adults certainly feel that it's a place where there could be more guardrails on the protections on
Yo, baby.
and on the care for
Yo, baby.
who are having sex.
This final question is for both of you, Mary and Emma. I wonder in this
All right,
post Me
I will be there as soon as I can. I'm working on a project and it's under time constraint, so I'll do it as best as I can. Thank you.
Help available to us.
Absolutely.
What do you think the television industry has learned? Not just some of the safeguards and guardrails which have been implemented, but what do you think we've learned ultimately?
I think that we've made great progress as a culture over the last few decades when it comes to establishing and maintaining healthy work environments. And certainly the Me Too movement contributed to those advancements. We probably have not spent as much time as a culture looking closely at environments that are centered around children in a certain manner and yet don't afford them with real agency or a means of articulating and challenging power holders, stakeholders.
You're listening to a replay of our conversation with the co-directors of Quiet on Set, The Dark Side of Kids TV. The documentary now available on the Max app and is the most talked about story in all of entertainment today. Mary Robertson and Emma Schwartz, thank you for the work that you do and the story that you've been able to tell here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's Later with Mo Kelly, KFI AM 640, always live on the iHeartRadio app. Now, let's go to Mark Robert in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Dodgers star Shohei Ohtani says he never bet on baseball and never asked anyone to do it for him. Speaking to the public for the first time since allegations of illegal gambling and theft against his former interpreter, he said the allegations made him sad. He called the interpreter a liar for claiming Ohtani knew he was paying off debts. The New York appeals court has agreed to hold off a collection of former President Trump's more than $454 million civil fraud judgment if he puts up $175 million within 10 days. If Trump does, it'll stop the clock on collection and prevent the state from seizing his assets while he appeals. And a 7th grade math teacher and Army veteran in Texas has changed his name to literally anybody else. He's trying to get on the upcoming presidential ballot with that 35-year-old from the Fort Worth area was born Dustin Eby, but he successfully got a Tarrant County judge to sign off on the name change. Literally anybody else. We have a flipped car on the 60 in Pomona.
That's heading eastbound just after the 71. It has the right lane off limits. You're seeing a heavy ride as you come up to Phillips Ranch Road. The 105 heading eastbound in Hawthorne. You're going to see a stalled car that's in the center divider just before Crenshaw, causing a bit of slowing that's backed up to Prairie. And the 110 northbound in downtown LA. Stop and go traffic as you make your way across the 10. That'll stay slow until you get to about the 101. KFI in the Sky helps get you there faster. I'm Pedro Moreno.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Tanya here, and there are many ways that we can all help raise awareness around HIV, but maybe the most important is just talking about it openly and honestly. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetectable, which means the amount of the virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
Simply starting is what matters most. That's why with Peloton bikes, you get thousands of classes, so you can find the one that will get you going.
My name is Trainer HB. Welcome to your Low Impact Ride.
With instructors that take the guesswork out of working out.
I'm here for you every step of the way.
And Peloton Entertainment, so you can watch your favorite shows and live sports as you ride. Get started with a Peloton bike or Bike Plus rental at onepeloton.com/bike/rentals. Terms apply.
With Lucky Land slots, you can get lucky just about anywhere.
This is your captain speaking. We've got clear runway and the weather's fine, but we're just going to circle up here a while and get lucky. No, nothing like that. It's just these cash prizes add up quick, so I suggest you sit back, keep your tray table upright, and start getting lucky.
Play for free at LuckyLandSlots.com. Are you feeling lucky? No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited by law. 18 plus terms and conditions apply. See website for details.
This is a radio ad for Dupixent, Dupilumab, a prescription medicine for people 6 months and up with moderate to severe eczema that is not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of Dupixent. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from within. But you can see how Dupixent can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results vary. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Get help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, and throat. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems, such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist about Dupixent. Visit Dupixent.com or call 1-844-DUPIXENT.
Free iHeartRadio app has over 100 commercial-free stations waiting for you right now, like Lost 80s. Just search Lost 80s and listen now on your free iHeartRadio app. iHeartRadio. Free never sounded so good. We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-506-9295. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. There is zero risk to you. If we can't reduce your tax debt, then you pay nothing. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have a 5-star rating on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-506-9295. That's 800-506-9295. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Portions of the following program will be recorded.
Wake up next to us. Wake up calls with Amy King live 5 to 6 a.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
AM 640. It's late with Mo Keller. We're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. And we have a very specific, directed, and targeted horoscope for this week. It's just for the later crew. I want to spend a little bit more time talking to my brothers in the studio, find out what's going on in their lives and in their horoscope, and see if we can bring about some improvement in their lives. I know Stephen needs a lot of improvement in his life. And Mark, he's irredeemable.
Wouldn't know where to begin.
Yeah, and Twala, we barely talk. This is the horoscope for the later crew. Let's start with Gemini. That would be you, Stefan. Right?
Cancer.
That's what I said. You're Cancer. So this would be for you, Mark Runner.
Let's have it.
Gemini, don't hit delete on the Muse's DMs this Monday, March 25th, because it's definitely not potential spam. In fact, she'll be bringing all the good tidings of the year-only Libra full moon, which just so happens to be a galvanizing lunar eclipse. Because this lands in your 5th house of romance, creativity, and celebrity, it can bring your efforts in the past 6 months to a dazzling completion and possibly a turning point. Whether you've been toiling away on an artistic endeavor, a budding new relationship, or a baby-making project. You got some kids on the way?
No, I'm about finished with.
Are you sure?
A script that I've got like 2 pages to go on, though.
Okay, that's a baby on the way.
It sounds like you're saying somebody's going to moon me as well.
Maybe.
I don't want to get mooned.
Well, you could get some surprising news according to your horoscope.
Okay.
Lunar eclipses famously expose things that have been hidden, and they are associated with unexpected plot twists. This is the midway eclipse in a 2-year series that has been activating your Libra Aries axis since April 20th of 2023. If you've truly put in the work and demonstrated patience, you might be able to finally put the finishing touches on your prized objective and either share it with the world or experience the joy of having this in your life. People may already have begun to take notice of your ideas and talents.
You mean steal them? They've been stolen before.
No, we've had some conversations off air. People have been noticing your talents. They've also noticed that I'm funnier than you, but that's a different story.
Nobody's noticed that, and nobody who was would have to say it. How dare you?
Cancer, is this you, Stephanie?
Let's see.
Okay. Come in for a landing, Cancer. Home is where your heart and some of your favorite people will be over the coming weeks, thanks to a major celestial event happening today. The early morning sky features the year's only Libra full moon, which is also a galvanizing lunar eclipse, and it will be powering up your domestic 4th house for several weeks and potentially half a year. This is the midway eclipse in a 2-year series across the Libra Aries axis that began on April 20th, 2023, and has been turning your attention to matters involving your home and family. This is very similar to Gemini. If those themes haven't been top priorities of late, you can intentionally flip that script, or just wait and watch for a big switcheroo. Changes will be pleasant and definitely appreciated, but over the next few weeks, a pressing issue could reach a full boil and force your hand. True, you may have to navigate around some speed bumps, but on the plus side, you'll at least know whether you're on the right path. Is that making sense to you?
I can kind of see where that would play in currently in my life.
Okay, so yeah, all right.
Sounds like you're going to break out in boils.
Or hives,
Yeah,
or leprosy, something. Okay, this is for Tual. Tual, just when you thought life couldn't get any more intense or surreal, a groundbreaking full moon lunar eclipse jolts the heavens in your 12th house of the unconscious, healing, mysticism, dreams, fantasy, and transitions. Whoa, early on Monday, as in today, this enlivening lunation charges up the sky, bringing potentially pivotal changes at the midpoint of a 2-year series across the Libra Aries axis that began April 20th, 2023. That's very similar. The next 2 weeks are ripe for releasing bad habits, toxic relationships, negative thinking, and anything that prevents you from fulfilling your dreams and living your best life imaginable. Take some time today, or over the next 2 weeks, peak manifesting time for this full moon to reflect on what you are ready to put a stop to. And on the other side of that coin, what you're eager to call in. This lunar light fires up your imagination and can trigger an avalanche of divine downloads. To make the most of this rare and potent energy, open up some space to work with it and to let it work for you. Well, it has nothing to say, so I guess that doesn't mean anything to him. He's rarely a few words, so he's not feeling it. All right, here's mine, Sagittarius. Mo, you may be the rugged individualist of the zodiac.
Wait, did it address you by name?
Yes, it did.
I see.
It says right here. It says,
Okay.
Mo, you may be.
Please proceed.
Mo, you may be the rugged individualist of the zodiac, but every savvy Sag knows that teamwork does, or let's say can, make the dream work. And this week, you get a masterclass in how working with the right collaborators can make your life easier and your dreams come true faster. The camaraderie is a bonus. I think you're talking about the later crew.
Yeah, sounds familiar.
Today marks the year's only Libra full moon in your 11th house of community and technology. Damn, I was wondering about the 10th house. Because it's a full moon, it can bring a project you've been immersed in to a stunning conclusion or bestow the recognition you deserve. And because this one is also a potent lunar eclipse, hidden truths or surprising revelations could come out and pull you into the spotlight. This is the midway eclipse in a 2-year series across the Libra Aries axis that began on April 20th, 2023, yada, 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 blah, 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 but we already know that. And it's pivotal in the long-running shakeup of so many important aspects of your life. The effects will linger for 2 weeks and could take up to 6 months to fully unfold. I could really good remember this horoscope 6 months from now.
It's important to be patient.
Yeah, but I won't remember this. I'm not going to write this down. I'm not going to email it to myself. Who knows where I'll be in 6 months? I won't remember this. Do you remember what you did or what your horoscope was 6 months ago? No, I don't. I remember nothing of 6 months ago. Well, according to this, the effects will linger for 2 weeks and could take up to 6 months to fully unfold. So the time you invest today, over the coming few weeks will pay dividends later in the year. Okay, so Stephan, I need you to save this audio, and 6 months from now, ask me about how I feel, how my life is going, how my marriage is going, how the job is going, how my boss is doing, and see if any of this is true.
I think we should do that in general. Do it like a look back every couple of months on our horoscope. Let's see how accurate it actually was.
Yes, I don't remember any of this. I'm just being honest. I don't. I don't know what's going to be in store for me 6 months from now, and I don't necessarily look back. 6 months is a long time. A lot of stuff is going to happen between now and then. Most of it, hopefully, will be good. Hopefully. But then again, I work with Mark every day, so I do the best I can with what I have right where I am.
I didn't know you called yourself a Sag, though. I'm going to remember that.
Yeah, Sag. As opposed to a Sag. Was the SAG after?
I'm going to let you fill in the blanks on your own, but I think we're going to get some mileage out of Sag.
When we come back at the top of the hour, I'll be joined in studio and we'll go Instagram Live with voice actor JP Carliak of, oh my goodness, X-Men 97, the new series on Disney Plus. Is #1, is burning up the Disney Plus charts, and we're going to talk to JP Carliak about his wonderful and extensive voiceover career. That's next in studio on Later with Mo Kelly. KFI AM 640. We're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
We follow the news. You follow us. KFI.
And KOST HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Rapper gets raided. I'm Mark Ronner, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. SWAT teams have raided the home of producer Diddy in Holmby Hills.
A convoy of military-style ballistic vehicles and white panel vans rolled up to the scene here at 200 South Mapleton Drive. At about 1 this afternoon, multiple federal agents entered Sean Combs' home, guns drawn. Moments later, several young men in handcuffs were brought outside. Published reports identified 2 of them as Combs' sons, Justin and King. Homeland Security Investigations is leading the raid, and while teams were going inside the home here in West LA, teams raided Combs' property in Miami. A number of lawsuits have been filed against Combs alleging sex trafficking of minors, allegations Combs denies. In Holmby Hills, Steve Gregory, KFI News.
Former Dodger and California Senate candidate Steve Garvey says he's working on resolving his tax debt ahead of the November election. Garvey's February financial disclosure statement shows he owes at least $350,000 and up to $750,000 in back taxes from 2011. He also owes 8% interest on the balance. Garvey says he's taking it seriously. Burglars have swiped $150,000 worth of items from a high-end antique store in Pasadena.
2 display cases inside Global Liquidation were smashed up. The thieves took statues and crystal art pieces. Pasadena Police Lieutenant Tim Bundy says investigators are looking for evidence.
That business and ones around it are oftentimes closed for the weekend, so detectives have been out there this morning canvassing from surrounding businesses trying to get video.
Investigators say they're looking for at least 2 burglars. They say the value of goods stolen last week could fluctuate as the store's owners conduct an inventory of their showroom. In Pasadena, Blake Trolley, KFI News.
The IRS says about 940,000 people have yet to claim more than $1 billion in refunds nationwide.
wide. Tax year 2020, the average median refund's $932 for the year. Texas, California, Florida, and New York have the largest number of people eligible. The IRS says it wants taxpayers to claim the refunds, but time's running out. People have until May 17th to file their returns. Orange County has changed how 911 calls are handled.
Now, 911 calls can be diverted to the Behavioral Health Department.
OC Healthcare Agency Director Dr. Veronica Kelly says 911 calls are now screened as part of a partnership with the OC Sheriff's Department.
There are just a few questions that the dispatcher will ask. Is the subject in immediate danger to themselves or others? Are they committing a crime or creating a safety hazard?
Kelly says the screening process, which started this month, frees up police and fire for their respective emergencies while sending someone in crisis the targeted help they need. In Orange County, Corbin Carson, KFI News.
An appeals court in New York has agreed to wait to collect former President Trump's $454 million civil fraud judgment if he puts up $175 million within 10 days. Last week, Trump's lawyers said it was a practical impossibility to get an underwriter to sign off on such a large bond. Today's ruling came just before New York AG Letitia James was expected to start collecting the payment in the civil fraud judgment. Trump's trying to overturn the decision last month that found he lied about his wealth while growing his real estate empire. The Department of Labor says there has been an alarming increase in child labor violations. ABC's Brian Clark says the department investigated nearly 1,000 cases just last year.
The Tennessee company that manufactures components for John Deere and Yamaha use child labor, and under a consent judgment will give back $1.5 million of profit and pay the government nearly $300,000 in fines.
Clark says the company subjected 10 kids to oppressive child labor. Kids will be compensated with the returned profits. Southland weather from KFI, currently cloudy tonight, lows around 50, 40 with some wind in the Antelope Valley. Sunny by tomorrow afternoon, we'll have highs around 70, then sun and low 70s much of the week, then a chance of rain Friday lasting through the weekend. 56 right now in Orange, 56 in La Habra, 57 in Sherman Oaks, 58 in Compton, and there's a flipped car on the 60 in Pomona.
That's it, eastbound. Just after the 71, it looks like it has the right lane off limits, so you're seeing a heavy ride. Coming up to Phillips Ranch Road in Hollywood, 101 southbound, watch for slowing. Approaching Vermont Avenue, things start to clear up for you once you get to the 110. And the work zone on the 14 northbound in Palmdale from Palmdale Boulevard to Avenue M. The right lane is coned off, set to reopen for you at 6 a.m. Watch for delays as you approach that area. KFI in the Sky helps get you there faster. I'm Pedro Moreno.
Instant alerts on apartments.com. Never miss out on finding your perfect place, even if it's in the middle of your best man speech.
To witness two people come together has been amazing. I mean, Ashley and Jake are perfect for each other. Whoa, this place is real. There's no fighting. It's spacious. Oh, I mean, your love, like, is so natural that your togetherness is very large. Have a great life, guys.
Apartments.com, the place to find a place.
Pluto TV is as easy as it is free, and it's totally free. With over 300 channels and thousands of TV shows and movies, finding what you love has never been easier. Just open the app, and something good will already be playing. Because it's curated by real humans who love TV as much as you do. So you'll spend a lot less time scrolling and a whole lot more time watching. That's why Pluto TV is
like I
TV
said,
the
I'm
way it
gotta
should
do
be.
something. I'm gonna
All
do
you
a
need
little
to
bit
do
of
is
a time
download the
so
app and start
I'll be
streaming.
there if I
Pluto
can as
TV,
soon as I
stream
can.
now, pay never.
Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all
I
your
already
music,
did it, you get
sports, talk, and podcasts. Free, never sounded so good. KFI AM 640.
KFI AM 640 is later with Mo Keller. We're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app, and we're also Instagram live right now at Mr. Mo Kelly, MrMokelly. Let me introduce you to voice actor J.P. Carliak. You may know this renowned voice actor from his many roles in hit film and television series, including The Boss Baby, Back in Business on Netflix, Batman, The Killing Joke, The Marvel Experience, and New Looney Tunes, just to name a few. And he joins us right now on Later with Mo Kelly to discuss some of the biggest roles of his career coming up until now, and also Marvel series X-Men 97, which is streaming right now on Disney Plus, new episodes every Wednesday. JP, it's good to see you. It's nice to be able to finally meet you. I've followed your career for quite some time. You've been in this business a long time. So thank you for coming in the studio tonight. How you doing, man?
I'm good. I'm good. Thank you for being a fan, Chief.
Tell me about growing up around here. Well, I put it this way. I know you went to USC. You got your degree in theater. Most people who get a degree in theater don't end up working in theater or the theater arts. Has this always been the goal?
I mean, in a roundabout way, this story as I tell it is that when I was about the age when I started to realize, oh, right, I'm going to need a job at some point. It was the same year that Aladdin came out. So that's the movie I saw. And I saw Robin Williams do his thing. And I was like, oh, I want to do that. So let me put this together. Robin Williams is a famous Hollywood on-camera actor. Ergo, if I want to be allowed to do voiceover, I should become a famous on-camera Hollywood actor. So that was sort of the trajectory of, when I went to school for theater and film.
Oh, so you hadn't even considered voiceover at that point?
No, I always wanted to do it, but for some reason I was like, nobody's going to get paid for that. It's too fun. Why would anybody get that? That can't be a job. But yeah, luckily in college, one of my professors was kind enough to disabuse me of that. You could just audition, and yeah, so that's what I eventually did.
What was the first step? Are you auditioning while you're in school, or was it not until after you graduated? What was that process like?
No, it was a slow transition. I mean, I went to school for on camera and started pursuing that. Afterwards, I did a small role on Ringer with Sarah Michelle Gellar. I was on The Real Husbands of Hollywood. But at the same time, I was trying to pursue voiceover, and as a starving actor's career dollars, trying to figure out where they were going to go. Over time, I just realized I was getting really pigeonholed on camera, but that I had a lot more success in voiceover. So that's really what I just put all my eggs in, and eventually it just became the thing.
For some people, they pick up their lives and move from one side of the country to the other side to chase this dream of Hollywood. You're out here. Did that afford you any advantages that you had a stable base here?
Well, I did move out here for the second half of college.
What's up, baby? How are you?
I'm an East Coaster. I'm from Scranton, Pennsylvania.
I love you too. I've been thinking about you all day. Ask Mike and how nice you were to help me this afternoon. Thank you. You're amazing.
But college was a nice foundation to just sort of get into LA before I actually started pursuing the business. So yeah, that certainly was an advantage.
When you started, what was the early?
I am, and I only have like another 2 hours with the set of numbers. Basically, I can do all these one-time passwords, these SMS verifications. And I only have a certain certain amount of time to do it before they expire. So I have 2 hours, and that's why I'm trying to do as many as I can at once. That's why I'm ordering
that. He's the current voice of Porky Pig. He's been doing it for over 30 years. And Bob became my mentor, and it was his enthusiasm about what I was doing, what I was bringing to the mic, that really gave me the sort of the confidence. It's like, oh, this is a professional guy who's been doing this for years, and he believes in what I'm doing. So transfer that to getting an agent who believed in what I did. Over time, it just became like it was what I was doing was resonating with people, and that just kept boosting my confidence, even if it was months between gigs.
Maybe months between gigs, but when you have a gig, you're doing maybe Boss Baby for Netflix. What is a typical day like after work?
Well, that day is maybe 2 to 4 hours.
Now you just go rub it in.
Yeah, no, well, especially with the pandemic, and it really became a 2-hour session from home. But the day of a voiceover actor is really less about the job, and it's really more about the auditions. I mean, that's what we're spending most of our day doing.
What is that audition like? What are they asking you? They're asking you to read the script in this type of voice, or how much information are they giving you to draw from?
I mean, it varies from thing to thing. I mean, I audition for animation and video games. Video games tell you very little sometimes, just because it's usually top secret, and they're very secretive about what the projects are. But usually, if in a perfect circumstance, they'll give you the picture of the character, they'll tell you what kind of voice they want, maybe an accent, some description, and then they'll just give you maybe a page or two to read from. And, not to further rub it into my on-camera siblings, but we don't have to memorize it, we just read on the page. And And then you send it in, and I think one of the things that I loved so much about doing voiceover auditions is you're never in front of a casting director sweating bullets, wondering if you're impressing them or not. You just prepped your audition, did it, and then went back to eating lunch, and you don't think about it too much until you maybe get a call that's like, oh, wow, it did, cool.
Well, think about this going full circle where you might have thought that you wanted to be this on camera actor, and it's not that you can't do both or go back and forth, but as it turned out, you have created this career over here with voiceover, which requires fewer hours, less stress, ostensibly, and you can do it for the rest of your life, regardless of how you look.
Yeah, no, exactly. It gives me the freedom to dye my hair whatever color I want, so that's something.
And we're Instagram Live right now if you want to see, as we talk to JP Karliak and his very bright blue hair. And I've seen many pictures of you. It's been all different hues from now and then. How do you choose your ensemble and your hair color?
Well, I have a great stylist. She's actually here in Burbank, and it's kind of just we sit down in the chair, and I'm like, I think today is teal. Let's go.
Today is teal.
Today is teal. I just love playing with it. It's having fun.
I am always amazed and jealous of people who are 100% comfortable in their own skin. And sometimes we arrive there at different points in our life. I'm comfortable in my own skin now, but I didn't get there until my 30s. When was it for you?
Same. 30s, for sure. I mean, I think I consider myself one of those pandemic genderqueer people in the sense that it wasn't until I was able to stop the hurricane of life and sit down while we were in lockdown and be like, oh, you know what? I might actually not be the gender that I thought I was. And, really start to get comfortable with my gender queerness, which is not only how I feel internally, but it also manifested the way I express myself. And, my hair, my earrings, my nails, it's all of that is sort of a euphoric manifestation of just how I feel inside.
I remember during the pandemic, and I think this is true for just about everyone, we had a long conversation with ourselves. We got to know ourselves a lot better. You have these intimate conversations about, okay, we don't know what life is going to be like 6 months from now, but I got this time. I need to do something with it. I know, for me, I was trying to lose weight. I was trying to do something productive. I straightened my teeth. I know it's superficial, but we all did something with that time. Did you go into the pandemic as it was going on, consciously aware of trying to utilize that time?
For sure. I think there was like a lot of people, there was the first few months of just panic of like, this is the apocalypse, what are we going to do? But as it wore on, I think it hit me in two different ways. One, thinking about my gender identity, and then also just thinking about it politically and where we were, and how do we interact with what's going on in the world just from the comfort of our home. And my friend Courtney Taylor and I, also a very talented voice actor, we founded this organization called Nerds Vote, and we were really dead set on Instagram Live and convincing people that voting was important in a nonpartisan way, and even when you're stuck at home, to get out the vote. So that was sort of our driving force.
If you're just tuning in, my guest in studio right now, and also on Instagram Live, is voice actor JP Karliak. We're going to get into why he's actually here. Disney Plus, X-Men 97. If you're an X-Men fan like me, going back to the original animated series back in the early 90s, I think like 1992, then you know how big a deal X-Men 97 is right now. And JP Karliak is one of the stars of X-Men 97. That's next on Later with Mo Kelvin. KFI AM 640. We're live everywhere in the iHeartRadio app and Instagram Live. Now let's go to Mark Runner in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
The Los Angeles and Miami homes of rapper and businessman Sean Diddy Combs have been raided by Homeland Security over reported allegations of sex trafficking. A judge in New York has scheduled former President Trump's hush money trial to begin April 15th after scolding Trump's lawyers for a last-minute document dump that caused a postponement of the original date. And Arnold Schwarzenegger has announced on his podcast he's recovering from surgery after he got a pacemaker implanted. Arnold's 76, has had 3 open heart surgeries. He said scar tissue from the last one caused an irregular heartbeat. We have Combs on the phone. Go ahead.
That's heading southbound between Littoral Road and Acacia Parkway. The 2 right lanes are closed off, scheduled to be reopened for you at 6 a.m. And if you're on the 60 eastbound in Pomona, just after the 71, still got a wreck there involving a flip-over car that has the right lane off limits. Your drive stacks up at Phillips Ranch Road.
And if you head northbound in downtown LA, you're seeing brake
That's
lights
all
as
you
you
want?
approach 8th Street. It's a slow crawl from there until you come across the 101.
Sure.
Like right now.
KFI
Right now.
helps get you there faster.
Take it off.
Pedro Moreno.
Okay.
Me encanta el diseño de interiores.
No,
Es
that
una
doesn't
estilo
count.
muy
Take
bonita,
that one off.
recicla una galería de
No, you just said change your shirt.
No.
Entregas gratis en un día para la decoración de tu hogar y millones de productos más. Lo que te gusta está en
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5
I didn't know we were getting into
$150
bathing habits.
instantly.
When's the last time you showered?
That's right.
How clean's your monkey? I'll put my monkey against your monkey.
Time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up
Good
some
for you.
bonus
Get that
bets.
monkey sticker in the house.
Sportsbook
Damn,
app
girl.
and use
Good for
promo
you.
code iHeart. New customers can bet $5 to get $150
Oh, I'm sure
instantly
you
in
got
bonus
some
bets.
dank
With
monkey stink down there, bro.
Sportsbook with promo code iHeart. That's promo code iHeart. The crown is yours.
All right. That's a date. All right, girl. Get this. I heard you asked me, is my name Michael Rothschild? Yeah, it is. I'll send you my ID in the chat. Just a moment. But just, you know, I have about 2 hours to register as many Telegram accounts as I can, so I'm doing it as fast as I can. So
But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of Pixar. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema.
Oh yeah, definitely.
How it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps
No, you don't. You even said you hadn't showered since yesterday.
have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results.
That's what you just said, girl. We got a stinky monkey. Your monkey smells like the docks, girl. Your monkey smells like the docks.
Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain.
You just tell me that I stink, and you don't know it.
Without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist about Dupixent. Visit Dupixent.com or call.
Oh yeah, definitely. They sponsor me to wear that shirt though.
No matter what the day brings.
Oh, I'm not
Juicy
fucking
Juice
sick
for the
of
good
I
stuff.
shower every day.
But you said you showered, you didn't shower today, you said.
Conquer the day. Juicy Juice is only sweetened by the blend, no sugar in it, no high fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family-sized bottles and juice
All right.
boxes.
I'll be the I'll be the judge of that.
Info at juicyjuice.com.
You were talking to me first. You're like you haven't showered in 4 days.
Involve your sun care with
You're the one that came into my world to tell me that I smell.
An all-new bottle means an all-new mist experience.
And I did.
Spray and is incredibly light on your skin. Higher control with coverage you can count on.
I did.
Different lightly to cover targeted areas or hold for a long, continuous spray, ensuring long-lasting banana boat protection. Plus, it's
I did exactly what you said. You said, can you please change your shirt? And I said, sure. And I took off my shirt.
Tanya here, and there are many ways that we can all.
Yeah, I mean, why don't you just tell me what you really want? Which, Rabbi, why don't you just go shower, put on new clothes, and then come back? Which is totally fine to say.
Taking this prescribed can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetectable.
I
The
do.
amount of the
Look.
virus is so low it can't be measured by
There you
doctors.
go.
If you're living
There
with
you
HIV and not on treatment, talk to your
Hey,
doctor about
touche, girl.
Learn
How
more
are you,
at
Spring Instead?
treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences. I have bizarre dreams.
No. In fact, I like you a lot. So if you interpreted what I was saying as talking shit, I was just kidding around, and apologies if I became too offensive.
I don't really get offended by anything, you know.
I know you did. I believe you. How was your day?
We're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Just tuning in. We are live.
I'm in there. You're the one who has to join us. I'm in there right now.
My guest in studio is voice actor J.P. Carliak, who is one of the stars
Hold on.
of the
Spring is
Disney
dead.
Marvel series
Spring is dead.
X-Men
You?
97, where he plays.
I don't have that. I don't have the microphones on. Or I'm sorry, I don't have the microphones on. I don't have the speakers up. Listen, Linda has been in my head for 4 days since you said it to me 4 days ago.
The original animated series. Now, to all you may
You're bad.
Producer of the show, longtime comic book collector. And so he had a different entry point into X-Men. But if you know your
I'll be there as soon as I can. I'm literally there on 3 different scenes. They're just frozen right now.
Starting in 2000. My question to you is,
Easy. Are we going to talk about dating habits? My dating habits?
How were you first introduced to the X-Men?
I'll be there as soon as I can.
Where were you introduced?
So, I mean, it was sort of backwards for me because I was in high school when the X-Men animated series was out, and it was on, in the afternoons every day on Fox Kids. So I would get home from school, I would turn on the TV, and I would watch the end credits of X-Men while I was about to watch the Power Rangers. So I missed it for the most part, but I got into the movies immediately, and I loved those. And so once in the 2000s, the advent of Wikipedia and YouTube came along, I would start to get hooked on the Easter eggs of like, wait a minute, who's that? I want to know who that is. And look them up and do the deep dive of the lore and figure out what all the comic history was. So I sort of went the back end to the animated series and eventually came back around to that. I was like, oh wow, this is brilliant. How did I miss this as a kid? So
I always wonder if being a nerd, loving all those things a nerd, and then working in the industry, which is for the nerds, and you're supplying nerd entertainment, does it lose some of the magic for you?
Lose the magic? No, because I think in a sense I get to see the nerd fandom through all of through their eyes, like especially when we finally get something that drops, and like this show is, to see everybody just go gaga over X-Men '97 and just all of the fans talk about it. It's really fun to be in both sides, both receiving that, and I'm just humbled as heck to receive some of the comments that I'm getting, but also to be a fan as well. And be like, yeah, I know that part was awesome, wasn't it?
Look, when we talk about X-Men '97, and it's called X-Men '97 because it picks up in a timeline sense in 1997. The original series was 1992. They went for 5 seasons, and this is a direct sequel to that. It picks up where season 5 left off. Now, did you have a chance to watch all 5 seasons? Did you choose to, or were you required to?
No, I chose to, mostly because I was like, if I go into this and I get interviewed and I haven't watched this, they're gonna rake me over the coals. So yeah, I did.
Okay, so what did you think of Morph? Because your iteration of Morph is different from the original series, animated series of Morph. They've changed some things about the character.
Yeah, I mean, a few things. It was I both watched the whole series, and I also just watched the arc of Morph, so the 7 or 8 episodes that Morph is in. And he's a fascinating character because he has such a tragic backstory. I mean, this is a guy who was just kind of happy-go-lucky, then he gets, in air quotes, murdered, then he comes back a season later, he's a bad guy, he thinks he's betrayed by his friends, he's had his mind manipulated by this crazy bad guy, then he gets fixed and is like, I don't know where I fit in anymore, and I have PTSD. It's really tragic. And I think what I love about where we're at with Morph now is that all of that is still true. He does have a tragic backstory, but now we're in Morph's era of joy, if you will, where he's figuring out where he fits in the team, he's finding his sense of humor again. Yeah, totally. And we get to see this guy experience, some happiness for once, as opposed to just being, the tragic hero.
Tell me if you agree with this. Part of the reason why I think people generally like Marvel characters, and X-Men '97, that's a Marvel property, especially the X-Men. I think people gravitate towards them because there's depth to them. There's a beginning, middle, end. There's a backstory. There's pain. There's misunderstanding. There's a desire to feel a part of something. They feel ostracized from larger society. Am I wrong?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, look, I love the Avengers. I'm a huge fan of the MCU. Like, the Avengers are great because we put them on a pedestal and they're sort of aspirational in a way. But the X-Men, in a way, are more relatable because of what you're talking about, because they are those ostracized group where even in spite of what society says about them and how they hate them and they want to push them outside, they still fight for us. They still fight for humanity. they're incredibly admirable. And of course, the X-Men were born out of the civil rights movement. They've been, compared to also being metaphors for the queer movement as well. So they're incredibly political without being overtly political.
I love that you say that because often we hear, hey, I don't want politics in my sports. I don't want to hear politics in my cartoons. I don't want to hear politics in my entertainment. But if you know the X-Men, they were overtly political. It's talking about what was going on in the United States in the 1960s. Professor Xavier, you could say, is an analog for Dr. King, and Magneto is an analog for Malcolm X, and how the X-Men were talking about the ostracization and the weaponization of culture against the people. And I always say, if you don't like politics in entertainment or your comic book movies, then you don't know comic books at all.
Exactly. I mean, it's so much of what entertainment is about is finding those palatable ways to get you to think about your world. And I think what's so fascinating about the X-Men is that, they really get into the moral center of where we are as people. Like, I fully get if somebody doesn't want to talk about politics in terms of hey, I want my garbage picked up on Tuesdays, not Wednesdays, or don't tell me what to do with my 401k. Sure, totally. But these are human issues. These are the things about, us having rights to exist as people. How do you not see that in art? How do you not see that in the human struggle? Like, that is so inherent in whether it's comic books, movies, TV shows, it's all of it.
What type of feedback have you been receiving about X-Men 97?
I'd say 97% of it, incredible. Like, wildly.
I see what you did there with 97. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah. I wasn't even intending. Subliminal. It's clearly my brain. But then there's been that 3% of the small minority, but really loud group of people who have opinions.
So again, that's the nerd community. Are these purists or are they trolls?
I mean, they might call themselves purists, but as you were saying before, I don't understand how they could be anything but trolls, because if you are complaining that X-Men is too woke, you don't know X-Men. You've never been a real fan.
Right. And unfortunately, they need to be educated on that. But as you go around and people learn that you are more, how do people respond?
It's pretty delightful. You're the guy, it's been the case whenever I play a character, that people don't expect. They never see my face, so they don't know. And then all of a sudden, when they put two and two together, you're Boss Baby? You're the sounded like guy for Alec Baldwin? Or you're the Green Goblin? All that stuff. It blows their minds a little bit,
Okay, when we come back, I have one more segment with you. Can I interest you into just a little bit of role play?
Oh, boy. All right, let's do this.
I'll let you stretch. I'll let you warm up and everything during the break.
Just great.
My guest in the studio and also on Instagram Live is voice actor JP Carliak. We've been talking about the Marvel series, Disney Plus series, X-Men 97, which is just debuted on Disney Plus, and it's been killing it. It's fantastic. More with JP Carliak on Instagram Live and also here in studio in just a moment. KFI AM 640. We're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Now to Mark Runner on the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Dr. Shohei Ohtani says his former interpreter was using his accounts to pay off gambling debts without Ohtani's knowledge. During a press conference, Ohtani told reporters he's never bet on baseball or any other sports, nor has he ever asked anyone to do it on his behalf. He says he's very saddened and shocked that someone he trusted has done this. Ohtani's interpreter was fired last week following reports of his alleged involvement in a gambling ring. The Orange County Sheriff has asked for help finding a man who was kidnapped in Midway City.
2 men have been charged with felony aggravated kidnapping. One of the men, Nan Nguyen, is a convicted murderer. OC Sheriff Sergeant Matthew Parrish says a woman told police a man in a mask grabbed Tony Lamb from right out in front of his house.
Our deputies, when they got there, through some different interviews and evidence that was left at the scene, were able to confirm that an assault did happen and then a kidnapping shortly thereafter.
Parrish says Lamb was last seen by friends, family, or co-workers 10 days ago at LB Restaurant and Lounge in Westminster and the 171 Sky Restaurant in Garden Grove. In Orange County, Corbin Carson, KFI News.
Florida Governor Ron DeSantis has signed a bill banning social media accounts for children younger than 14. Critics argued it violates the First Amendment, but But Florida Speaker of the House Paul Renner says the H ban doesn't target speech.
You will not find a line in this bill that addresses good speech or bad speech, because that would violate the First Amendment. What we have addressed is the addictive features that are at the heart of why children stay on these platforms for hours and hours on end.
Renner says these platforms harm kids' mental health. The law would also require parental permission for 15 and 16-year-olds. It takes effect January 1st, 2025. Southland weather from KFI, partly cloudy tonight, lows around 50, 40 with some wind in the Antelope Valley. Sunny by tomorrow afternoon, we'll have highs around 70 and sun in low 70s much of the week, and a chance of rain starting Friday night, lasting through the weekend. It's 56 in Fountain Valley, 55 in Los Alamitos, and there's a crash on the 101 in Tarzana.
That's heading northbound right at Tampa Avenue. It has the left lane off limits, so you're going to see traffic jamming up at Reseda Boulevard. Pomona, 60 heading eastbound just after the 70 West. Still got a crash there involving a flipped over car. The right lane is off limits. You're seeing a pretty heavy crawl from about Phillips Ranch Road. And remember, just one piece of litter ruins the picture. Clean California, zero litter is the goal. KFI in the Sky helps get you there faster. I'm Pedro Moreno.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right, to celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Hey, it's Junior. Today, black folks in our community are still disproportionately affected by HIV. But there is something we can do about it. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetectable, which means the amount of virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Give kids the nutrients of real 100% fruit juice to help them conquer the day. Juicy Juice is only sweetened by the fruit, with no sugar added, no high fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family-sized bottles and juice boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com.
This sun season, evolve your sun care with new Banana Boat 360 coverage. With advanced control mist, it's a new way to spray. An all-new bottle means an all-new mist experience that smells great and is incredibly light on your skin. Better control with coverage you can count on. Tap the trigger lightly to cover targeted areas, or pull for a long, continuous spray, ensuring long-lasting Banana Boat protection. Plus, it's refillable from sweat-resistant sport formula to kids SPF 50+. Shop Banana Boat 360 Mist at Walmart, Target, or Amazon.
KFI AM 640.
An iHeart radio station. More stimulating talk.
KFI AM 640. And also Instagram Live. We're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Is late with Mo Kelly. My guest in studio is JP Carliak. We've been talking about the Disney Plus Marvel series X-Men 97. JP stars as Morph in the new series, I should say the new iteration of the X-Men series, which originally debuted back in 1992. It's called X-Men 97 because it picks up where the original series left off. I guess you could call it season 6, if you will. The opening themes are almost identical. The storyline is a continuation of that original storyline. So if you stop watching it in 1996, well, you haven't missed anything. And it picks up from there. And before we went to break last time, I was saying, JP, give you some time to warm up. Give you some time to stretch. Get your vocal cords ready. because I did want people to be able to hear some of the range that you exhibit. Because I don't. When I think of Boss Baby, and you do Boss Baby for Netflix, and I think of Morph, and I think of things like you did for The Killing Joke, those are really different sounding characters. What goes through your mind, or just a vocal preparation?
Well, I mean, so a lot of the characters that I've played have been legacy characters. I mean, Morph among them, Boss Baby, been Tin Man, Willy Wonka, Wile E. Coyote, like a whole slew of people. And a lot of the preparation really goes into how close the production wants you to adhere to a given role. So, for instance, Wile E. Coyote, because most people just think of Wile E. like holding a sign saying yipe or whatever, they don't really think of what Mel Blanc's original voice was. So I had some gimme room as to what that could be. Boss Baby, they wanted an exact sound alike. They wanted it really, yeah, dead on. And then with Morph, it was kind of a feel alike. You know, Morph wasn't a huge part of the original show, so there was some wiggle room that we could go with. We definitely wanted the laugh in there and sort of iconic there. So a lot of my preparation is really just finding the dials of how much is going to be me making creative choices and how much is going to be me doing the technical work of trying to get into the voice of the predecessors who've done it before.
Do you prank people with your voices? Do you call, like you want to pay your bills and you call us Boss Baby?
I should.
Don't tell me you haven't.
No, oh God. I grew up with crank yankers. You'd think that, or the jerky boys, you'd think that I actually would have had that as one of my backup. No.
Okay, I'm gonna ask you to do something for me on the spot.
Sure.
The show is later with Mo Kelly, and we need an endorsement from Boss Baby.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Boss Baby. I want to tell you that you should be listening to Mo Kelly, KFIAM 640 on iHeartRadio, because it is the American thing to do. And it's good for business. The ads are great too.
All right. Now, if you were to do that in another voice, what would you choose? Less difficult or strain on your voice?
Sure. Well, the one that comes to mind is, because, let's be honest, Morph is basically me.
I can hear it in your voice.
So I'm just kind of me. But for the other people who have kids, I'm the Green Goblin. And I'm so happy to be on this show, to be so not nice.
Do you have more fun than everyone?
Yes. an unreasonable amount of fun.
Okay, so how do you maintain your voice? Do you have a routine to protect it or keep it healthy?
I mean, I will say I teach, and I tell my students, do as I say, not as I do, because I actually don't do a ton. I probably should do more, but I'm a big fan of hot tea and I have a personal steamer, like, you know, that
like a humidifier,
like a Vader mask.
Okay,
that I just, you know, breathe steam. And that's great for, especially after a hard day, like especially when I was doing Boss Baby. You know, it's a real thrasher of a voice.
I was asking you if you did any type of pranks or crank calls with the voices, but I'm quite sure there might have been an opportunity to do a favor or uplift someone emotionally through your voices. Has that ever happened?
Yeah. I used to do cameos, and for anybody that doesn't know, it's basically you get to message a celebrity and ask them to do a video for you. And I got a grandmother whose husband and their granddaughter used to watch Boss Baby together. It was like their thing to watch. And Grandpa was having a very difficult surgery. He was having a leg amputated, I think, if I remember correctly. And Grandma was asking if I could, as the Boss Baby, deliver some words of encouragement. And my thought was, okay, I could go one of two ways on this. I could either go really sincere, but this is Boss Baby, so I'm just going to deliver what is going to try to be a sincere message, but I'm going to make every leg joke there is. I'm like, you know, this'll give you a leg up. I mean, walk on. No, not walk on. I just decided, like, let me just go full to the wall, like, just every leg pun. And they said that, you know, he came out of surgery, he was really depressed, and he
just wasn't himself. And he got that, and it changed his whole demeanor. He was laughing. He was showing it to all the nurses. He showed it to his doctor. He was just giddy. And that's the stuff that matters. That's when we feel like, you know, you can think like we just do funny voices and whatever, our job doesn't matter. But the whole reason we do our job is so that people have a bit of joy and a bit of breathing room in their day.
How often do you have to remind yourself of that?
Pretty often, actually. I mean, especially because most of the work that we do is in our little padded rooms.
Right.
You know, you have to remind yourself that there's something happening out there that you might not know.
It's not unlike radio in that regard, because if you're not in the studio, I'm not getting an instant feedback reaction as you would if you were a stand-up comedian or something. You don't have that audience to give you that feeling that you can feed off their energy. Now, of course, I can open up social media and I'll get all sorts of opinions and get feedback, but it's not like I'm hearing it real time. Yeah, for the most part, I'm talking to a wall or a screen or something like that. But it does remind me that there is a level of responsibility. I'm not going to say great power, great responsibility. I'm just saying there's a level of responsibility with these tools we have of mass media, and we don't necessarily misuse them.
Yeah. I mean, I came up in theater, and that instant reaction is, I mean, it's gold. You can't beat that.
JP, what else are you working on these days before I let you go?
So in addition to X-Men every Wednesday, I'm also in Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League. It's a new video game by Warner Brothers, and I play the Joker. So that drops March 28th.
You're a busy man working 2 to 4 hours a day.
My voice is busy. Maybe I know.
but I'm quite sure you tell all your friends and family you're working all day long.
Oh, yeah. Or my mother would get concerned.
Mine too. So, why don't you call me more? I'm busy. I got stuff to do. I want time, you know. I got to pay the bills. JP, make sure you come back and see us again. I celebrate your success with X-Men 97. I'm a fan of the series and of you, but also I'm a fan of you as a person. I appreciate what you do and the sincerity of what you do. So please, next time when you have something, you come by and see us.
I most certainly will. Thanks for having me.
Very quickly, how can people reach you on social media?
You can find me at JP Karliak on Instagram. I don't really use anything else. Yeah, that's the biggie.
Okay, well, that's good enough. All right. It's later with Mo Kelly. We'll check in with George Noria on the other side. KFI 8640. We're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Now with Mark Ronner, KFI 24-hour newsroom.
San Jose-based Iterate.ai is offering its AI-powered weapon detection technology free to schools. It was developed to use in stores and uses existing security cameras to detect weapons in schools and can reportedly detect
You too, Jacob. Take care, buddy.
seconds. There have been 16 school shootings so far this year. Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu has canceled plans to send a delegation to Washington this week after the U.S. decided against vetoing a UN Security Council resolution calling for an immediate ceasefire in the Israel-Hamas war. And the Golden Globes have long-term home. It'll air on CBS the next 5 years, starting January 2025, after airing there this year. The new deal also includes the Globes being live-streamed on Paramount+. We're heading back to a crash on the 101 in Tarzana.
That's heading northbound right at Tampa Avenue. The left lane is blocked off due to this wreck, so you're seeing a heavy ride as you come up to White Oak Avenue.
Nope.
Some good news on
I already
60.
did.
That's eastbound in Pomona after the 71. A flipped over car has been moved out of the right lane. You're driving
was given this shirt
Trench Road.
by the
You got a work zone on
community.
57
I wear it
southbound in
to
Anaheim.
promote the coin.
Road to Orangewood Avenue. The carpool lane is off limits, set to reopen for you at 5 a.m.
Depends what the shirt
KFI in the
is.
Sky helps get you there faster. On Pedro Marino. College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March
It's spelled
Mania is here.
MILF,
You
dog.
can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into
You please do.
$150
Tell the spring is dead.
instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's
Beautiful.
most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. That's
That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
This is a radio ad for Dupixent. Dupilumab, a prescription medicine for people 6 months and up with moderate to severe eczema that is not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of Dupixent. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from within. But you can see how Dupixent can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results may vary. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Get help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, and throat. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist about Dupixent. Visit Dupixent.com or call 1-844-DUPIXENT.
Hop on over to Family Dollar for everything Easter this year. Find great buys on pre-filled Easter baskets or craft your own with a variety of plushes, candies, and toys. Only at Family Dollar, helping you do more.
At My Great Clip Salon, I get to use my skills as a stylist to make customers look and feel great. When you sit down in my chair, it's important to me to listen to what you want. And when your haircut's done, I'll save your details and clip notes so you can get the look you love at any Great Clip Salon, anywhere you are. Seeing customers light up at the end of their cut, that's what I love about my job. I'm Katie, and I'm a Great Clip Salon stylist.
Join a salon team. Visit jobs.greatclips.com.
Hey, it's Junior. Today, Black folks in our community are still disproportionately affected by HIV. But there is something we can do about it. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetectable, which means the amount of virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
With the Lucky Land Slots, you can get lucky just about anywhere.
This is your captain speaking. We've got clear runway and the weather's fine, but we're just going to circle up here a while and get lucky. No, nothing like that. It's just these cash prizes add up quick. So I suggest you sit back, keep your tray table upright, and start getting lucky.
Play for free at LuckyLandSlots.com. Are you feeling lucky? No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited by law. 18 plus terms and conditions apply. See website for details.
In Hollywood.
Monday, April 1st. Watch on Fox starting at 8 p.m. and listen on the free iHeartRadio app.
Tesla Ultralast is the proud partner of the iHeartRadio Music Awards, a celebration of artists and the fans who got them there. The fans who make the music truly come alive through their energy and positive vibes. To the fans that make live music possible, we salute you.
In this week's Marketers Report, Chris Brandt, Chief Marketing Officer at Chipotle Mexican Grill, weighs in on the power of audio, specifically audio influencers.
Audio has been a key component for us. Our consumer is omnichannel, so we need to be omnichannel. We've used audio to reinforce what we're showing on TV, what we're showing in other digital channels. When your priority is driving reach, boy, everybody seems to listen to the radio. I think using the audio influencers has been a huge component for us. Working with iHeart, we were able to really tease out the audio influencers in key markets that were authentic Chipotle fans. And because it's authentic and because they're seen as trusted friends by the customers and the listeners, it's really been an effective strategy.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to all, from national to local. Every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. Not just a media company, iHeartMedia is your access company. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com.
World isn't fair, is it? I remember as a kid, by the time I was going to be this age that I am now, we would have enough food for everybody, no one would be starving. And by the way, we manufacture enough food to feed every single human being on this planet. The problem is distribution, dictators who use food as weapons.
Bill Handel.
That is a huge problem.
Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
on the iHeartRadio app. If you missed anything about tonight's show, it was a big news night. It was a big topic night. Be sure to check out the podcast at KFIAM640.com or wherever you get your podcast downloads on iHeartRadio, what have you, because it was a huge show, and you got to go back and check it out and have it a part of your regular podcast offerings. Coming up next is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie, who joins me right now. George, good evening. How was your weekend?
Not bad, Mo. I'm looking forward to the week, though. Here we go. We've got an incredible story of possibly new forensic evidence that shows that JFK may have been shot from the front, not just the back. And we're going to talk about that. And then later on in the show, UFO and cover-ups on Coast to Coast.
Absolutely. Very quickly, I know in JFK, the movie, they postulated that he was shot from the front and the back. So it'll be interesting to listen tonight and see what more can be added to that conversation.
Incredible evidence coming.
All right, cannot miss it. Have a great show.
See ya.
Before we go, talk about things that we were watching. I was talking to you, Mark, and I recommended to anyone who may be a fan of sci-fi specifically. On Netflix, there is a new show. It's 8 episodes long. It's the first season, unfortunately, and I broke all my personal rules. My personal rule is I usually don't watch television shows in the first season because I don't want to get emotionally attached, and then it get canceled, and then I just get left hanging. But for some reason, I started watching the 3-Body Problem.
And people talking about that.
It's some of the best sci-fi I've seen in years. Here's why. It's heavy on the science. Heavy on the science. It's heavy on the fiction, and it's heavy on the fantasy. They spend a painstaking time, detail, to make sure the science is promptly featured. No, I did not read the books, so I'm taking it unencumbered by any of the source material. But it's really, really good. It's one of those, if you like the first episode, keep on watching. Now, for me, I was kind of disappointed because after the 8 episodes, let you know up front, it doesn't resolve everything because it's going to need extra seasons for that. And from what I read, the response hasn't been tepid, but it hasn't been hot enough to guarantee a second season. So I'm cautiously optimistic, but pretty nervous.
I don't think Netflix is as ruthless about canceling things as HBO, so you might very well get it. And I've been seeing enough people talk about it that it's gotta have a chance.
Yeah, it has a good cast in the sense of not necessarily a lot of names, but as far as the showrunner and the producers, it's Game of Thrones people, and I mention that because you will see a lot of Game of Thrones faces in this.
Is it good enough to redeem them from the way they just crapped the bed on the final season?
Absolutely.
Game of Thrones.
Absolutely. Because I didn't particularly care for Game of Thrones all that much. It was actually, talk about the pandemic, it was the first show that I started binging during the pandemic, and I watched all 7 or 8 seasons, however many there were, in the course of 2.5 weeks.
Now, what about the 3-Body Problem? Did you just sit down and chain watch 8 hours in a row?
I sure did. I watched the first 6 hours last night. I did not go to bed until 4:30 in the morning.
Wow, now you're talking my language.
And I woke up at 8 and I finished it.
Wow.
I was hooked. I said, I cannot go to sleep until I got to an emotional stopping point where, or at least they went to a different act of the season.
Well, there's so much to catch up on right now. And is there enough violence in it to satisfy somebody like me?
Yes. Yeah. As a matter of fact, there is an episode with violence that's so disturbing, I'm surprised they even put it in the show.
Well, sold in that case. I'm 100% in.
It is diabolical.
Is it one of those that has like a warning it's that bad in the beginning? Or
I don't know. I'm binging, so I may not have seen the warning. And also, this show, and this is the only problem with binging, I had to stop after each episode because they have a featurette vignette where they have the showrunner producers. They sit around the table and talk about the episode and some of the things which went into it, which was really, really interesting. And if you just binge it, you're going to miss all that. So I went episode review, which, extended the time I was watching it, but it also made it that much more enjoyable.
That is some dedication. We've been trying to get through Peaky Blinders several years after the fact and letting that sink in. So we're about midway through season 5 right now, and the Let me tell you, avoiding spoilers at this point when it's already been out there for a while is quite the challenge.
Look, I'm really enjoying, I guess I call it the golden age of streaming, because there's a lot of good stuff out there. For as much as we complain about this, that, and the other, I'm watching the second season of Tokyo Vice on Max.
Okay, now people need to know about that because the first season was fantastic. And if you were as heartbroken about the Ferrari movie from Michael Mann as I was, Tokyo Vice completely redeems him.
Oh, it's really, really good. It's smart. And there's something else. For example, Three Body Problem is Chinese in its origin and its focus. It has British actors, but it's told from a Chinese perspective. And I think it's a Chinese story. Tokyo Vice is of course, Japanese. So you get a different take on filmmaking and a different aesthetic, which is cool. The types of stories that they're being told and the way it's told. And Three Body Problem, they're showing you everything. They're not telling you anything. And I don't want to tell you too much about it because you're meant to be in the dark like the rest of the world as it progresses.
Okay, so don't watch it with the long-suffering one if I don't want to be asked constantly, who's that? Why is that happening? What are they doing?
Yeah, don't do that because you don't have the answers.
Right.
You're supposed to have to figure it out because the whole world and the main characters are trying to figure it out with you.
Well, we have these conversations pretty routinely, which go kind of like this. Are you familiar with television? It unfolds so that you find things out as the story plays out, but it just never seems to stick, those conversations. On the plus side, I haven't been clubbed unconscious yet.
Not yet, but there's always later tonight.
I mean, it could happen anytime.
So those are my recommendations. I'm still watching Warrior. I'm midway through the second season of Warrior. I'm bouncing back and forth. I'll do a few episodes here, a few episodes there, and I still have to catch up on the stuff that's on my DVR.
Well, Warrior, I really wanted to savor every single episode because I knew there was a limited number of them, and I was sad when it ended. And it's just magnificent. Every single episode of Warrior is wonderfully crafted and acted, and it has great violence.
Chow is my favorite character for a number of reasons. His chess-playing ability as he remains ruthlessly neutral, if you will, and able to skirt danger for the most part. He just got messed up. Throughout the series, he's one of my favorite characters.
I think Andrew Koji deserves to be a much bigger star than he is, and I hope that happens because he is so cool in that show.
I think it will happen because it's available on Netflix, and that has really blown up a lot of shows that were on Cinemax or Max or YouTube Red, lesser platforms. Netflix usually helps them out.
I think we should take credit for that because we've been championing that show for months and months.
Okay, let's take credit for it.
Okay, you know where to send the checks.
All right, we'll see you tomorrow. It's later with Mo Kelly. Coming up next is Coast to Coast AM with George Norman. KFI agents for people live everywhere in the iHeartRadio app.
If you already know what you want us to say, you're probably in the wrong place. KOST HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Feds raid Diddy. I'm Mark Bronner, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Federal agents have raided the home of rapper producer Diddy in Holmby Hills.
Massive SWAT vehicles rolled up here at 200 South Mapleton just after 1 this afternoon. Moments later, agents swarmed Sean Combs' compound and detained and handcuffed numerous young men, 2 of whom have been identified as Combs' sons, Justin and King. And while this raid was going on, there was a simultaneous raid happening at Combs' compound in Miami. Law enforcement sources tell me the raids are tied to recent lawsuits alleging Combs was running a sex trafficking ring, allegations Combs denies. In Holmby Hills, Steve Gregory, KFI News.
A man's been fatally shot in downtown LA near 7th and Wall Street. Officials say 3 people were detained at the scene in connection with the shooting. Dodgers star Shohei Ohtani says he's never bet on baseball or other sports. Using a new interpreter, Ohtani says his former interpreter, Ippei Mizuhara, confessed that he had a massive gambling debt.
And at that point, I did never agree to pay off the debt or make payments to the bookmaker.
The Dodgers fired Mizuhara last week following accusations he'd stolen $4.5 million from Ohtani's account to pay for the bookmaker. Ohtani says he's shocked to have been betrayed by someone he trusted so deeply. The California Department of Fish and Wildlife is sharing advice on how to stay safe from mountain lions after two brothers were attacked in El Dorado County, one fatally. Captain Patrick Foy says while it's rare, there's no common denominator when it comes to attacks.
We've had examples where people have been attacked when they were by themselves. We've had people where they were attacked where there were 1 of 9 people in the party.
Foy says if a mountain lion approaches you, stand tall, shout aggressively, and fight back. He says their preferred prey is deer, so if there's a lot of deer in the area, you should assume they're close by and use caution. The family of Wall Street Journal reporter arrested in Russia has marked 1 year this week since his detainment. Evan Gershkovich's father, Mikhail Gershkovich, says being President Biden's guest at the State of the Union address made him feel more optimistic.
It's a sign for us that everybody in the U.S. government, the Senate and Congress, the White House are taking the freedom of the press seriously.
Gershkovich was reporting for the Moscow Bureau of the Journal when he was arrested last year on espionage charges. He's pleaded not guilty and faces up to 20 years in prison if convicted. And a winter storm is bringing rain and snow from California to Michigan. ABC's Alton Kozik says it's a spring wallop across the country.
Winter storm warnings for Minnesota and Wisconsin in effect through Tuesday. Wind gusts up to 50 miles per hour.
Kozik says more than a foot of snow is possible in some areas. More than 12 inches have already fallen in Utah, and the National Weather Service says strong winds could damage trees and cause power outages. Southland weather from KFI. Partly cloudy tonight, lows around 50-40 with some wind in the Antelope Valley. Sunny by tomorrow afternoon, and we'll have highs around 70. And in fact, sun and low 70s much of the week, then a chance of rain starting Friday and lasting through the weekend. It's 55 right now in Brea, 56 in San Clemente, 57 in Koreatown, 53 in Agora Hills, and there is a couch in lanes on the 18 in San Bernardino.
That's headed westbound just after White Road. That couch looks like it's over on the left-hand side. It's already caused an accident. Someone's run into it and bent their left tire, so we assume it's over in the center divider. Either way, keep your eyes peeled as you approach that area. In Tarzana, all lanes have been stopped on the freeway of the 101 northbound at Tampa Avenue. That crash that occurred there is blocking the left lane, but of course CHP is holding everything now. Traffic is locked up from Reseda Boulevard. And in Diamond Bar on the 60 eastbound at Phillips Ranch Road, there's a crash blocking the 2 middle lanes. It's a semi-truck versus a tractor out there. Keep your eyes peeled for that. It looks like there's going to be a bit more slowing on that freeway for the next 30 to 40 minutes. KFI in the Sky helps get you there faster. I'm Russell Ford.
Get Spectrum One and catch the Los Angeles Dodgers all season. Stream over 140 live LA Dodger games on all of your devices on us. Tons of hits, wins, memorable moments, and more. It's a real home run. Live Dodger games. That's a $149 value now included with Spectrum One. Go to spectrum.com/Dodgers for full details. Offer subject to change. Valid for qualified residential customers only. Service not available in all areas. Restrictions apply. Subject to national exclusivities. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
When you're a leader, the competition is always hoping that you're going to slip up. So I always have my whip-smart team of lawyers around, sir, to make sure that anything I say is a legally indisputable fact, like Apartments.com has the widest variety of variety. And Apartments.com was the reason that apartments were invented. Heck, we even have more spaces than space.
That's entirely incalculable.
Because that's legalese for true. Apartments.com, the place to find a place.
Angie's List is now Angie, and we've heard a lot of theories about why.
I thought it was an eco-book. Your words, less paper.
It was so you could say it faster.
No, it's to be more iconic. Must be a tech thing.
But those aren't quite right. It's because now you can compare upfront prices, book a service instantly, and even get your project handled from start to finish.
Sounds easy.
It is, and it makes us so much more than just a list. Get started at Angie.com. That's ANGI, or download the app today. Hi, I'm Drew Barrymore, and let me tell you how Tidy Cats simplifies litter care while giving your cats what they deserve. Do you have a finicky feline like mine? Peach, you heard me. Try Tidy Care Comfort with smaller granules for a gentle paw feel. Or maybe you want to keep an extra eye on your cat's health. That's what Tidy Care Alert is all about. It uses color-changing crystals to help alert you of potential health concerns. Who knew that keeping an eye on my cat's health could be so simple?
Some people just know bundling with Allstate means big savings. Just like they know the right ingredient means big flavor. They know honey on pizza is where it's at. And olive oil on ice cream is the cherry on top. And they know when you bundle home and auto with Allstate, you can save up to 25%.
Bundled savings vary by state and are not available in every state. Saving up to 25% is the countrywide average of the maximum available savings of the home policy. Allstate Vehicle and Property Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
From the City of Angels near the Pacific Ocean, good morning, good evening, wherever you may be across the nation, around the world. I'm George Laurie. This is Coast to Coast AM. Later tonight, UFO cover-ups. Here's what's happening. The American Embassy in Paris has issued a security alert for U.S. citizens in France following last week's horrible terrorist attack in Moscow. This means that visitors in France can expect to see heightened security in public areas, including public transport, places of worship, tourist sites, schools, sports venues, and other large tourist centers. Meanwhile, the four men suspected of carrying out a brutal attack at a Moscow concert hall that killed at least 139 people have appeared in court on terror charges as the Kremlin defended its security services, criticized for failing to prevent that massacre. Three of the suspects were seen bent over double as they marched into the Moscow courtroom late on Sunday night, while the fourth was in a wheelchair and appeared unresponsive. The suspects who are from the Central Asian Republic of Tajikistan who worked in Russia on temporary or expired visas. They are accused of storming a city hall in Moscow, shooting civilians at point blank before setting the building on fire, causing the roof to collapse while concertgoers were still inside. A Biden administration sanctioned 2 Chinese nationals and a Wuhan-based company that allegedly targeted critical infrastructure sectors in the U.S. as part of an expansive hacking effort. Lauren Weinstein, this is a serious story, Lauren. What were they up to?
Yeah, well, I'd kind of like to come through the fog on this one a bit because if you have a deja vu old cricket feeling, it's because we've talked before here about infrastructure vulnerabilities and hack attacks. And while none of them is the kind of doomsday predictions that we hear about so much, attacks on infrastructure, power, water, etc., are a very big deal. And we've certainly heard about these kinds of attacks by individuals with reported ties to the Chinese government, Chinese companies. Now, these systems are being gradually upgraded to try to protect against these kinds of attacks. That's important to note. And we can also observe that it's likely rather naive to assume that other countries, including Western countries, including most likely our own country, aren't researching and exploring similar capabilities against our own perceived adversaries as well. Now, apart from the seriousness of these infrastructure attacks and the attacks that we're worried about coming in the future, they can hurt many people, even if they're not very serious. Any kind of infrastructure attack can have unpredictable effects. But there's another interesting aspect of this kind of story, too, that we don't really hear about very much from our politicians of either party. We do hear from both parties lots of stuff about, for example, inflation, TikTok, DJI drones, and other consumer products that have ties of one sort or another with China. Sometimes those statements are kind of baffling and inconsistent. Both parties have been critical of TikTok, despite the firm being fairly open about changing
changes they claim to have made to address privacy concerns and such. And it can sometimes be something of a stretch to figure out how they are much worse than any number of other popular apps made here in this country when it comes to personal data and such. It isn't necessarily bad just because it's China. We've got plenty of bad ones that we do ourselves here. And we have those large data brokers, also the data broker industry that sells all kinds of personal data to us all summers. So it gets very complicated. Now you have various politicians, both parties, also taking confusing and sometimes rapidly changing positions on issues involving China, such as should TikTok be shut down, separate from China. You have politicians try to ban DJI drone products, which are actually widely used by consumers and also by industry, agriculture, public safety, and so on, even though there doesn't seem to be any real evidence that DJI, for example, spied on users or anything like that. It's difficult when it comes to the politics surrounding China, despite the fact that we know they do bad things. But what's going on here on a bipartisan basis may be some politicians who are more concerned about competition rather than the actual privacy or security concerns. If that's the case, we could argue that they should really say so directly. Because again, living back to the start of this, we really need more public focus on hacking attacks on the infrastructure, things that are really very serious and demonstrable and provable. And it seems like instead of that, instead of getting these arguments about the real fundamental ongoing risk to society from China or from other countries, instead, the politics seems to be concerns that are much more nebulous and harder to prove and perhaps less important in the long run in the scheme of things. There's a famous line that says, choose your battles wisely, and this especially applies when you're dealing with an economic and technology power like China. It's best to keep focused, I think, on what's clear and important, like infrastructure attacks that can harm people, rather than dilute your arguments with more speculative issues that certainly can make for lots of media coverage and very nice bits on the news, but ultimately may not really advance our interests and may not actually increase our safety at all from the kinds of attacks we should be worried about. So there's a lot to be concerned with here, and I think politics really messes up and confuses the whole situation in ways that are really unfortunate.
But indeed is serious. Thanks, Lauren. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis has signed a bill that bans children aged under 14 from social media platforms and requires 14 to 15-year-olds to get parental consent, a measure supporters say will protect them from online risks to their mental health. The measure requires social media platforms to terminate the accounts of people under 14 and those of people under 16 who do not have their parents' consent. It requires them to use a third-party verification system to screen out those who are underage. In Kentucky, an early morning crash left 3 horses dead and 4 others gravely injured. Bardstown police said the crash happened when a semi was headed east toward Lexington when the driver crossed over into the westbound lanes, crashed into the embankment of an overpass. Police said the driver was severely cut up but could survive. The trailer was carrying 7 thoroughbreds worth about $450,000. Some California fast food locations are letting go of workers ahead of a $20 minimum wage law to take effect in April that would dramatically impact their bottom lines. Several eateries, particularly pizza chains, have begun to cut jobs already in an effort to get ahead of the possible financial repercussions. August 8th, solar eclipse in most parts of the country. Here's Dr. Sky Stephen Pates with that and much more. Stephen, what do you have?
Oh, hi, George. As you say, 14 days almost to the great astronomical event of the year. We talk about it all the time, and so many people around the world are looking forward to this. But more on that when we talk about the live sky. But, George, amazing solar activity over the past few days. This is important information here. As 2 major solar flares on Saturday blasted a powerful CME toward the Earth. All this from 2 sunspot active regions. The first, active region 3614. That's a relatively small sunspot on the sun. And at nearly the same time, George, another solar flare from sunspot active region 3615. This is a rather large sunspot group now moving away from the center of the sun. Well, this rather unique solar flare event is known officially as a sympathetic solar flare. Now, what's that? It's a flare which may trigger a notable flare in a origin on the sun. There may also be a connection to the solar corona, which excites the other regions on the sun. Great stuff from science. The Earth was hit by a strong G3 to G4 geomagnetic storm last night, but more to come as these two active sunspot regions are still producing incredible volumes of activity. Move on to the deep space, George, the new galactic supercluster, which was found. But beyond our Milky Way galaxy, we know there are literally millions of galactic clusters or individual galaxies, one of the farthest known structures in the universe. Well, now we see a new massive galactic supercluster known officially as the Ignasco supercluster. What is it? The most massive yet, named after astronomer Jan Ignasco. It's 3 billion light years distance with a mass of 26 million times a billion stars. But to put that into perspective, light from one end of this particular supercluster takes 360 million years to reach the other side. The stuff in space is quite amazing. George, we find out that maybe Mars has new moons. As we know, has 2 strange moons, both Super Boreals, discovered back in 1877. But now we can add another of those so-called 14 known Mars Trojan asteroids. These are asteroids that go 60 degrees ahead of Mars and orbit 60 degrees behind. The new recent addition is a small object from this 2023, SW14. And it may last 10 million years in orbit near Mars. And it may be made, that is, of material from Mars's formation. But George, the live stuff. We just came across this beautiful full worm moon as it heralds in the season of Easter in the Christian world. The countdown to the eclipse in 14 days. I want to recommend people to go to a new website that I've set up. It's simply drskyeclipse.com. What will you get there? All the information about the eclipse, everything you probably ever want to know. And of course, we're proud to announce we'll be there at the beautiful Texas event, Texas Music Festival, on April 8th to do this narration. I'm the MC there. Hopefully see so many people. TexasMusicFestival.com for your tickets. And George, there are 31,625,000 people that live in the path of this amazing event in nature, the total eclipse. What do we say? Always remember to keep your eyes to the sky. And simply, I'm your navigator. And the show is on the highway to the heavens, a highway that has no tolls and restrictions. So we'll obviously look up and enjoy the wonders of the universe. Thank you, George.
Dr. Sky, you're going to be our guest for the first 2 hours Thursday to talk all about this.
I look forward to it, George. Thank you for having me.
Up next, an incredible story, the assassination of John F. Kennedy, the final analysis. Was he indeed shot from the front and the rear? Up next, 2 special guests on Coast to Coast.
Gustav, how you doing, baby? I'm kicking ass, kicking names. All right. Let's see here. What news do I have for you? I don't know if I told you, I set up my friend's social media, and he paid me $200, so that was cool. And he has excellent social media now. He's on 20 different platforms. He has 10 different videos uploaded to each platform. He's already seen SEO or search engine optimization results, so that's good. Additionally, you should know I did something. Oh, yeah, I'm live on a lot of things. Gustav, just one moment. I really picked it up with the screen. To the point where it's like, how am I? I'll send it to you. So you're going to say, Rabbi, why don't you have a better Twitter? And I'm going to tell you, dude, I had a Twitter with tens of thousands of people. I'm like, I had 2,100 Twitter accounts. They all got banned. So if you're like, yeah, so I understand. I came up with a really good strategy, and they finally got to it, but I made everyone aware who I was on Twitter, basically. Okay, so I'm going to send you my Twitter. Now, this is just one of my accounts.
Attention business owners, are you tired of seeing your
But
hard-earned profits vanish into thin
I
air?
didn't send it yet. Just a moment.
Processing fees? It's time for a change. 247payments.com has a software solution that eliminates your fees, offering you unlimited processing for just $49 a month. Ready to Keep more of what you earn? Call us at 1-877-682-0068. That's 1-877-682-0068. Call now.
Somebody gave me some recently, but no, I don't. I basically.
Coast to Coast, George Norrie with you. On November 22nd, 1963, President John F. Kennedy was gunned down in Dealey Plaza in Dallas, Texas.
Let's see here. True stuff. Hey, how are we gonna find it? We're gonna find it. I just had a girl send me something really hot, and that's tight. Okay. Let's see here. We are in the Harry Potter. Okay. Do you have your own scrotum? Baby, we're gonna make sure you have that one someday. I was gonna say, dude, how fucking wealthy are you in fucking that That's okay. Okay, so I sent you my Twitter, one of my many Twitters, and then the thing that I want you to see right now, and I could show you on my computer, I could show you, but like, you know, let me drive. Here we go, baby. Okay, but in case you ever want to see me throughout the day, you know, because you take other shits, and if you're ever interested, I sent you a link to all my live streams. Now, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to make your fucking day. Phone stream. Okay. Start broadcast. Dog, I have 10 streams going on right now. Just on YouTube. Just on YouTube. I don't know how this isn't famous. I'm shocked that it's not. This is the, okay, can you see my, you can see my screen right now, right? Check this out. If I come over here, and I type in, it's a very hard thing for which to rank, and I show up before Lord Rothschild, before all the other rabbis. Excellent. So then if I check live, look at this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, 10, 11. I'm live on 11. That's gotta be some kind of fucking record. You should. Yeah. For the last 3 years, my life has been like that. It's the biggest event in global history. Do stuff. Data is Earth's #1 resource. And I have more data online than any person in global history. Tell your friends. This is a big deal. And shots, 2 shots from the front. Were 2 shots that actually were lethal to Jack Kennedy, including the one from back. Not Lee Harvey Oswald. Tell everyone you know. This is a really cool thing. That got you interested in this part. It's, I mean, you've never seen anything like this. No one has. No. You can hear yourself on every single one of these. And get this, Gustav. Every single one of these is also streaming live right now. Check this out. On Twitter. So remember, you just followed me on Twitter. That's tight. And on the back. Okay, so we should be looking at Twitter. Okay, so I have this thing that should be, yeah, here it is, it's live. Look at this, so if you just go to my account right now, and it's live.
is that of the dozen of people
Very
who
cool.
had the autopsy that night,
And that's just one of them. That's not even one of the good ones. Here are the good
things
ones.
get even worse because when the pathologists, all three of them, were asked directly about this object by the assassination records.
Now, if you're like, Rabbi, why do I sometimes see green triangles? Sometimes the streams go down because if when you have 10 different devices over 12 hours, chances are one of the apps will crash, just whatever happens. So I have redundant backups, just in case that happens, and I have a bunch. Okay, so then there's this one. Now keep in mind, this is all live on YouTube as well.
Had to do it with the permission and authority of the Secret Service. Now, who told the Secret Service
I do.
to do that?
Look at this one. You can see like a bigger version. You can see my whole setup.
Jerry, when JFK's body was brought to the trauma room at the Parkland Hospital in Dallas,
And
what was the setup? What did they tell the doctors to do or not to do?
Well, when JFK's body arrived minutes after the assassination, the shooting, the doctors
there's this one.
were frantic, trying to save his life. They did everything they could. They clearly saw
East Denver.
a wound in his neck, which was an entrance wound. He had a blowout right back of his head. The occipital bone was blown away. Doctors could look down
That
and
might
see
be.
the
Oh
brain.
no, that was a different thing. That was the other day, right?
Cerebellum, the part of the brain at the very back, was oozing out.
Yeah. Well, I'm not sure what that was. But that was a cool event, wherever he was. And then,
Doctors came out about an hour after the president was pronounced
okay.
dead. They only worked on it.
So then, in addition to that,
He did a
I have these.
tracheotomy to try to open up the neck wound, which was an entrance wound.
Now this is
Jackson
just
did breathe.
on
It didn't work. The doctor held a press conference on
YouTube.
Dr. Malcolm Perry.
I mean, not YouTube, Twitter. And I have a couple more of these. On top of that, you're live. I'm not going to take it for a while because it takes too long.
Press secretary with the
On Twitch,
Kennedy entourage in Dallas.
on
Came out and pointed to his right
bunch of telegrams. Oh, I got to show you my telegrams too, stuff. Okay. Let's see. I don't know if I can. While screen sharing. Because I think I'm going to leave the room if I do. I would just have to show you what's on the device. And let me see. Let me take a power. Kind of a pain in the ass. Just know that all of these now are connected. Let's see if it shows. Hold on. I think I can do it. Hold on. Oh yeah, I can do it. I think. Okay, check this out. Do you see? Okay. Do you see Rabbi Rothschild here? Okay, these ones. See where it says Rabbi Channel 007? If I hit join, I will leave this one, and I don't want to do that. But there's a live stream going on in there. There's one going on in here. Look how many I have. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. You can go in these links, and whenever you want, watch a different angle. I'm very well set up to be watched by the world. Like, once people find out about this, they'll be like, oh, I like to watch him on number 004. I like to watch him on 009, whatever. Or I like to watch him during the day on 002, and at night 008, whatever it is. You know what I mean? Excellent. So, I want you to know that that's a live stream, and I'm going to continue to do my best in the world, and you continue to do your best in the world. Enjoy your cigarette, your shit, and your coffee. Hey, guess what? I got some coffee. I'm not drinking it now, but perhaps in the morning I will. It's just like instant coffee, but it's something. So we'll try it out. Well, what movie? N-O-P? Nope. Okay, what is that?
It's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania
I mean, is this the best fucking movie I'm ever gonna see in my whole goddamn life, or is it just like, well, whatever?
America's top-rated sports book apps. Customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn
Oh, okay. Well, then I don't know if I'm gonna watch it right now.
instant and bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some
Okay,
bonus
I'll watch it
bets.
right now.
Download the DraftKings
Now,
Sportsbook
I
app
can't
and
promise you anything, and certainly can't say that I'll watch it, but I would make a decent attempt to watch it right now. Just because you said it. Just because you said it. I'm not fucking around. I'm getting it on YouTube right now. If you're like, is that a really, you can see the reflection in my glasses. I can see it. There's a white screen. I'm just waiting on the screen so I can type in YouTube. This is an old fucking phone, so okay. YouTube.
Tanya here, and there are many ways that we can all help raise awareness around HIV, but maybe the most important is just talking about it openly and honestly. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV.
So,
Get to
Nope
stay
is on
which means the amount of
YouTube.
virus is so low it can't be
Son of a bitch, man. I don't have Netflix.
not on treatment.
God, get out of here. Fuck.
Learn more at treathiv.today.
I'll watch the trailer just for you because I love you, good stuff.
This sun season, evolve your sun
Absolutely.
care with
We're
new
gonna watch it right
Banana
now.
360
So
coverage.
I have no idea what it's about. You said the trailer's shit though, which I mean that's fine.
It smells great and is
Oh,
incredibly light on your skin. Control with coverage you can count on.
oh, with Jordan Peele,
To cover targeted areas or hold for a long continuous
or written by Jordan Peele.
Banana boat protection. Plus, it's removable, sweat resistant
He's
formula.
from Key and Peele.
SPF 50 plus. Shop Banana Boat 360 minutes at Walmart, Target, or Amazon.
No, he's not.
No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Give kids the nutrients of real 100% fruit juice to help them conquer the day. Juicy Juice is only sweetened by the fruit. No sugar, no high fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family-sized bottles and juice boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com.
This is a radio ad for Pixar. A prescription medicine for people 6 months or more with moderate to severe eczema that is not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of eczema. You can't see
Oh, thanks. Dude,
or how it helps block a key source of inflammation.
check it out. I can fucking rob you
Causing eczema.
at any point.
How it helps heal your skin. But you can see how Dupixent can help you have clearer skin and less itch.
Dog, it's the like hardest kind of hat you can wear. Meaning like it's the meanest kind of hat you can wear. Name a meaner hat.
Such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicine
Thanks,
without
baby.
talking to your doctor. See it for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist about Dupixent. Visit Dupixent.com or call 1-844-Dupixent.
Okay. Well, I watched the trailer right now. It looks pretty cool. Okay, so Jordan Peele is a writer and director, a comedian though as well. So he's not Asian. Okay. Good stuff. I hope you have a wonderful day. You take care, my friend. Hopefully they'll pass them out. God willing. Goodbye.
From the
angels. This is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
We're talking about the forensic investigation, the assassination of the final analysis. We'll be back with Dr.